I'm amazed the way you love me all the time. Maybe I'm afraid of the way I love you. Maybe I'm
Hello, good morning, and welcome to Disinfo Week Europe in Brussels. My name is Geisha Gonzalez, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Eurasia Center at the Atlantic Council, and I will be your host for the next 2 days. Ambassador Fried, we started. I'm not funny, I don't have any jokes, but I will make sure that we move along through our entire session. First of all, a big thank you to the U.S. mission to the EU, to the U.S. Embassy of Belgium, and to the U.S. mission to NATO for their support for this endeavor. We couldn't have done it without you. We would also like to thank Political Europe for being our media partner in this entire week. Disinfo Week Europe really is a week-long series of strategic talks to talk about the challenge of disinformation. But it isn't just to admire the problem. We really are looking to unpack, analyze, and strategize with our partners and allies on ways that we can move forward on this challenge. We have the pleasure of being in Athens and Madrid to kick off this week. I'd like to thank our partners there, Diane Osis and Rafael Del Pino Foundation, as well as the U.S. Embassy in Greece and U.S. Embassy in Spain for their support of, just making it happen for us. For those of you that are following on the live stream, make sure that you use hashtag DisinfoWeek and follow at Disinfo Portal. If you're looking for the agenda, if you want to know which sessions are coming up, if you want to find out the bios of the speakers, just go to disinfoweek.org. I think that's it for me. I will just be making sure that we're moving it along. It is my pleasure to welcome our distinguished fellow at the Atlantic Council, Ambassador Dan Fried, to give our keynote to start. Ambassador Fried.
Thank you, Geisha, for organizing all of this. And thanks also to the U.S. mission, the EU, U.S. mission NATO, Ambassador Kay Bailey Hutchinson, Ambassador Gidwitz, the bilateral embassy, Ambassador Sunderland, U.S. EU, and Politico Europe. And thanks to everyone who's here. I was told the title of my talk is Democratic Defense Against Disinformation, which gives away the bottom line. We can defend ourselves. We in the democratic world can defend ourselves against disinformation, and we can do so acting within our democratic norms and our democratic traditions. That's an important point. We need not, and in fact, we must not become them in order to fight them. That was a lesson my country, the United States, learned the hard way in the Cold War. When we were truest to our own values, we were the most successful. When we allowed ourselves to stray from those values, we messed up. To put it bluntly, I'm no longer a diplomat, so I can kind of say this stuff. A historical reflection. Every new communications technological revolution has resulted in abuse. The Gutenberg printing press produces not just the Bible, it produces all kinds of inflammatory religious tracts which help promote the religious wars. The radio not only spreads information quickly, it is a tool in the hands of Goebbels. Daily newspapers with mass circulation also became the source of yellow journalism, the sort of disinformation of a prior era. In the 1790s, it's worth looking at disinformation, scurrilous rumors, and scandal sheets produced by the pamphleteers in the United States. My point is that the techniques of disinformation change with the technology, but disinformation itself is as old as information. And it takes societies a generation to develop the norms to deal with it. I don't think that the digital world is any different. It is different in the speed and breadth that it allows disinformation to spread. But it is not, in its deepest quality, a new challenge or one late to the disinformation. Was a wake-up call. Woke up and suddenly realized and said, welcome to the Estonians, the Finns, and other European, that Russian aggression and the Russian techniques of disinformation weaken and divide their own exist in all of our societies and exacerbate them. Now, I need to make a distinction between foreign-sourced disinformation and disinformation with domestic sources. These are different things. They share some of the same techniques, and they intermingle on purpose. But the tools available to us for dealing with the foreign sources of disinformation are different. It is an American's right, protected under the First Amendment and under our common transatlantic standards of freedom of expression, to be a fool. It is that right. However, if a group called Concerned Sons of Texas is actually not from Texas at all, but is a false front run out of the St. Petersburg Internet Research Agency, the Russian troll farm, there ought to be some way for people to know this. The solution set for dealing with information is already becoming to come into focus. Issues of transparency and authenticity, not censorship or content control, seems to me the way to go. By transparency, I mean possibly regulation and rules to make sure that people who appear online are who they claim to be. That's not an argument against anonymity, it is an argument against false identities. Again, Angry Sam from Amarillo, Texas, ought to be Sam from Texas. If he's Ivan from St. Petersburg, we ought to know that. Do bots have First Amendment rights? I suspect there's an interesting court case waiting to happen in the United States. I tend to think not. Should websites purporting to be news sites be forced to reveal their actual origin and their controller? RT, the Russian propaganda outlet, ought not to be banned, but the sites that it runs ought to be labeled as such. We ought to know the sources of information. That's not an argument for censorship, it's an argument for transparency. A deeper question is whether social media companies should be urged or pushed to redesign their algorithms to avoid confirmation bias, feeding each of us as individuals what we think we want to hear. There used to be a doctrine in the United States in the early days of television of the fairness doctrine, giving both sides of an issue. Should social media companies be asked or pushed to design their algorithm to de-rank foreign sources of disinformation or inauthentic sites? Should they be asked to de-rank inflammatory information? This is an issue we ought to delve into. And on deepest level, what is being sold on the internet today is actually you and me. Our detailed profiles are the commodity that is central to the business model of the social media companies. Should our information be protected? Should social media companies be forced to act as information fiduciaries with a responsibility to safeguard that information? These are the public policy issues that we need to consider. And the we in this case is important. This is a problem that the transatlantic community, the US and the EU and the member states, need to work together to resolve, which is, by the way, one of the reasons I'm so happy that we're having this conference in Brussels and that the US mission to the EU and the other missions, US missions here, are supporting it. This is not, if I may say, the best season in transatlantic cooperation, but this is an issue on which transatlantic cooperation needs to happen. The EU has already started taking steps in the right direction. My government, I hope, will follow. The heroes of the fight against disinformation, however, are not going to be governments. They're going to be the civil society groups, the Baltic Elves, Ukraine Stop Fake, EU Disinfo Labs located here in Brussels, the Atlantic Council's own Digital Forensics Research Lab, the activists who are much more skilled than an old bureaucrat such as myself at discovering and exposing disinformation operations. They're going to be the heroes of this, supported, I suspect, by savvy cybersecurity companies who have the technical capability. A lot of them are ex-intelligence officers, so they know what they're doing. They have the technical capability to expose, both to expose disinformation operations and to help keep the social media companies honest. And a word about social media companies. A lot of their leaders believed they were living in a post-national paradise, a new utopia, out in Silicon Valley, in their own frame of reference. They probably convinced themselves that the concerns about disinformation were so 20th century. They are now eager, if not desperate, to be seen as doing the right thing. Their efforts are, so far, uneven, but they're far better placed now than they were 2 years ago when they were simply ridiculing those who thought we had a problem. They've made progress. They are not the enemy. They have been facilitators of disinformation, and they need to clean up their act. But the point is not to beat on them, but to give them the right incentive structure to do the right thing. We can do this in and out of government on both sides of the Atlantic to frame up the solutions, unpack the problem, and then create the space for actually fixing this. We can do this. The democratic community has faced challenges far worse than this. But we need to get started. This conference is a major step in that direction, and I'm going to be taking notes, learning hard from each panel and each speaker. So thank you and welcome.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Fried. Ambassador Sondland, if you can join us on stage.
Terrible picture. I'm getting a new headshot, so don't worry. It's all good. Welcome, everyone. Just by being in this room tells me a lot about you, that you're concerned about this topic, that you believe it's real, and even more importantly, that you believe something can be done about it, because it's going to take sustained and vigilant effort. As I mentioned last night to the small gathering, some of this disinformation is very subtle. It's very insidious. It's sometimes disinformation that's not 180 degrees off the truth, which would be more easily identified. It might be 5 degrees off the truth. But those 5 degrees can make all the difference to someone making a decision about what to do, for whom to vote, what policies to support. And that's why it's very, very important as we move forward. And I had a chance to look at the agenda. It looks like a great couple of days to really delve into some of these issues. Geisha, thank you for your hospitality, Ambassador Fried. And I'm delighted to welcome all of you to Brussels for this Disinformation Week. If there's anything that we at the U.S. Mission to the European Union can do, please reach out and don't hesitate to ask. The Atlantic Council, with the support of all 3 U.S. missions in Brussels and our embassies in Greece and Spain, also brought Disinfo Week events to Athens and Madrid over the last few days. And as I said, I'm pleased to welcome you all here this morning. This is an especially timely topic in light of the upcoming European parliamentary elections because we want to protect the integrity of those and all democratic elections. But disinformation threatens more than just elections. All of us here every day, whether we work for governments, think tanks, universities, businesses, are exposed to very sophisticated forms of disinformation. The malign actors behind the modern deluge of disinformation aim to exploit the open market of ideas in our democracies in order to sow discord, division, and doubt, with a particular emphasis on doubt. The Russian state has used malicious tactics to systemically inflame the existing divisions within our societies. So they take a small fire and they pour gasoline on it. What we saw in the United States in the run-up to the 2016 presidential election was an interference model that Russia first practiced in Ukraine and Georgia. So that's where they took it out for a test drive. And they're trying to replicate it in Europe, and that should worry all Western democracies. Russian attempts to use propaganda in the United States and Europe are nothing new. They existed long before Facebook or Twitter, but they are much more pernicious today because the speed and reach of social media has such a multiplying impact. Russia is trying to use the strength of our democracies, our openness, our flow of information to destabilize us. And the Kremlin is using the same tactics in an attempt to weaken the credibility of America's commitment to Europe. And let me say this at this juncture. Despite what you read in the paper, despite our differences on trade and on certain political issues, and those will come and go, they have for the past 70 years and they will continue to do so, our alliance with the European Union is unshakable, it's strong, and it's deep. But we know their game, and we are determined not to allow the Kremlin to undermine our democratic institutions. Neither will they shake America's commitment to Europe, nor will they undermine transatlantic unity. The United States and Europe have a centuries-old partnership that can weather serious conversation on topics of disagreement, and we've weathered far worse than the onslaught of propaganda from Russian troll farms. That is why the United States is actively working with allies and partners in Europe to identify, recognize, and expose disinformation and other malign influence activities. And of course, there are more players in this game than just Russia. There are other nations with malign intent, like China and Iran. And trust me, they are hard at work. Over the next 2 days, this conference will also look at non-state actors and even what it is about human nature that makes us vulnerable. We are increasing our own efforts to promote accurate messages about the United States and our allies and partners. We are calling out disinformation, and we continue to closely monitor and counter malicious cyber activity and disinformation to safeguard the integrity of our democratic institutions. One thing I can tell you that we're trying to do here in Brussels is, as new initiatives are rolled out, we know that they will be subject to Russian propaganda. So one of the strategies which you should all think about employing in your own universes is to get out in front and hit the Russians before they hit you. In other words, when a new idea is proposed, a new initiative is launched, and you know it's something that, for example, the Russians are unlikely to support, rather than letting them start their own disinformation campaign after the fact, call them out and assume they're going to start it, and say, after this initiative is launched, we know the first thing the Russians are going to do is X, Y, and Z. And anything you hear along those lines is fake news, it's bullshit, it's whatever you want to call it, it's not true. Get ahead of them. Don't play whack-a-mole. As information knows no borders, We need a collaborative approach from all sectors, including tech companies, businesses, nonprofits, and education, to develop comprehensive strategies to identify and combat disinformation. And that's why forums like this are so important. You bring experience and perspective to a challenge that we can all see but have yet to conquer. We all count on a vibrant civil society to foster healthy and robust public debates based on facts, based on evidence and reason. We believe an engaged and well-informed citizenry is key to the strength of democratic institutions. And journalists, of course, have a singularly important role to play. We also need to promote media literacy from a very early age so that consumers of information are trained to identify disinformation before it goes viral. Yes, the threat of disinformation is serious, but it's not insurmountable. So my challenge to you is this: use these 2 days to be bold, propose solutions, commit to action, and I promise you that the United States will continue to strenuously defend against Russia's nefarious activities and the Kremlin's attempt to divide us and the disinformation attempts of other malign actors. As I said, the United States and Europe share unshakable democratic values and a commitment to free and open societies, and no amount of underhanded propaganda is going to change that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Sondland. Thank you so much. Thank you. Ambassador Sondland, as you mentioned, we do have a lot of elections coming up, and I think that the best way to think about how we prepare ourselves, it's looking back and seeing what has happened, what have we learned, and that's why I'm pleased to launch this entire forum with Protecting Democratic Elections, Lessons from Partners and Allies. So I will introduce Giles Portman, who is the head of the East Stratcom task force here in Brussels, and the task force that is doing something about disinformation. Giles and panel. Thanks.
Great. You were going to join me? Yeah, I guess you joined me too. Hi. All right, morning everyone. So, Geisha, do I have 54 minutes or do I have 60 minutes? You have an hour. I have an hour, okay. So we have an hour from now. So we're going to cover elections, threats to democratic elections in this first section. So, as Geisha said, I'm the head of the East Stratcom Task Force, based here in the External Action Service, and we run something called the EU versus Disinfo operation. So you can follow us at EU VS versus Disinfo. But let me introduce our four panelists. To my left, we have Rachel Levin, Dublin-based digital and data journalist, who was one of the co-organizers of the Transparent Referendum initiative to expose foreign interference in the Irish abortion referendum. Chloe Colliver runs the digital analysis unit at the Institute for Strategic Dialogue, the London-based think tank, which works to counter extremism and polarization. Lisa Past is a next-generation leader at the McCain Institute for International Leadership at Arizona State University, and also a former cybersecurity expert working in the Estonian public service. And Clinton Watts is a former US Army and FBI officer, now at the George Washington University, but with many years' experience tracking threat actors on social media, from terrorists to Russia. So the way I'm going to play the first panel is this. I'm going to invite each panelist to speak for about 5 minutes, and then we'll have a second sort of part of the program where I get more into a kind of free-range discussion where each panelist can come in and pick up anything that they want to explore a bit further. And then at the end, I'll try and pull it together in the last few minutes to try to identify the things we need to think about going forward, the things that haven't been done so far. And even if we don't have the answers, to at least identify what are the questions that we need to think about going forward. There is no Q&A, So for that reason, as Geisha said at the beginning, the way to engage in the conversation is through the hashtag DisinfoWeek. So please keep your phones on and active on Twitter, but silent in terms of not interrupting the conversation. So I think I'll start with Chloe, if I may. And we've had various elections in Europe recently. And Chloe, what can you tell us about malign influence campaigns and how they've manifested themselves in recent elections, and also about what that tells us about the gaps in our response?
Thanks very much, Oz. So just to introduce, I suppose, the kind of elections that we've been looking at recently, ISD in London has taken a look at a number of national and also local European elections over the past couple of years to try and understand both the actors at play and the tactics and strategies that are being deployed across these elections. And we've seen that shift quite a lot over the last 2 years. So we started looking back in 2017 at the German federal election, last year at the Italian election, the Swedish election, but most recently doing a kind of local deep dive in the Bavarian state election in Germany, which was in October of last year. And I think from that most recent example, there are a few key points we can pull out about how this sphere is changing and the new kind of threats that we face. And I think the major one of those is that focusing purely on disinformation as kind of false information campaigns is a flawed way to go about this in terms of thinking about response. So what we saw in Bavaria was a real mix of non-state actors promoting some disinformation, outright disinformation, but mostly it was distorted and deceptive tactics and campaigns that didn't necessarily involve false information. So often it was legitimate news sources that were being used, warped and spread by malign networked actors, anonymous troll accounts, or also launched in terms of harassment campaigns against politicians, smear campaigns, and the like. So really what we started to see was actually that those deceptive and distortive tactics and the way that media was being employed was actually the concerning element of the information space in Bavaria. The second point I'd raise there was actually that while we were looking both at Kremlin and state-related activity as well as non-state extremist movements, the bulk of the activity that we saw in that deceptive and distortive space was from non-state networks. So this was from both international and domestic extreme groups. A lot of that was English language content that was being deployed in terms of instruction manuals, meme warfare booklets, content that was already created before the election by English language speaking networks into German ecosystems of information. So the international element was definitely there, but it's not necessarily that it's being driven by state actors. And linked to that, I'd say an important thing to raise was that we're really seeing a much broader range of platforms online being utilized for these kind of activities now. So while obviously Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter are still extremely important hubs for spreading this kind of information and launching these sorts of malign activity, the coordination points and the mobilization platforms used are often fringe and small platforms that we don't usually have the same tools to monitor and identify these kind of campaigns. So we see a lot of this on Discord, the gaming app, for example, 4chan, Gab, the whole range of video hosting platforms that are now used in place of YouTube in many cases. So there's a large kind of policy gap, I think, in responding to some of those other areas where a lot of this is coordinated. So just to speak briefly, I suppose, to the gaps that we saw in terms of our ability to respond well to that, one would be that this isn't really false information that we're seeing deployed at scale. It's often highly sensationalized, heavily biased media, or even legitimate fact-based media that is being warped and misused and spread at scale by networked and coordinated groups of malign actors. And that's a lot more difficult to deal with in terms of a content-based approach. And I think that's what we've seen from policymakers, from technology companies, for the most part so far, is a real focus on identifying the content. Whereas actually a focus on the behaviors behind this might be a much more sustainable way to think about responding, and also mean that we capture that range of actors who are active in these kind of campaigns instead of just focusing on specific groups that we know are already deploying these kind of campaigns.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me move to Clinton next. So we've talked a lot about disinformation in the last 2 or 3 years that I've been doing this job. The conversation is stratospherically different, but what are the kind of threats that we're still not talking about?
Right. So who here saw a Russian bot this morning before you came to work? In the U.S., everyone thinks they see Russian bots. I would tell you they're not. The biggest threats moving forward really isn't the Russians, it's us. It's our political campaigns, it's our political leaders, lobbying groups, those that have seen what the Russian playbook does, but have been able to, through finance and technology, really up the game. And so most of what I see now or I'm worried about is domestic actors in the U.S. or what would be domestic in the EU. If you look at a couple things in terms of tactics, the Russians don't need to make fake news anymore because our governments and our people make plenty for them to use, depending on what argument they want to advance. If you don't have a population that has a good, agreed upon version of fact and fiction, disinfo from afar is very easy to perpetrate. The other thing I think we need to look at is structural. And so part of the reason why Brexit in the U.S. Was so easy to game versus France or Germany or even a lot of the local EU elections is because structurally it's a bipolar contest in the U.S. and the EU. Yes or no, and it's got to be close. Part of the hysteria, I know I can be seen as one of the people who elevated this issue about Russian disinfo, has now become that they are attacking everyone all at once. We need to remember there are probably fewer people in the troll farm than there are in this room right now. So they can't possibly attack or infiltrate or influence every single election. There's some capacity issues. So structurally, it's two parts. You know, what is the electoral structure? When you look at Brexit versus U.S. versus France versus Germany, France and Germany weathered it much better because they have a runoff system. And the U.S., we stupidly run for president every day of the year, right? It's constant. And it comes down to very bipolar events, which are easier to game over time. We also use the Electoral College in the United States, which is really dumb if you want to keep a foreign manipulator out. Now, it was initially put there, by the way, to keep foreign manipulators from influencing the U.S. It now is our Achilles heel because there's only 10 states at most that matter. And I can watch any cable news show and get all the polling data I need for every district in the United States. It allows anybody to really infiltrate or influence. So that's what you're seeing with these domestic actors now. Everybody really knows where to target, where to focus, and you see them, you see Americans trolling in the Irish vote. You see sort of this landscape shifting back and forth. And I think that really speaks to, if you're worried about Russian disinformation moving forward, there are some things to think about. They do better when they have a Russian-speaking population in the country that they're trying to do disinfo. That's because they don't have to reprogram their propaganda in a different language and gain an audience share. The other thing is, do they actually perpetrate hacking? And are you sure it's the Russians and not your political opponent? That's always the next variable to hack. It's very easy to hire a bot or a hacker on sort of the dark web and employ them against any of your adversaries. And I think the other part to look at really in terms of their campaigns is what is their staffing. If you compare France and Germany, it was very clear they had much better German speakers than they do French speakers. You can always tell in terms of the layers of their troll farm that, you know, they operate at 3 levels. Someone has to write stripped out blog posts. Someone needs to man social media personas, and someone needs to make memes. They put the people with the worst English on the memes, which is why you'll see the really dumb memes that are out there, because they actually can't write blogs. That's why they got meme duty. So there are some tactical things that you can really assess. What is their capacity to go into all of these different countries? This reminds me of the counterterrorism era, because I started off in counterterrorism, where we thought bin Laden controlled the whole world, and it was like going to run over the entire Western democracy. There's really maybe 500. We used to always joke there were 10 times as many counter-terrorists as terrorists. And we're getting into that landscape again, where if we don't really focus down and look at the perpetrators, I call them advanced persistent manipulators. Russia was the first one, and they're good at the art, but they don't have the technology and they don't have the data that's out there to really do this well. Political campaigns, lobbying groups, And even the extremely wealthy are the ones that I'm most worried about now. When you see an extremely wealthy person run for a political campaign and have issues in line with Russia, watch out. You've now got a team of 3 actors that are going to work together to advance their influence together. So when I think we think about disinfo, if we can keep it a little bit wider, I like the social media platforms focusing on the methods. I like governments focusing on the actors and the two coordinating between each other. And I think they've done, a pretty good job. So I'm hoping moving forward we can kind of reorient the spectrum because it's moving way faster than we are in terms of our counters.
Yeah, thank you. Lisa, Estonia has just had parliamentary elections, so...
Incredibly boring parliamentary
elections. Don't say that.
The campaign.
You have to make them exciting for us, please. So tell us, what did you see, and are there any lessons for us as we start thinking about our own European elections in the spring?
Sure, thank you. And I couldn't have had a better introduction and setup than the one by both Ambassador Fried a few minutes ago and by Clint right now. When things get tough, we do laugh, but an Estonian laugh tends to be internal. So you wouldn't know unless you're a highly seasoned diplomat. But more importantly, we get really busy. And in terms both of the information space and this classical foreign interference of information space, which is not the new phenomena, but the phenomena Estonia has 800 years of experience with at this point, including some rather dark times in the 20th century, and also cyber attacks and cyber-enabled campaigns, those that that are targeted against the integrity, availability, and confidentiality of our information systems, servers, and connections. It was rather boring. And there was nothing beyond the background noise in terms of cyberspace of knocking on doors and trying windows to see if anything was open. And in terms of the campaign itself, a campaign where there's a number of new players or newly rebranded players who are trying out as a new player would, almost as a child would, what is acceptable in a campaign. So those were the defining characteristics. So looking at that, I think we can look at what that predicts in terms of the European Parliament elections last week of May this year, and possibly also US elections 2020. The first hypothesis would be that it's a strategic silence. It's a strategic silence that's there because, let's face it, Estonia is not a high-value target. The attacks of 2014 on Ukraine and 2016 elections in France and the US clearly show that the adversary is after a low-cost, high-value target. By that, I mean a target that's high-value reputationally. And again, Estonia, whilst big in spirit, I would challenge any of you to name any contenders in the Estonian parliamentary elections, the hacking of whom would make international news the way the hacking of Hillary Clinton or Emmanuel Macron did. So that's the high value, a VIP, someone, the compromise of whom information in terms of cyber attacks would actually matter to the international community and create doubt, confusion, and fear. And secondly, low cost, someone who's easy to compromise, a system that's easy to breach. There's no information system and no public discussion sphere is 100% secure 100% of the time. Anything can be breached, but most breaches are really expensive if security is done right. And because the very fundamental functioning of elections tends to have a pretty good set of procedures to make sure that they're free, fair, and open, we've not really seen attacks against the fundamental functioning of elections. So the way we vote, the way voter rolls are put together, but rather on these auxiliary players, such as parties and candidates, whose both IT and communications can be rather esoteric at the best of times. So that seems to be the basis of the adversarial calculation, something that also Clint mentioned. They're looking for low-cost, high-value targets. and then in attacking them, they're opportunistic and reactive. And I think that's the part where Estonia and the Baltics knew, and the rest of the West had a hard time catching up. That is the adversarial strategy, the idea of an overriding national securitized interest that then is often tactically furnished in a rather opportunistic way. It's like throwing spaghetti at the wall. The adversary, both in cybersphere and in the information space, is opportunistically throwing inconsistent spaghetti at the wall and then owning what sticks. It's like you teach kids how you know spaghetti is done. That's what it is. It's not strategic in terms of a clear line of command and a clear escalation ladder, the way Western rule of law-based societies are used to thinking of tactics and strategies. Which means that as the defenders, we need to stop focusing on reaction, because if we focus on reaction, we're already allowing the adversary define our space. We're already, especially in Stratcom or in information sphere, we're entering their playground. And if they define the playground, guess what? We'll always be chasing. And we even have to stop caring about Russia or any particular nation state, because what's at stake is our own both rule of law and constitutional order, but more importantly, the legitimacy of the constitutional order of our citizens. And in building resilience, and it's a buzzword I hate unless it's furnished, let's try to goddamn furnish what resilience means. Because resilience, and there's a few others, don't mean anything unless they're fulfilled by action. So let's look at what Estonia, together with friends and allies, has done that we can learn from. The first and most important step is comprehensive risk management, which is not going in the silos of cyber, law, sometimes also social economic conditions, and then information, but thinking of, what is our lowest hanging fruit? What is the low-cost target? And generally that tends to be outside of the government-controlled sphere. It's not the government servers, it's not the government communications, but it's other parts of the democratic discussion. And quite simply put, in 2017, I happened to be in a meeting in which I got really scared because our election organizers were still talking about technical risks to communications. Yes, that's a house you need to have in order, but considering that it is the 21st century out there, and this is just after 2016, I learned that when you show initiative, you end up being responsible for it. So in mapping the risks and in then trying to really manage on the biggest risks, in trying to mitigate what was red, the risk management tool ended up being what's still referred to as Lisa's table. You simply try to think as the adversary. And we found out there's 3 large groups of risks. Yes, the first is the technical, that every system is backed up, that in terms of the critical dependencies, you have a secondary way of dealing with things. If a dependency goes down, how do you provide continuity? The second big family was actually management and cooperation. In particular, in running elections, we're used to the election management body, usually the National Elections Office, simply stepping up once every maybe 18 months, 2 years when you have elections, and doing the same paper-based routines as they've done in the countries that are luckier than my own since about the 1850s. Well, guess what? That doesn't really serve us that well. It's not enough in the 21st century. So who else needs to be on board? It's unrealistic to expect the election management body to also do cross-government and cross-society communication. It's unrealistic for them to do cybersecurity at the highest level. They're not built for that, they're not resourced for that, and it would be a waste to build up the capacity within the election management bodies. So how do you bring the government communicators on board? How do you bring the cyber defenders on board? And how to manage that cooperation actually was the second biggest family of risk for us. Estonia is based on a rather informal task force model, though this time around, and this is the second set of elections, we use that model. I'm starting to hear my colleagues say, well, maybe we should formalize this cooperation. Sweden's another good example of where under the civil emergency management, a full line of command, including monitoring, including response, including escalation, and all the legal analysis that goes into that, was put into a single unified line of command. Not a new structure, but a line of communication and command that was built up specifically for elections. And then the third family of risks are those that we would call another buzzword, hybrid. So the wider attacks on the hearts and minds of the society. The open discussion sphere, again trying to sow doubt and confusion in the legitimacy of the institutions. For us, that work led to what now has de facto become European Union policy on the technical cybersecurity of elections, the European Union Compendium on cybersecurity of election technology. A work that goes through the life cycle, something I highly recommend as bedtime reading, since I did spend many late nights editing it, and that only would offer parity. But it does go through the life cycle of elections and looks at risks, technical risks still, in a comprehensive manner. What are the systems that we need to secure ourselves? What do others in government need to secure? And how do you go about it? But also, how do we advise parties and candidates in securing their systems? What sort of advice do we provide so that we don't have a European John Podesta whose password for his email and then access to the DNC systems, as we all know, was runner 3, 4, 5, 6. That's how the DNC hack happened. So no one is alone, and that also has to be true amongst friends and allies across EU and NATO. And that's tricky, because elections are fundamentally a question of national sovereignty. No country, however democratic and well-run, should get to tell another country how to run their elections. That simply is election meddling, and a rose by another name is still a rose. So we cannot be directive about election security, information and cyber to each other. That's inappropriate. But what we can do, and what we're allowed at doing, is sharing information and sharing it operationally. If the European Union, by the last week of May, does not have a system in place where both strategic communicators and cyber defenders can call each other and say, hey, listen, I'm seeing this, are you seeing this as well? It looks really funny to me. Or we saw this series of attacks and this is how we defend it. Mm-hmm. We'll see the same mistakes being made 27, possibly 28 times over again in the space of about 5 days. And that's a really expensive learning curve. So back to Estonia. This is about furnishing resilience. This isn't about Russia. Russia is Russia is Russia. Also North Korea will be North Korea, and Iran will be Iran, and China and Huawei will be China and Huawei. We understand their interests, and we understand that they will be fearless in pursuing those interests. So ourselves, we need to keep our technical systems in order. In terms of classical cybersecurity, we need to manage risks comprehensively and talk to the parties involved, make sure that everyone's on the same page. In the information sphere, what Clint talked about really means making sure that people in your society and across Europe and NATO know who's whispering in their ear. You don't have to agree with what they're saying, but you have to know whose the voice is and whose voice it is genuinely. And then it comes down to things that, really are easy to do politically, right? Critical thinking, making sure that your audience knows how to ask why. No, this looks funny in the news. Why is it there? But more importantly, if I wholeheartedly agree with something, does that make it right, or should I still go back and check it? Classical journalism, making sure that the most expensive part of media, investigative journalism, is resourced and is happening, fact-checking is happening, and therefore we're creating an open discussion space. And that's the only way not to be reactive and not to try to fight in a sphere that someone else has defined.
Great. Thank you very much. And Rachel, as I mentioned, you were involved in the Transparent Referendum Initiative. So what can you tell us about what you saw there in terms of malign foreign interference and lessons that we can learn from that?
Yeah, well, I feel like listening to my colleagues on the panel, the Irish abortion referendum was relatively vanilla. Like, we weren't necessarily a high-value target for Russian interference, nor were we seeing any major security breaches like hacks that we're aware of. But it was an interesting, touching on Clint's point about it's not really about the Russian bogeyman attacking your country. It's about people in your country and abroad interested in the issues of your country taking the Russian playbook and applying it. So with the referendum in Ireland, incredibly emotional issue about abortion after the whole, Catholic Ireland moving to a more liberal secular order. Internally, we were dreading coming up to the referendum last year. It was very painful for everyone involved, very emotional, very high stakes, etc. So we're very inward-looking, small peripheral island, not expecting this massive international attention it got. And it got international attention for two reasons. Because basically, we were a petri dish for once after Cambridge Analytica and Brexit and Russian interference in America, this growing awareness had kind of just hit, and we were perhaps one of the first major democratic events after that. So we had groups that were interested in the pro-life, pro-choice argument globally take Ireland and try and get their way in the Irish referendum and interfere. So they're not necessarily malign in that sense, but they were interested in the issue and they wanted their side to win. And then you had the rest of the world looking at us saying, okay, well, how are you going to tackle misinformation, Ireland? Like, you have to figure it out. There's not enough time to pass regulation. There's no models on how to do this. And your referendum that is, very high stakes for your country. If it didn't pass, there would be another one for 20 years. It was very serious internally for us. How are we going to solve that? So, yeah, we didn't really see malicious actors in the sense of like people trying to destroy democracy, but we saw us become a global battlefield for the pro-life, pro-choice argument. So we had a lot of foreign interference from America, perhaps on the pro-life side, and then from Europe on the pro-choice side, trying to use Ireland to prove a point. And we didn't want that. We were very angry about it amongst citizen groups, but we had no model to challenge it. So what we did was we set up a civic initiative to tackle it. Now, what we were seeing, so we had basically academics, journalists, political scientists set up the Transparent Referendum Initiative, and in the absence of any tech initiatives to stop disinformation and foreign interference in the campaign, and any government regulation to stop it, we ended up basically picking micro-targeting on Facebook, using dark ads as our model to expose different campaigns that were happening. Now, this was 600 volunteers who added the Who Targets Me extension to their Chrome browser, collected their ads and put them into a database. We collected only 1,000 ads over the course of 7 weeks. Now, we had some major successes. Each ad, we found out which group, what country it was coming from. And from there, you could kind of follow the breadcrumbs. We got journalists across news organizations to collaborate, which is like it's a very small competitive market. That never happens. I'm a bit of a hippie. I love a bit of collaborative journalism, but it never happens. But because the wave of disinformation and other groups coming in was so large, we needed to collaborate in the time frame that we had in order to get the story out. So we got all the major news networks to collaborate off this data set. And again, just 1,000 ads, but you ended up with a stream of content exposing the campaigns that were happening, reflecting on the campaign tactics that were being used, and that kind of inoculated the public and immunized them against the threat. They began to understand that Facebook and Twitter cannot be trusted, and it had a backfiring effect on the campaigns that were using those tactics as we exposed them. So the more they used negative, dirty tactics and were exposed, the more it kind of negatively impacted their campaigns. So that exposure was key. But at the end of the day, after 7 weeks and after the abortion referendum and that media coverage, I mean, Ireland still voted overwhelmingly in favour of liberalising abortion laws. It's a small country. The battle was fought mostly on the ground. You know, there's a lot of knocking on doors, and 43% of people said that the stories of women was what won that vote. So we don't know if our initiative, I mean, had major successes. It was a civic initiative. But we're not saying that is the solution and that solved everything. Because as I said, it was only 1,000 ads we were monitoring. What we wanted to see was more action from the tech companies and more action from government groups. Now, the reason we think some government groups are not acting on this and not regulating it at the time, at least, was A, ignorance about tech works, like profound ignorance. Like if you look at Mark Zuckerberg talking to US Congress and Capitol Hill, like they just don't know the questions to ask. They just don't understand it. And tech loves this. I work in tech, okay? So I know what we do. We obscure ourselves. We throw acronyms at you. We try and make you think that things aren't possible. When it comes for Facebook and Twitter to like spreading Facebook to everyone in the world, the moon is like the moonshot, you know, anything is possible. When it comes to actually controlling their own possible, oh, do we have the resources for that? Like, how could we possibly build a logarithm that could do that? And we need the government to know, to call that out and know what they're asking for, and not to be intimidated by that. And our government, we're like pretty useless on that. Obviously, we're a tax haven and have Google, Twitter and Facebook on our turf. So we're also like slightly stymied in that sense. But like the ignorance is quite profound, but also the apathy from the tech companies. Like they were very late to act and very incompetent in their actions during the election campaign. I think 3 or 4 weeks out, they accidentally rolled out a location tool that we spotted, wrote up immediately. Then it turned out that their locations they put on each ad campaign group were not correct, but rather it was someone who was in Harvard last year, so their location was America, but actually the ad wasn't coming from America. They were now involved with the legitimate abortion rights group. So things like that were very frustrating. But what I will say is that the dirty tactics we did see amongst our own groups and the pro-life groups was you would have, say, you had the clean campaign groups operating within Irish electoral law. So basically, we're very tight on traditional law, basically no foreign interference, no TV or radio ads. Anyone who spends over €100 must be registered with the standards in basically the Electoral Commission, and that is then monitored. And then obviously anything around disinformation, we have really high defamatory laws. So all of those things would be closely monitored on a national level in traditional media. When it came to online, complete Wild West. So basically, the two main campaign groups, the yes and no, so yes to pro-choice, no to pro-life, it was pro-life, we're playing it clean, operating within normal standards. But then you had splinter groups. So on the no side particular, we noticed they set up a load of like pro-life, various groups' names, sometimes posting the same content, sometimes all coming from the same place, and they looked like they were mimicking grassroots. So there's a word for that, I can't work, astroturfing. So astroturfing the campaign the whole way through, and then they were spending gross amounts of money on ads targeting people and making it look like a grassroots campaign. How do you crack down on that and then not stop the actual grassroots organisation that we saw a lot of on the yes side? So basically the yes side had a proliferation of local groups, and they would put out ads from these local county by county groups asking people to go and canvass and go and like canvass people in real life, and that was a really positive thing that actually helped them win the campaign. So you had like this gender and grassroots, and then you had the astroturfing. We also had a lot of foreign interference as well, which technically under our traditional laws as illegal, but there was just no monitoring of it, no way to stymie it online. So there was just, we had to mount a civic response in the absence of tech action and government regulation. But at the end of the day, we really shouldn't have to. And if it wasn't for the work of 20 journalists, 10 academics, and a few political scientists, the damage that would have been done during that referendum would have been a lot more. So, the question then is what to do next, which we're going to ask.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. So, I mean, some of the headlines I take from that, this point that actually disinformation is not always obviously disinformation. We should be thinking more about deception and distortion. That actually the challenge we're facing externally has a very varied capacity, and that we need to focus on which battles are most important. That their aim is low-cost, high-value targets, that it's much more opportunistic and reactive than necessarily always strategic, and that the key is therefore building our own resilience. And this point, Rachel, that you made about the importance of civic initiatives, but also the importance of working with tech companies to create the kind of environment and tools that empower civic groups. So let me check the time. So I think we've got about 10 minutes now to be a bit more free-for-all, part 2. So I want you to just explore a little bit more, perhaps things that others have said that you wanted to challenge or agree with, develop a little bit further. I mean, some of the things that are coming out to me are things we hear often. First of all, about the need for a comprehensive approach. Are we joining up enough between governments? Are we sharing best practice enough? But also, are we defining well enough what should be done by government, what should be done by the private sector, what should be done by the civil society and the media? Also the need to differentiate the kind of threats that we're seeing, perhaps different threats at a local level, a national level, a pan-European level, different threats across the political spectrum as well. There may be far-left threats and far-right threats. Are they different in the way they operate? And do we need to therefore be more categorical about which are the malign influences that we're identifying in terms of then designing our future responses? But I open it up to any of you who'd like to pick up on what anyone has said and take it a bit further. Clint?
I'd like to talk about governments, because it's been interesting I was in Europe the last week or so. And the idea, kind of playing off what Rachel was talking about, is it civil society or is it governments that really solve this? And it's been interesting to me because in the EU, you're talking about legislation regarding ISIS. And according to my leadership, they don't even exist anymore. So, not true. But I think the issue about democracies trying to solve this is by the time we reach a consensus on it, the castle has already been stormed, right? So it takes too long, or we try and make the efforts too big. So I think in terms of regulation, there's only like 3 or 4 things that I would expect governments to do, and a lighter touch that's effective is going to do better. Violence or incitement to violence. How do you police that? That's the terrorism, laws that we're already putting in place. Issues of public safety is really, I think, where people need to focus at the moment. If you look at the vaccine issue in the United States just over the past 2 weeks, the anti-vaccine versus vaccine movement, we've had lots of public safety things that arise on these platforms. Those are baseline issues that you can weigh in on. The other one then is really comes down to fact and fiction, and this is where governments and the public civil society have to come together. Governments have to be able to put out facts. They can't have alternative facts. Democracies don't debate in that. And if you're over-regulating, you are actually helping your adversaries of democracies. I hope everyone recognizes that. There is nothing adversaries of democracies want more than you to nationalize or take control of the social media platforms. This will lead to balkanization of the internet, balkanization of social media, where interest groups drive all of their users to apps of their own design, and authoritarians drive all of their citizens to webs, Russia web, China web, whatever it might be, where they can control it. So it's just something to think about in terms of regulation. It's a very narrow set of things you can do before you actually start helping your adversaries break down common ground or a public space for discussion.
Thanks. Lisa, you wanted to go?
To snowball off from what you said, our strength is that we're these consensus-based international organizations, NATO in particular, but also the European Union, and our rule of law is based on a democratic discussion. Now, that also has historically, and in the last few years, made us frustratingly slow and has cost us agility in action. And we, with an adversary who's throwing all the spaghetti they have at all the walls we have, that's simply not a sustainable model. So I think in this consensus and discussion needs to happen at a different place. We need to create more agility to act and to react, even though I'm not a big fan of reacting. So the discussion cannot be on every single action, but rather in preparation and in building defense and resilience. We need to map our roles and assets so that every single one of these different actors can be more independent. And we need to discuss principles. At what point do we act? At what point do we react? What are our main lines of defense? Who can actually take those lines of defense? And then have a distributed and decentralized mode of acting, not a centrally discussed and very democratic, but rather frustratingly slow mode of acting. So I think our own discussions and our own how we see democratic discussion has gotten off track. And instead of talking about roles and principles, which we need to return to, we've admired the problem and then discussed the possible actions until they become a dead horse. And we need to move away from that to be more agile.
Okay, thanks. Chloe.
Yeah, I'd just like to add a little bit onto what Clint was discussing in terms of the potential areas for governments and regulation on this issue. And I think as a civil society organisation and hearing also from what Rachel was saying, some of this does have to come from a civic response and a competition strategy around narrative. For those bits that aren't disinformation, aren't obvious illegal activities, there is a need for that civic response and resilience building. But the problem comes when the level playing field for that speech and expression isn't there. And there's a lot of research starting to show now that the nature of technology products, recommendation algorithms, news feeds, is leaning towards sensationalist and extreme content. That's part of the business model. There was some interesting research put out just yesterday. It was put out by DeepMind. I think it actually might have been by a researcher at Cornell University, looking at recommendation algorithms and showing that indeed it did shift a user's worldview. It changed your exposure and what you were entering into, and that kind of rabbit hole effect that we often talk about. And in terms of the longer-term sustainable vision of what our information ecosystems and societies should look like, I think there's a large piece of the pie there in terms of how do we ensure that the outputs of these products are fair and equal, and that actually we can give that playing field to civic organizations to try and do some of that battle themselves in terms of the narratives and the narrative warfare that's needed in a domestic environment, at least.
Mm-hmm. Rachel, anything on that?
Yeah, I question about over-regulation. Certainly in Ireland, we want to see our strict electoral laws applied to online. And then obviously there's numerous complications that come with online, but then we want to work closely with the tech companies to do that. I actually spoke to a representative of a tech company recently who said we would actually, in a way, welcome regulation, because their community standards that Twitter and Facebook said, then when they ban a hate preacher or ban an ad during an electoral period, they get all this pushback that Twitter is being the censor or Twitter has this crazy rules, blah, blah, blah. But rather, if that company is then able to offload those decision makings and say, we're simply abiding by the laws of that country, and then it becomes an internal issue for you to change your electoral laws if you feel they're being unfair. The government needs to take on that responsibility. Somebody has to regulate it. And do you really want out-of-touch tech people in Silicon Valley regulating your elections? Government have to step up here. They have to apply their electoral laws to online and then deal with the variances that happen there. But you need to work with tech companies to do that. So they do welcome it to a degree. However, there's also still a bit of apathy and ignorance involved from the tech companies. I spoke to a tech representative who said, do you have an office? Like, we're lucky in Dublin, we can go into Facebook and Twitter and Google and go straight to them. And there's a level of cooperation there because they're on our home turf. But if you're from any other country, do you have a phone number for Facebook? Like, who do you contact if you're an Northern Civic Society group and you want to raise an issue? Like, I think they should have a presence in the countries that they operate in. Maybe that's a bit controversial. Obviously, it depends on the resources. But the idea, I spoke to them and said, oh, well, we have people who speak 30 languages in our double office operating out for the rest of the world, and they can pick up the things that are, you know, the misinformation, et cetera, et cetera. And I just really profoundly disagree with that. Like, there's no way at the pace elections run with scandals and internal jokes and the memification of elections, et cetera, that they could know every nuance of an election and pick up on misinformation and smear campaigns and things like that. So I think, like, you should be lobbying to have a presence in your company, or at least a direct link that you can work with throughout the government process, that your electoral commission can go straight to Facebook, Twitter and whoever else to stop the spread of dirty tactics during campaigns that are outside your electoral law.
Yeah, and I think if I could just add to that a bit in terms of how we need to be framing that regulation process, I think there's some potentially slightly worrying models. I mean, the French government at the moment has had a task force with Facebook, particularly, to develop co-regulation on this, because they're welcoming smart regulation. Now, while that seems a kind of welcome step in many ways, having one technology company as the talking point and the decision-making point with the government on what that regulation should look like is extremely worrying for the rest of the tech sector. And that kind of regulation is only going to, in many ways, kind of monopolize that market so much more for these companies that are already hold that share of the technology sector power. You know, smaller tech companies who want to be willing to work with governments to try and remove the most egregious content, but don't really have the resource, aren't going to be able to cope with that level of regulation, whereas your Facebooks and YouTubes will. So I think that's part of the reason they're now welcoming what they're calling smart regulation. So I think we have to be very careful that governments are designing that and developing it in a way that does consider the wider ecosystem of the technology sector that is involved in these kind of issues.
And Rachel really hit something right on the head that I think's been overlooked for way too long, which is that technologists have self-protected by over-mystifying what they do. And, you know, created this air of mystique around how complicated technology is and how policymakers couldn't possibly understand it. You really be left alone and, you know, thrown acronyms and technical terms at policymakers when they try to approach. And that is simply not acceptable. And the choice of the policymakers there is whether they up their game or they don't. And if that means learning to speak tech and not taking what we in the business very technically call BS, then please up your games. And that's where really the EU comes in, because of the market power. When you speak with the voice of 27, possibly 28 markets, it's a whole lot easier to open the door. And, you know, but then also not take what I very technically already called BS.
I might also just add, so looking forward to May and the EU elections, so there's obviously been some work done on trying to implement new advertising transparency regulation on the tech platforms, which is taking in both political advertising, as it's so labelled, but also issue-based advertising, which hasn't really been defined yet. But I mean, we've looked at a whole range of issues of this ilk outside of elections, partly through the terrorism and extremism lens that Clint also mentioned. For example, the UN Migration Compact. Over the past 4 or 5 months of 2018, we were monitoring an absolutely dominant trolling campaign online that completely undermined any verified information about the compact online, especially in German language, but also Spanish language, a lot from Chile, in the US, in the UK, an enormous campaign around that. And you know, focusing this advertising transparency regulation just around election context is going to miss that build-up of momentum and mobilization of the kind of groups that are targeted by these kind of malign campaigns and are shifting their attitudes in the meantime while we're waiting and doing nothing. So I think pressure to expand and extend those kind of transparency regulations would be an important first step in terms of protecting some of the issue areas that are going to prove central when elections come around.
Yeah. Good. I'm glad you came on to the whole issue of regulation, because that's a big conversation here in Brussels since last autumn, when the Commission's Code of Practice was signed with some of the main platforms. And that issue of how do you tighten electoral regulations, but where does the responsibility lie? Is it voluntary or is it legislated for? And how do you do it in a way that doesn't necessarily suppress bona fide grassroots activism? So I think that's a really important point. Now, we have about sort of 6-7 minutes left. So what I'm going to suggest we do is go back to each speaker, give you about a minute and a half, to suggest 1 or 2 things that we absolutely have to do that we haven't been doing so far. Or if you can't be that concrete, at least identify the question that we really haven't identified an answer to, that we need to think about much more. So I'll go in reverse order and start with Rachel.
Okay. I think applying your traditional electoral laws to online and working with tech companies to work through the complications that will come from that. There are also new issues online, use of bots, etc., that you will need to be involved in the regulation of. I think you make an important point that you don't want to suppress smaller groups, because these efforts, the regulation you put on companies, will require resources. The bigger companies can afford it. Do not be afraid to ask for a lot, but you also do not want to stop smaller tech organizations and platforms from being overburdening them with regulation that they simply would not be able to provide. And also, once you get past the electoral period, to echo Chloe's excellent point, there is more long-term issue here. I think that brilliant, did anyone see that brilliant Brexit documentary, or not documentary, with Benedict Cumberbatch? It made such a brilliant point that the roots to Brexit have been planted years ahead. So once you solve the election issue, or make an attempt to, you then have to look to those long-term, propaganda and disinformation campaigns, because by the time you get to your election, the seeds have already been sown. So there's the immediate risk, and we've May elections coming up, but then there's the long-term licks you need to look to.
Yep, thank you. Lisa.
I think the one point that's been so eloquently highlighted by everyone on this stage, including the ambassadors this morning, is really that this is not a new issue, it's a new sphere. And I would add to that this is not a technical question, but it is a rule of law question. And in looking at that, I highlighted several steps to take, on all of which I'm ready to present a 90-minute speech. So here's the 2 most important ones. First of all, operational information exchange in the lead-up and during the active phase of the EU elections. That's not mystified, that's not done in silos, and that doesn't actually kill the actionable value of information by putting a stamp on it. Because making something a secret makes sure that it never becomes an action item. Yeah. Let's not do that, but building an actual, taking advantage of the already existing networks, such as the network of the CERTs, the CCERTs network, to make sure that we can, I'll be in the United States, that the European actors can talk to each other directly and not make the same mistake 27 or 28 times over, and use what we have, use the networks we already have in place, and not cry for misinfo regulation or election regulation. But remember, within the last year, we've had the Network Information Security Directive that protects critical information assets implemented, and we've had the General Data Protection Regulation that protects privacy implemented. So use what we have, but make it actionable. Yeah,
and you'll know, of course, in December that the EU agreed to set up this new information exchange system, which should be live by March. There are others who are doing the same in the G7, for example, and I think that's really fundamental, to set up an operational system that actually helps us share the right information in real time. Thank you. Clint.
For regulation, it's really comes down to anonymity protection versus verifying and authenticity. And I think both the regulators and the companies have to come together to solve that. Everyone's free speech needs to be protected, but you can't yell fire in a movie theater. So we have to come up with some way to verify that real people are speaking. They can be held accountable for what they say. Anonymous posting sites are tearing apart democracy. And I think the last part I would add in terms of regulation debate is that social media is designed to give you content you like from people that look like you and talk like you. You cannot regulate that out. It is the service. It is also the design flaw. So if you want to stop disinformation online, you need to do that in person, which means advocacy, the physical world, and bringing that together. I think that speaks to what Rachel was talking about in terms of civil society.
Yeah, thank you. And Chloe, finally.
I'm going to finish on a civil society related point, I think, in that case, which is that we see these massive sectors and policy remits, progressive policy remits, climate change, migration sector, really the full frontal targets of a lot of these malign campaigns now. And actually, I think bringing together the resources of the disinformation, misinformation, hate speech, migration policy and climate change sectors together in civil society to work on this issue would at least get us some way to the resource and the scale of activity of networks that we need to really mount a proportional response to some of this online. And I don't think that's happened to date.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, everyone. Now, I'm told you have a short, 15 or so minutes for a coffee break, and the next session starts at 10:02. So if you'd join me in thanking all our panelists, please. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Wonderful. Giles, thank you.
she walks through her sunken dream to the seats with the clearest view, and she's hooked to the silver screen. But the film is a sad thing for she's lived it 10 times or more.
Fantastic. If you're by the door, try to make your way up, up, up. Please and thank you. You have your coffee. Do you want to keep moving forward? Fantastic. Good, good, good. Find your seats. I'll wait for you. A brief reminder to silence your phone. Use hashtag DisinfoWeek to follow the conversation. Make sure that you greet each other after every coffee break. That's for free. Fantastic. So the first panel talked about past elections. It mentioned various things such as there are different actors. We should be looking out for domestic actors as well as foreign actors, but not just actors, right? We need to start thinking about the tools that these actors use in our information space, around our elections, and just generally in our day-to-day political discourse. That is why, as we're progressing, you're going to see that there is some reason behind the order of the panels and the discussions. And it is my absolute honor to welcome the person that laid the foundation for the Atlantic Council's work on disinformation to give you a presentation on unpacking the toolkit of influence. She is a fellow at Brookings Institution. She's a professor at SAIS, and she's the best of the best, Alina Polyakova.
Thank you, Geisha. That was an amazing 30-second or 10-second introduction. So thank you for having me, and it's really fantastic to see Disinfo Week become this incredible event in Europe after when I was at the Atlantic Council, did it together in the United States. So Geisha put me on the spot a little bit and asked me to do something I don't usually do because I tend to be an analyst and a researcher. But she asked me to tell you a story. And I thought I would experience. So instead of telling you about the toolkit, I want to tell you about how I came to personally experience the Kremlin's toolkit. So let's go back to 10 years ago. It's shocking to me that it was 10 years ago. And I was a graduate student at the time, interested in a really niche topic. And the niche topic was the rise of far-right political parties in Europe. Nobody cared at the time. My dissertation advisor told me, Alina, who gives a damn about this? Forget it. Nobody cares about Ukraine. Just go home. You're never going to get a job. This is a true story. So there I was doing research on trying to understand why we were suddenly seeing these populist movements emerge in Europe. And as I was finishing my doctorate, I started to notice something really funny. And I didn't know how to make sense of it. And what I started to notice was not just that these far-right parties were emerging because of domestic reasons in European countries, they seemed to start coordinating something with the Kremlin. So you have people like Marine Le Pen, leader of the then National Front, making a lot of visits to Russia, where she was received as a state leader, as the head of state, not as the leader of a fringe political party in France. And I started to see this network of political parties from the far right, and the Kremlin started to have a lot of meetings and coordinate their efforts together. And I thought, this is odd. Why are the Russians or the Russian government so interested in these relatively small political movements? And on the other hand, don't we tend to associate the Russian government with leftist, communist movements as the legacy of the Soviet Union? So what really accounts for this new relationship? So as I was looking into this, something else happened. So here we are in 2013, and all of a sudden, there's a massive democratic uprising in Ukraine against a corrupt government, and the Euromaidan revolution begins. I'm in the Swiss countryside at the time, where I was actually teaching at a university. And to go back to some of my research back in the day, I didn't mention that one thing I did as part of my doctoral work was that I spent about 2 years interviewing far-right activists in Ukraine. So I can't let a university let me do this, but somehow they said, hey, you know, you're a young woman, you want to spend your time with neo-Nazis and far-right fringe groups, go ahead, just do your thing. So I did that for 2 years in Ukraine. I was really interested in trying to understand, why do people join these movements? So then Maidan happens, and I see some of these, you see some of these red and black flags on the screen. And yeah, those elements were there. The people I had spent time with for 2 years were there. But they were a really fringe, small part of the movement. And I was there, I was going to Maidan a lot, and then my own mother called me. And we're from Ukraine. I was born in Kiev. And she said, Alina, what are you doing there? You have to get out. There's a fascist coup. You know, this is a neo-Nazi government. You have to get out. And I thought, what's going on here? You know, I'm here. I know that's not what's happening. Why does my own mother think that this is what's actually happening? And when I tell her the opposite, she's having a hard time believing me. So we can expect this kind of reporting that was coming out of the Russian state-funded media at the time, basically saying that the entire Maidan revolution, you know, everybody knows the narrative, is a Nazi fascist coup, exactly what my mother has said. And I thought, what's going on here? Well, then I started looking into it a little bit more, and not was it only just RT, then some strange websites started pushing the same kind of narrative, right? Washington was behind the Ukraine coup, this is typical Kremlin narrative. And then, lo and behold, it starts to seep into some mainstream media. This is The Hill. It's a publication that's geared towards congressional staff and members in the United States, and this was an article they published. The reality of neo-Nazis in Ukraine is far from Kremlin propaganda. You have the NBC. U.S. cozies up to Kiev government, including far-right. Again, at the time, the Russian state-sponsored media, not just RT, but Russian language media, was criticizing John McCain for meeting with some of the leaders of the new Ukrainian government, calling them neo-Nazis. Same narrative was again picked up in U.S. mainstream media. And then lo and behold, the BBC actually publishes a documentary film around, I think this was 2014 or 2015, called Ukraine's Far-Right Problem. Okay? I'm not going to play the whole thing, but you get the point. So, as this was happening, I started to realize that what was happening was a concerted and strategic disinformation campaign. And it wasn't just my experience. There was an entire system emerging where the strategy and the tactics were to try to poison our narrative, to try to seep into our mainstream media, and most Western journalists in the time bought into it. Why? Because there were no foreign correspondents in Kiev. They were all in Moscow at the time, and they're reporting on Kiev as to what was happening. What were they reading? To get their information, they spoke Russian. They were reading Russian media that was dominating the narrative. But, you know, we started to learn, and we learned very quickly. So one of the first, you could say, counter-disinformation NGOs that emerged was, of course, in Ukraine for this obvious reason. So then we have Stop Fake. I know we have Yevhen, who started Stop Fakes here somewhere. Started to do some of this debunking. There's a famous story that most of you probably know about, that Russian media made up a story, hired an actress to say that the Ukrainian military forces crucified a little boy in a small town of Slavyansk. Totally made up. Stop Fake debunked it. And they debunked it very fast. And then many other NGOs and nonprofits and civil society groups started to emerge. The Baltic Elves, EU versus Disinfo, the governmental level, the Atlantic Council, working together with Bellingcat. So we started to pick up, we in the civil society space, and we started to respond. But what I learned very quickly was this was just the tip of the iceberg, the information warfare. So I started looking into this. What became very obvious is that there was money laundering, illicit finance, dirty money flowing through various networks into Western societies using Western financial institutions, money laundering involving buying up real estate in places like London that's now being looked into very strategically and very concretely by the British government. Various types of real estate deals happening in the United States as well. The export of kleptocracy. And not just that, economic leverage as well. So the use of energy by the Russian government to try to gain influence and try to gain leverage within European societies especially. Nord Stream 2 is one of these political projects that is still ongoing. And cyber attacks. We all know about the hack and leak attacks that happened during the US elections, the French elections, but that's not the bulk of it. The reality is that the Russians have been testing various forms of cyber attacks on critical infrastructure systems in Ukraine. Ukraine has been a test lab. There's no accident that my interest in Russian influence began in Ukraine. The Russians have taken down electrical grids in Ukraine. They tried to take down Ukraine's financial systems. The country is basically under attack at all times. And what I realized was that this was all part of a bigger ecosystem, but not a beautiful ecosystem like this one. Kind of a dirty and gross and dark ecosystem, right? An ecosystem of influence that tries to use the elements of open societies, including open financial systems that can be manipulated for illicit financial purposes, for money laundering, including open communication systems that can be manipulated for disinformation campaigns. All of those elements of open societies that we've seen emerge as a byproduct of globalization over the last decades are now all being flipped and subverted for the use of malicious actors like the Kremlin. And it's still ongoing. And this is the key takeaway. We're talking a lot about election integrity, and as well we should. But that's only because the West only woke up to this because of Russian interference in our elections. The reality is that these are not one-off events. So elections provide a great opportunity for bad actors, especially the Russian government, who are trying to find a chance to get more eyeballs on the kinds of information warfare they're launching. So it's a great opportunity for some sort of meddling. But it's not the only opportunity. This was a search I did in the fall of last year during the Russian incursion into the Kerch Strait, where the Russian Navy basically took over and continues to hold hostage about 23 Ukrainian sailors in the Kerch Strait, the Sea of Azov. I did a search on Google for Kerch Strait. This is not a joke. And if you look at the top results I received, they're all from Sputnik and TASS, which is the Russian official state-funded media source. Why is this still happening in 2019? And there's many more examples of this. Obviously in the US elections, around the Skripal attacks. This was, I think, from a very recent EU versus Disinfo research. There have been 138 different stories from the Russian side about what happened with the Skripal attack. Anything to try to undermine and subvert the truth. This is a quick article from Politico. I think that you get the point. Elections are important, but they're not the only target of attack. They're not the only potential victim. And of course, it's all the entire space of social media, not just Google, not just Facebook, not just Twitter. It's the entire platform system, the entire infrastructure is being used in various ways to try to coordinate and amplify these kinds of false narratives. So we've done some things. We're catching up now at the governmental level. As you know, the EU has revealed its own action plan for fighting disinformation. That's a great start. The social media networks are doing some good things around political ads, around taking down various automated accounts. YouTube is trying to do some things, but as many here in the room, I see some familiar faces that have been doing a lot of work on this, they're still falling far behind. So at the national level, there's some great efforts, especially countries like Sweden and the Baltic states, but on the whole, we still don't have a grasp of the big picture, the entire toolkit, because this is not just about disinformation, It is about illicit finance. It is about political influence and networks. It is about energy, and it is about cyber attacks. And this ecosystem is evolving. This ecosystem of influence is evolving very quickly. We're all talking about, the potential implications of AI, deep fakes, right? Audio manipulation, video manipulation that we're not able to detect. We haven't seen this technology being used in a sustained and strategic way by countries like Russia, but it's just a matter of time. And we're focusing on AI, but there are going to be many more emerging technologies that are going to start to hyperpower this kind of gray warfare. And the big question I have now, and to my own surprise, now I work a lot on tech, but it all makes sense, right? It all makes sense over the last 10 years how this happened to me, somebody who's tried to avoid tech as much as possible my whole life. But this ecosystem is evolving, and I think the question that I have for us, and that we are now only starting to grapple with at the very, very beginnings of it, is, are we? So thank you very much.
Great job. Fantastic. Okay, so now that we know, well, are we? That is a great question. Again, hashtag DisinfoWeek, if you want to start the debate on this. But I'm pleased to welcome Jack Stubbs, who is the cyber correspondent for Reuters, to take us on the discussion of malicious state and non-state actors. Who are they? What do they want? And why? Thank you, Jack.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. So this second panel of the day is, as Geisha just said, malicious state and non-state actors. Who are they? What do they want? And why? Before we get started, I've been asked to do a couple of items of quick housekeeping. So can you please remember to have your phones on silent? Not the last time you'll hear that today. This panel will last for an hour, and there will be no audience Q&A, but there is the opportunity to join the conversation on Twitter. For that, the hashtag is DisinfoWeek, or one word. So for those of you I haven't met, my name is Jack, and I cover cybersecurity for Reuters news agency across Europe, Middle East, and Africa. Part of my beat is looking at influence operations and disinformation, so I have some experience in this space, and indeed working with some of the people on this panel today. Speaking of our panel, I'll just run you through quickly who's going to be part of the conversation. Here on my left, we have Lee Foster. Lee runs the Information Operations Analysis team at FireEye Intelligence, and his team specializes in identifying cyber-driven nation-state influence campaigns and non-state actor hacktivism. He will be speaking today largely about his experience dealing with actors from Iran and the Middle East. Moving on, we have Jakub Kalinski. Jakub joined the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center last year and is currently a non-resident senior fellow focusing on disinformation. In this capacity, Jakub says his aim is to raise awareness about pro-Kremlin disinformation campaigns, and those will be the actors he will be speaking about today. Daniel Milo is a senior research fellow at the Globsec Policy Institute and also a former advisor on countering extremism to the Slovak Minister of Justice. His focus today will be on some of the more interesting groups in this space, which are those non-state aligned actors, particularly focused on far-right and far-left political groups. And last but by no means least, fresh off a transatlantic flight, is Shanti Kalathil. Shanti is Senior Director of the International Forum for Democratic Studies at the National Endowment for Democracy, where she says her work focuses primarily on authoritarian challenges to democracy in the information age. And today she will be speaking about the role of China in the information space. To start things off, we have an opportunity for each of the panelists to open with 5 to 7 minutes of kind of initial remarks. And Lee, since you're here, would you like to start us off?
Happy to. Thanks for having me, Atlantic Council. It's great to be here. So, as Jack mentioned, I run a dedicated team of intelligence analysts at FireEye that's focused on identifying, tracking disinformation campaigns online, and this is a kind of natural extension of the work we do tracking intrusion activity from hostile state actors. What I want to talk about today, very briefly, is a kind of summary of an Iranian operation that we uncovered last summer published and has since received a lot of attention from other researchers, unmasking more and more components of this campaign. And then talk a little bit about some of the broader implications I think about when I look at what we saw in the Iranian context. So what did we find? What we uncovered was a extensive network of what we would call fabricated news sites, because fake news has become such a politicized term. But news sites masking their true origins, hiding their identities, focused on pushing Iranian state propaganda to audiences all over the world. And these sites were accompanied by very elaborate networks of fake social media profiles that we use to push content from these sites to specific audiences. And I mentioned all over the world. I mean, we're talking not just the US and UK, but we saw sites targeting Latin America, countries in Africa, the Middle East, Asia, Indonesia, Russia, and so on. I mean, this was really a global exercise here. The content was pretty basic, but very much in line with Iranian state interests. A lot of anti-Saudi material, a lot of anti-US material, anti-Israeli material, pro-Palestine material. And so this was a big clue to us in terms of the unusual nature of these sites and these accounts, given the purported identities that they were actually adopting. To give you one good example, we uncovered a network of social media accounts that were purporting to be left-leaning progressives in California that were heavily promoting pro-Iranian content. And it's kind of unusual discrepancies in the actual material being promoted and the identities or the purported identities of the individuals pushing it. That can often be a good clue into instigating further investigation into those sites and those accounts. One thing that was interesting was pretty soon before we made our public announcement about this network, we saw some of the accounts actually shift to what we might think about as what we've seen a more traditional Russian model of adopting personas in an attempt to actually try to influence domestic politics within particular countries. So to give you an example, one of the sites we were tracking was a site called Liberty Front Press. And what we saw from some of their social media accounts is around June, July of last year, they completely changed their identities to align themselves with progressive movements in the US. One account calling itself the Berniecrats, taking on this identity of being a Bernie Sanders supporter. We've also uncovered sites that we believe to be in Iranian origin that align themselves with the Black Lives Matters movement. Again, this is a technique we saw from Russia. So to me, this is a curious kind of observation, this shift from pure traditional state propaganda to what appears to be efforts to actually potentially influence domestic politics, in a specific country. And so this makes me think about to what extent are different state actors learning from each other in this process. As Russian activity is unmasked, how is Iran looking at that and adjusting its own tactics? And then consequently, how is Russia adapting its tactics? Some broader implications of this activity that I wanted to speak to. There's kind of two or three here. First, I wonder to what extent this might become the new norm of this type of activity. And why do I say this? We found no links to any sort of what you would classify as hacking activity, intrusion activity. Right? There's no real cyber dimension to this in the same way that we saw with Russia. Of course, Iran has those capabilities. We track extensively Iranian intrusion operations, but we found no linkages between those and this disinformation network. And this, I think, presents important implications for how we think about tackling this type of activity. And I'd kind of point back to Ambassador Fried's remarks here about how you need policy approaches to deal with this, because this activity is not prosecutable. Right? When there's an intrusion, you have a specific crime that you can go after. There's some sort of entity, agency that will have jurisdiction to pursue a criminal complaint against that. That does not exist in this same kind of space here. So I think that's an important thing to think about there. And kind of linked to that, given the heavy emphasis of news sites behind this Iranian campaign, and what we're seeing with Russia as well now, with the creation of the USA Really site, a sub-site of the Federal News Agency, these kind of gray area entities that push disinformation, propaganda, but mask themselves as news entities. To what extent does that inhibit our ability to tackle these and take them down if they can claim defenses aligned with freedom of the press and so on? So this is another important kind of implication, I think, about having unmasked this. I'll leave it there for now, Jack, but I'm happy to follow up with additional questions.
Thank you. Jakob.
Thank you. I'm really happy that we actually have a panel specifically on malicious state and non-state actors, because I had the pleasure to work with Giles, who was sitting in your chair just a few minutes ago, and I've been a part of many debates here on the EU level. How do we tackle actually this problem? How do we counter the trouble of disinformation? And I was a little bit frustrated that far too often the debates were mostly about repairing our weaknesses. So let's raise media literacy and the problem will go away. Let's support journalists and fact-checkers and the problem will go away. Let's ask social media to do something, and most people in Brussels actually do not know what they are asking from social media, and the problem will go away. And the trouble is, the problem will not go away. The trouble is that we face, in the Kremlin, we face an aggressor who will keep looking for new and new weaknesses, no matter how many weaknesses we repair. And we've seen it already happening in many places in Europe. I'm not saying it's not important. Obviously, we have to focus on media literacy, even for our own sake, no matter whether we have Kremlin or Iran using information weapons. But it will not make the problem go away. We've seen that the Kremlin really adapts its tactics and strategy based on the audiences they are trying to influence. Social media might have been the most important tool during the US election campaign in 2016. It is a tool that is not that important in Central Europe. In Central Europe, you would face much more chain emails that are spreading disinformation from those fringe websites. In English, you know, Zero Hedge or Infowars, Breitbart, whatdoesitmean.com. You would have 40 of these pages in Czech Republic, 40 of them in Slovakia as well, 80 of them in Hungary, 80 of them in Poland. And the senior population, they are sending each other chain emails with this kind of information. And you know, when you receive the disinformation from a friend, it's much more trustworthy than if you find it on the internet. They tried opening Sputnik offices in Scandinavia. It didn't work. They had to shut them down, most probably because, yeah, the media literacy in Scandinavian states is higher than, for example, in Central Europe. That doesn't mean they would leave Scandinavia. They shifted their focus on trolling on social media. The worst case of trolling in the European Union we know about is the Finnish journalist Jessica Aro, and manipulating the comment sections under established media outlets. So the trouble is that this is the nature of this aggressor. If we go and answer the questions that are in the title of this panel, what do they want and why? Yeah, the Kremlin wants to keep doing this because it's actually their only option, this constant weakening of our position. What do they want? They want to undermine the West, they want to spread confusion, they want to amplify divisions, either use the existing ones we might have. So, for example, during the recent Czech presidential elections, it was mostly divisions between the capital and the countryside, between the old generation and the newer generation, between better educated and less educated, between people with better income and worse income. Or they can even invent completely artificial divisions. So for example, this artificial division of basic human rights being in a contradiction with some undefined traditional values, which actually in Russian understanding means something like, I can beat my wife whenever I want. That's the traditional value they try to promote. So they try to find the divisions on the most strategic level, be it between the US and Europe, be it between particular European member states, but also on a micro level, like within one particular society, you can try to find some issue like the Polish-Ukrainian tensions, Polish-Lithuanian question, or the anti-Western sentiment in many countries. They will keep doing that. And why? Because it's the only option for them. There is a nice distinction how we in the West understand public diplomacy and how the Kremlin understands it. We understand it as a non-zero-sum game. We can have more attractive Slovakia and more attractive Czech Republic, and nobody loses anything. We just gain. This is not how the Kremlin sees it. Somebody's gain equals my loss, and my gain means their loss. What do you have to do in a situation when you can't improve your own position? And Putin is exactly in that position. He's been there 20 years, and he's ruining the country. People are running away. That's the fresh report of Atlantic Council about the horrible brain drain of Russia. People, the emigration from Russia is now at the levels of it used to be in the 20s during Lenin's and Stalin's early term. So he hasn't reformed the economy in 20 years. He is still dependent on oil. He's really ruining the country. He has to shut down the hospitals. He has to cut the expenses on education and shut down schools. The only two chapters that always receive more money are army and the media, because most probably because media are part of his army. So what is the only option you have when you can't improve your own position? You have to weaken your adversary's position. He will keep doing that until we stop him. So I think that the trouble we face with this particular malicious actor, if we do not stop him, and if we just focus on repairing the weaknesses, we will keep having the problem. And I also think that given our Western weak reaction towards Russia's aggression, we have actually encouraged other actors to use the same weapons, like Iran. We have shown that we tolerate this, we have shown that we do not punish it, and that means that more malicious actors are using these weapons.
Thank you, very interesting. Daniel.
I very much welcome to having such a panel combining the role of state and non-state actors. And after excellent Alina's presentation, she made a very compelling explanation of why actually the non-state actors play a very crucial and important role in Kremlin's toolkit. And I've been following different extremist movements for more than 15 years. And when I remember back in early 2000s, these were really closed groups lurking in dark corners of the internet, like Stormfront, behind password-protected access, where ordinary people never ever ventured, unless they really were interested in those really fringe political groups. Nowadays, 15 years on, we have a number of the same people whom I've been following for more than 15 years, sitting in national parliaments, in the European Parliament, and we tremble with each and every election in the EU, but also maybe on the other side of the Atlantic, whether finally the dominoes would fall and whether the anti-system political forces would actually trigger a major change in orientation of a given country. We have two European governments, one in Italy, one in Austria, where junior members of the ruling coalition have official cooperation agreement with Putin's United Russia. This is, unheard of in modern history. And next June, when the renewal of Russian sanctions would come to vote in European Council, many things could happen. And if you look at this issue from a broader perspective, this is one of the key reasons why Russia decided a long time ago to support these fringe political movements, be it on the far left or far right, in order to achieve its broader geopolitical goals. And when I think about what has happened in these 15 years, why those fringe political voices have come to the mainstream, definitely the impact of social media and the early adoption of all the opportunities that are provided by social media, by those fringe political groups, is of crucial importance. They have been early adopters, and I looked at some of the metrics. If you just compare, for example, the number of likes and followers of, say, AfD in Germany versus the CDU, the AfD, despite the fact that it has 3 times less votes in the general elections, is outperforming the CDU by far. And this goes, if you look at any European country and compare the two kind of components, on one hand, the fringe political movements, be it far left or far right, and on the other hand, the traditional political parties, unfortunately, the fringe is doing much, much, much better. One part of the explanation is that, yes, they are early adopters, they know how to use social media to its fullest potential. The other half of the answer is that there is astroturfing, there is bots, there are trolls that are helping to create an impression that actually their online presence is much bigger and their footprint is much bigger than it is in real life. And this is where actually the Russians come into play. And if you study the relationship between far right, specifically to a certain extent also far left, and Russia, it goes back to Cold War. In 1950s, Soviet Union back then was supporting, kind of post-NSDAP parties in Germany, and this has been continuing up until today. And with the revival of Russian imperialist, let's say, doctrine, the use of political parties in different countries is kind of one of important parts of the agenda. And why do they cooperate? How would you reconcile sometimes very conservative political actors who have been anti-communist for the great part with Russia and its strategic goals? Well, I consider this as a kind of unholy alliance. There are many commonalities, kind of using the principle, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and at least for the time being, in some countries it seems to be the marriage of convenience, in other countries it's marriage of passion. Really, there are people who have been vocal supporters of Putin since his early days, even before it became very popular. In other countries, it's really just a strategic alliance. And without us looking into and analyzing really deeply those connections, because they go well beyond the information space. As Alina said, there is political party financing, there is strategic corruption, there is economic pressure, hacking and providing of compromat, as Russians call it, meaning information that is able to compromise particular political candidates. This whole is a spectrum, and therefore I try to look at those issues from a perspective of hybrid threats or hybrid warfare. So this is really a strategic, very complex operation that if we want to push back against those efforts, we really also need to think strategically. I consider this to be a kind of a revival of a culture war, that, there is this alliance of domestic and foreign actors trying to push back against liberal democratic order, using all means at their disposal to create cleavages, to sow confusion, to polarize our societies for their own benefit.
Thank you, Daniel. And Shanti.
Thank you. So, Jack asked us to talk a little bit about the main title of this panel, which is Who Are They and What Do They Want? So in the case of China, it's pretty simple. The who is the Chinese Party state. And what does the Chinese Party state want? It wants to make the world safe for the Chinese Party state. And one of the key avenues that it exerts influence through and tries to achieve this goal through is the global information space. But I would argue that it does so in a way that is distinct and is perhaps unique among authoritarian actors in this space, because unlike many others, I don't believe that the Chinese government is trying to necessarily harness asymmetric power. I think it's quite confident in its growing power and its ability to not simply manipulate or play democracies off against each other, but to really affect the fabric of the information space itself. And it brings to bear all of its instruments in doing so, including leverage over its own private sector and international businesses through influencing build-out of infrastructure, and increasingly through the development of platforms and technologies that will shape the way that democracies function for the foreseeable future. So let me just make 3 quick points. The first is that I think to date, what we've seen or what we've heard when we hear about China is this idea that the Chinese government is trying to export authoritarianism around the world, and that by developing its own intensive surveillance capacities at home, particularly in places like Xinjiang, where up to 1 million people are now incarcerated in camps and are massively surveilled through a truly fearsome combination of different technologies. The argument is that the Chinese government is taking these surveillance techniques and exporting them to other autocratic governments around the world. And in so doing, it's strengthening these autocratic governments. And while I would argue that this is a part of it, I would say it's not the whole picture. And I think if we only think in terms of how China is exporting authoritarianism, we also miss the piece where it is actively trying to weaken democratic institutions through the information space. And let me just give a couple of examples of that. For one thing, I think everybody is familiar with the system of Chinese censorship, which is generally known as the Great Firewall. Within China, information is censored. International platforms, media platforms, and so on are not allowed. And the type of information that people are allowed to access is not simply limited, but highly manipulated, so that there is a variety of content, but none of it is designed to encourage going outside what might be seen as a safe sandbox. What I would argue is that as Chinese enterprises have grown, as the Chinese government has increased its scope and its ambition, it seeks to take this type of model globally. And it does so through influencing the platforms themselves. And we've seen examples of that through recent pressure on Western platforms who have been asked to develop censorship tools for the Chinese market, but also to the development of its own homegrown technologies and platforms. And one area where we see this is in development of, for instance, messaging tools like WeChat, which is now being increasingly popularized around the world. And I almost see this as an evolving alternative information ecosystem. So while we have these norms and regulations, and increasingly people are trying to understand how to clean up the information space in democracies, either through regulating existing platforms or some sort of measures such as Jakob was talking about that I know you're a bit skeptical of, maybe media literacy and so on, I see an evolving alternative information space that is powered by authoritarian governments where they have full access to people's data because they have essentially created legal and technological loopholes to gain that access. And they can freely, and to my mind, in a very non-transparent way, manipulate the types of information that appear on those platforms. And increasingly, that's not relevant just to the Chinese domestic space, but all sorts of places around the world, and not just in the Chinese language either. The second point is that I think that the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, has been thinking about the strategic use of information for a very long time. There's a word that it doesn't translate very well into English, but it's called informatization. It's a bit unwieldy, but it essentially means the incorporation and strategic deployment of information in every sphere of politics and society and economics. I first heard this term a few decades ago. I hate to say that, but I mean, back when China really wasn't an information power. It was really just starting to develop these capacities, and yet, at very high levels, people were already thinking about how to strategically use information and use that information to maintain the Chinese party state's primacy. The new wrinkle is that there is a new term, and the new term is intelligentization. Again, in English, quite unwieldy, but the practical implications and ramifications of that are that the Chinese government is really thinking holistically about applying new tools like artificial intelligence, machine learning, collection of big data, and so on, and seamlessly integrating that with perhaps some of the information acquired through cyber intrusions and so on into a massive database that can then be used worldwide. And I think we really are only beginning to see the ramifications of what intelligentization means. And this is what really keeps me up at night, unfortunately. And that leads me to my third point, which is I think that democracies around the world have really only begun to grapple with this issue. I think primarily, unfortunately, a lot of these issues with the Chinese government and technology have been cast purely in strategic or economic competition terms. I really think that a huge implication of the development of these types of technologies is in the democratic space. And this is of consequence not just to the large established democracies, the Western democracies, but vulnerable and struggling democracies around the world where they don't have the capabilities to really deal with some of these complex issues. There are also ramifications for democratic institutions and governance, such as in the realm of internet governance, where the Chinese government has been much more active. So my takeaway from all of this is that I think not only is it a slightly different frame than when we talk about what the Kremlin is doing, but I think democracies have to get a lot smarter and a lot faster in really thinking through the long-term implications of China's rise in this area.
Cool. Thank you very much. So we have just over 20 minutes now for a slightly more free-form discussion. And Jakob, I'll throw the first question to you, because I know this is something you and I have discussed in the past, but why do you think it's specifically important to analyze the motive of as well as the actions of these actors?
Well, first one, it's just a vocabulary definition of the word disinformation. It's an intentional spread of false information. Meaning if you analyze the intention, you also have to analyze the actor. If you do not analyze the actor or the intention, you are analyzing only false information, nothing else. That's why I'm actually not 100% sure that fact-checkers are 100% of the solution to the problem of disinformation, because they usually analyze only is the information false or not, but not the intention why the false information is being spread. Second, I think in order not to propose disproportional solutions, we have to be aware what are the aims and goals of the person or organization spreading this information. It is really different if we have, 400-pound kid lying on a bed, tweeting false stuff about the best president the US has had. And it's different if we really have a nation state who has a long-term strategy, probably more long-term in the case of China than in the case of Russia, which might go bankrupt in 10 years. But I think, the threat is much bigger if you intend to basically destroy the way how the Euro-Atlantic space functions. That's a really big difference than if someone is spreading false information just for fun.
Okay. And Lee, one of the things you mentioned in your opening remarks was that there are some marked differences between what you saw the Iranian groups doing in terms of pushing essentially Iranian-aligned propaganda messages compared to what we've seen from Russian-linked actors, which was a lot more kind of an offensive action aimed at destabilizing and creating divisions in society. Do you think that speaks to a difference in motive, and if so, how should that inform our understanding of it? And then leading on from that, some of the stuff you saw later in the campaign, right, was this beginning of an overlap with the Iranian groups starting to mimic or at least take on stuff we've seen linked to Russian groups. So does that indicate or speak to a kind of perhaps a change in motive as the campaign developed?
Yes, so I think to address the first part, it's not just a case of necessarily different motives, but different actors as well.
Okay.
And who's actually taking on a lot of this activity. In the Iranian context, there's been public statements made by some of the social media companies saying that they could link this activity on the back end to Iranian state media. So, this is an extension of their broader mission, whereas in the context of Russia, some of the most aggressive activity has obviously been linked directly to the GRU. So I think that's important there in addition to the motives. as I mentioned earlier, I think there's a feedback loop going on here. As actors continue to learn from each other, what appears to work, what doesn't, and so on, they adjust their tactics. They change things up. We see that in the Russia context with, how different Russian activity looks today compared to even in two years ago. In terms of less reliance on false personas and so on that analysts can very easily pick apart, to a greater reliance on amplifying kind of legitimate conversations online and things like that. And I mentioned earlier, moving towards this kind of, news-based approach as well that Iran leveraged. So I think there's learning going on there. And, the actors will adopt whichever kind of toolkit they believe fits the particular aim or goal that they're trying to achieve. Again, we don't know in the Iranian context because the whole thing got blown open as they were changing it up. So, we don't know what otherwise could have been. But it did seem to indicate that they had decided they wanted to at least experiment with a more active role in terms of trying to specifically influence policy discussions, domestic politics in a target country, rather than merely kind of boost perceptions of Iran and kind of, weaken impressions of Iranian adversaries.
Yeah. Do you have any kind of particularly prevalent examples of that off the top of your head?
Of trying to influence?
Yeah, I guess so.
I mentioned before the whole Bernie Kratz adoption of these progressive left personas, and some sites affiliated with Black Lives Matters and so on. I think as a potential indication there that they were potentially experimenting with how could we influence domestic politics in a specific country.
No, and I think this idea of a feedback loop, as Lee called it, and these different actors learning from each other is really interesting. And Shanti, it seems to me that China has taken a remarkably different approach, perhaps, in this space compared to some of the Russian and Iranian and fringe-linked groups that we've been speaking about. Do you think there is scope for Chinese actors to learn from some of these other groups, or vice versa, these other groups to learn from the Chinese approach?
I do think there's tremendous scope for the Chinese state and linked entities to learn from the approach of the Iranian and Kremlin actors, because I think that they are dedicated to trying to, perfect all these different techniques, especially as they expand overseas and develop their own platforms. That's the space that I find most interesting. Right. And one thing that I'd heard earlier is that, the Kremlin developed some of these techniques after first refining and perfecting them within Russia and trying to use these techniques on its own population. And then started to apply them effectively overseas. And I'm wondering if China is looking to perhaps mirror that as well, because, of course, domestically, China developed its own techniques. But I think it's also one lesson that it's learned from the Kremlin is that it is distressingly easy and low cost to implement some of these very disruptive techniques. And I absolutely expect that there's at very least the interest right now, if not the exact capability, to do so.
Yeah. Do you think it's happening already, or is this something you expect to see more of in the near-term future, or perhaps more long-term future?
I think, it's hard to say. So, for instance, if you talk to people who study disinformation in Taiwan, they say there's absolutely evidence of Chinese government meddling in the information space in Taiwan using similar techniques. I think outside of the Chinese language space, it's a little bit harder to discern. And people have said, well, what they're trying to do doesn't seem that effective so far. But I think as Chinese platforms themselves rise in importance, and you can already point to a number of them that are now spreading around the world, who's to say who is manipulating those platforms? I think if they have a link to the party, there's all sorts of potential for mischief there.
Are there any particular geographic areas which you think would merit attention in terms of this?
I mean, I would have originally said primarily in areas where there's a large Chinese language speaking population, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and so on, are places that China feels are strategically important. But actually, through acquisitions and other means, Chinese companies now own many major platforms, including, I mean, there's one that's been in the news recently called TikTok, which is being used by people all over the world, youth all over the world. I think there's not so much knowledge that that is owned by a Chinese company, and that Chinese companies, regardless of what it says in the terms of service, at some level are unable to defy the party if the party comes to a company and says, we need you to do X, Y, and Z. So if you look at that chain there, it would make me, start to look a little bit more at the presence of these types of platforms in many different countries.
Okay. Daniel, the three other members of this panel are kind of representing groups that have been linked to nation-state entities, whereas you obviously have a slightly more diverse playing field in terms of the groups that you're talking about. Do you think we can analyze and compare the motive of non-state groups in the same way as we talk about nation-state actors? Are there any kind of dangers or challenges in that approach?
Well, since there are so many of them, it's harder to distinguish between individual reasons for particular behavior, since they're much more fragmented. Mm-hmm. On the other hand, what I see when I study those movements and the way that they communicate, you see kind of overarching narratives and overarching principles. And many of those actually do coincide or are in sync with the meta-narratives and the meta-approach of certain state actors, mainly Russian Federation. Just to give you a few examples. One of them being the attack on independent media and more increasingly NGOs. The situation in Russia where you have very restrictive legal regulation against NGOs, labeling them as foreign agents. This approach has been expanding to a number of Central European countries. Hungary is a good example of that, but there are similar examples in other countries, and far-right political groups are at the forefront of such effort. So you can see clearly kind of one particular approach which was used and developed in, say, Russia to be picked up and amplified in other countries. Another one is the support and intentional spreading of conspiratorial theories, conspiracy theories. And, why and what does this has to do with disinformation and with geopolitical goals? Well, available academic research shows and proves that people who tend to believe in one conspiracy theory are much more likely to jump on a set of other conspiracy theories. There is also this red pilling effect. Some conspiracy theories, such as, vaccination causes autism, is used as a kind of an entry point to other more geopolitically focused conspiracies. And this is the same approach that I've seen applied time and again by different political groups that say, well, there is this world conspiracy that tries to poison your children and to, decrease the white population, which is a typical right-wing conspiracy theory. And from this point, people are easily brought into a wider kind of geopolitical set of conspiracies, which again are in line with Russian geopolitical interests. Mm-hmm. So we see that this is a very fluid and interconnected field where one actor is actually able to export some of the measures and narratives to be kind of naturally picked up and used by different actors in their local setting. Maybe just one last remark in this round of questions. I think that sometimes we make an error when we discuss the role of non-state actors, assuming that there is some kind of hierarchical order or kind of that those groups are on Russian leash. That is not necessarily the case. Yes, there are cases such as the funding of Front National and some other clear-cut cases. On the other hand, my feeling is, and kind of what I learned, is that there is much more of a ideological alignment. Mm-hmm. So not necessarily looking for direct kind of command and control type of relationship, but rather, we have mutual interests. Why don't we work together? And if we can make some money on the side, which is kind of on the case, the more the better. Is
that a conscious partnership, or is it more kind of the reality of circumstances?
Well, on many occasions, this is a conscious partnership, and they're happy to work with Russia or be it China. If China would like to support those groups, I think they're more than happy to jump on this train, despite all this talk of Chinese influence. On the other hand, those groups have very concrete political agendas, and whoever is supporting their cause, they're happy to use them as a tool to further their interests.
Right. And in terms of ideologically, defined and motivated groups, can we? I mean, there's been a lot of talk about what the far right are doing and the far left, but can we really say that the disinformation practices are restricted to fringe politics any more than they are, in the so-called center ground as well?
Well, increasingly, those narratives and those approaches are entering political mainstream. And well, again, I can use my own country, which recently we had a major kind of societal movement following a murder of an investigative journalist and his fiancée last year, which in the aftermath led to removal of the prime minister from his office, who in turn interpreted those events as, a conspiracy led by some foreign actors. He named George Soros to be kind of, the puppet master behind all this, which is really, again, unheard of in recent Slovak history, that a prime minister would really use conspiracy theories to explain his removal from office, which was really an outcome of a huge outrage of ordinary people with the level of corruption and inability of state authorities to properly investigate the case. So yes, you are right that this is not the domain, unfortunately, anymore of the fringe political actors. But what I see is kind of mainstreamization mainstreamization of this type of discourse and those narratives, and entering wider and wider spheres of political life and attitudes.
Jakob, you wanted to follow up on that?
I just wanted to say that I actually believe that the relationship between these smaller non-state actors who might be spreading pro-Kremlin or pro any dictatorship disinformation, it will be asymmetrical with these state actors. So perhaps not everybody spreading pro-Kremlin disinformation is directly paid by the Kremlin, obviously not. On the other hand, the Kremlin and its embassies and its proxies are instructed to use these elements because they know that this is precisely what will weaken the society. I mean, and they are very explicit about this. Dugin, whom some would call the brain behind Putin, and some would say that it's vastly exaggerated. He had a nice interview in already 2012. We do not connect people based on for what they are, for what you are. That only divides people. You are Jewish, you are Muslim, you are Christian. That divides people. We connect people based on against what they are. Are you anti-NATO? Are you anti-EU? Are you anti-US, anti-mainstream? These attacks on NGOs and on media, what do they have in common? Attacks on any solid information sources as such, and this is precisely what Kremlin wants. So I think the relationship might be really asymmetrical. So the people who are used by the Kremlin, they might not even know that, but yeah, Kremlin and its proxies, they are definitely doing it intentionally.
Lee, is there anything you've seen in your experience around Iran and other actors in the Middle East, this kind of either formal or informal collaboration relationship between non-state groups and state-linked groups?
We have historically in Iran anyway in the intrusion side of things. The Iranian state regularly uses contractors to carry out a lot of their cyber activity, and so we've tracked individuals, for example, that have been linked to an APT group at one point and then engaged in financial crime or hacktivism at another time. That's actually pretty common in that context.
I'm aware that, so we have kind of 4 main groups represented on the panel today, but do any of you have any suggestions or ideas about, groups or nation-state linked actors that perhaps could have been or should have been represented on this panel today, outside of Iran, Russia, China, and the extremist groups?
Daesh?
Yeah, very interesting.
Maybe just to add one particular topic which was not really covered is the international networks of those fringe actors, like the far right and far left, because yes, we try to look into how are those actors connected to state actors, but there is an ongoing, very intense internal cooperation and internal communication. And I think it was also highlighted in the previous panel that kind of the manuals and approaches developed, say, in the US by the far right are then picked up by European far right parties. Just to give you a very quick example, the meme Pepe the Frog, which originated in US 4chan environment, is now used, and I've seen many, many examples in different European countries, you know, so this kind of using of narratives and methodologies and tools developed within one particular country by the fringe non-state actors jumping to a different continent, to a different cultural context, and being used for the same purpose.
Okay. We have just a few minutes left, so I thought just to round this off, we could perhaps start at the other end and come along this way, but Shanti, starting with you, what are the main takeaways you would like the people in this room to have from our conversation today?
I think this panel is focused mainly on what you might call the supply side of disinformation.
Okay.
And, and I think what will come through perhaps in subsequent conversations is a little bit more about what happens on the other side of that equation. What is powering this? If not for the embrace of these types of disinformation and a wholehearted ability to believe in some of these things, none of this would really spread or take root. And again, I've looked at the Chinese censorship and information system within China for a number of years. I think there's a misconception there that it's this arid space where there's no Facebook or Twitter and it's really boring. And it's not. It's incredibly vibrant and dynamic and designed to keep people within that system and consuming it and not wanting to go outside of it. And I think that's mirrored a little bit in what you might call, what Ambassador Fried I know is referred to as the demand side of disinformation. And it's, I think we have to also think about why all of these techniques are successful.
Yeah, my main takeaway would be when thinking of the connections between state and non-state actors, we really should be thinking broadly. We should be thinking not only about the information aspect, but taking into consideration all the other vectors of influence, from financial to support by providing, say, intel or by exerting pressure, because all these other factors are at play. If you focus only on our fringe political actors using kind of the script from Russia, we are missing the picture, and also our countermeasures, if we want to push back against those efforts, are not going to be effective. So we should really think broader, use kind of the hybrid threat type of approach and a comprehensive approach when we try to address those issues.
Okay, thank you.
I think that to the toolkit we use in order to counter this problem, and I'm sorry that I sound sometimes skeptical about media literacy. I don't mean to say that it's not important. It definitely is. I'm just saying it will not stop the Kremlin from spreading disinformation. So I think that we really should add to the toolkit punishing the aggressor, really on the most strategic level. Vladimir Putin is a liar. He was lying that there are no troops in Crimea. He's still lying that there are no troops in Donbass. I don't think world leaders should be treating him as an equal. Sergei Lavrov is accusing Angela Merkel of hiding under the rug the problems that migrants are raping underage girls in Germany, which is a lie again. So other foreign ministers shouldn't treat him as an equal. Vladimir Solovyov, who has 3 times per week his hate show where he accuses the US and the European Union of all the evil on the earth. After the show, he sits on the plane and enjoys his villa at Lago di Como. How is that possible? How come that the biggest advertisers on Russian media are Western companies? Why are we paying for the anti-Western propaganda? And really, even on the more tactical level, punishing the journalists who are spreading lies. I really think Clint was actually talking about it on the previous panel. You can't really shout fire in a theater. How come that whenever I open these pro-Kremlin websites, they are accusing the government of plotting a terror attack against its own citizens?
Mm-hmm.
This is really spreading false alarm. How come we are not punishing this behavior? Inciting hatred. We have paragraphs on this in many countries. Why aren't we using them on these actors?
Sorry to just jump in, but you don't think that runs the risk of us ending up, in a world with at least 2, if not multiple, different information spheres, effectively, kind of as Shanti was talking about with regards to China? and what the risks might be of that.
How would that come? Or how would that happen?
I guess essentially, if you're saying, so to phrase the question back at you, do you have any specific suggestions of how to enforce that punishment? And the Russian government is already under sanctions. And do you have any suggestions for things that you think would actually change the behaviour?
I think we haven't tried it yet. So yeah, I would hope that it might change the behavior. It is how we, I don't know, how we punish the criminals. You know, if the first punishment doesn't work, then we have a tougher punishment. You know, if it's not enough that you've been in prison for murder for 10 years, then you are going for 20 years, and then you are going for life. So if it's not enough that we have punished a few Russian companies, then we have to punish more. If it's not enough that we have punished a few Russian individuals, we have to punish more.
Okay. Lee, I'll leave with you for some final wise words.
Perfect, thanks. Two things that I think would be a takeaway. One is mine, and one's kind of a shared theme we've heard already today that I think should constantly be reiterated. So firstly, I think it's important not to look at this threat purely through a Western lens. And when I say that, and I think it speaks to your last question, right? We're up here, we're talking about Iran, we're talking about Russia, we're talking about China, because we're concerned about how are they trying to influence Western audiences. And it's important to understand there's a lot of actors out there that are playing on a more regional basis, and it's a mistake to overlook that, and it can be downright dangerous. And a good example of this is a case you're familiar with. You've written on this, but people in the audience may not be aware. One of the Iranian sites we identified, AWD News, posted a fake story claiming that the Israeli foreign minister had threatened Pakistan with a nuclear attack, something ludicrous. And the Pakistani foreign minister picked this up and actually tweeted back a threat at Israel. And now that was subsequently corrected, but it goes to show that, you know, this stuff can spin out of control very, very quickly. And as far as we can tell, that's not some high-level, you know, Iranian official that's deciding, this is a narrative we should push. It's some low-level employee in a state media organization that's, you know, taken the first step to triggering a nuclear conflict. So we have to be able to, you know, look beyond just how does this affect us, but how does it affect all countries and politics between them. The second thing, Rachel mentioned it earlier, Alina mentioned it subsequently, I'm going to mention it now, and I hope it's mentioned on every panel going forward. But you cannot think about this solely through the prism of elections. If you look at this as like, okay, we've got an election in 2 months, what do we need to worry about? You've already lost, because this is the slow drip, you know, of influence that just seeps into society. You know, over years. That's why it's very important that you don't kind of, you know, drop the ball and look away when there's not an election coming up, but set up, you know, some sort of capacity to track, identify this activity on a continuous basis.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I've been asked to remind you that following our lunch break now, the next session will start promptly at 1:10. So I hope everyone has a good break, and would you please join me in thanking our panel?
You look like gold to me, and I
If you work too hard and you need a little rest, try my Easy Life Rub or put some of my Boss Fix jam in your breakfast. Try a little bit of head now. They call me Dr. John, known as a night tripper. A satchel of gree is in my hand. David tripping up, back down the bayou. You know I'm the last of the best. I'm known as a gree man. Selling. Some wall water if your neighbors give you trouble. Put your business in the street. Seal a Jupiter, my whole car, they just won't be beat. Try my dragon's blood, my drawn tide, and my sacred sand. Left a little black cat oil if your woman got another man. Some goofy dust, you like mine, a Boss Fix pine. I know you're reading out the palm of your hand. Devil shoestring, oh, like the same. Put on your woman's feet and say she don't love that one and bury her from love.
Hello, good to see you. Welcome. Yes, I'm glad. I know it's been a long haul, so we're really grateful that you made it. Yes. Fantastic. Yeah. Fantastic. And what we decided based on the talking points and the fact that we have David's video first, we're gonna have Jed go first as a immediate response to David, and then expand. And then I think that leads well because I know that Jed has some recommendations that fit well with what you're talking about. That we're all vulnerable in some way, and then we end with Peter. So essentially 5 to 7 minutes each, and then we discuss among ourselves. Do I remember the words? Do I remember English after my tabbouleh?
Which I can't read now because my doctor
Oh no, Kelly.
Yeah, I left the airport and I got to the hotel and the guy said, I can only take cash. And I said, how can that be? So then, yeah, it's a whole thing, but it's all taken care of. But it got a little hairy, so my glasses got left. This is all personal problems. I could be that person.
Okay, so just let me know, and you can, Kelly, you don't have to wear, Peter, you can take it off for this session, and then just put it back on. Yeah.
If I don't remember my name, it would help. But
I suspect she has an agenda.
Why is migration such a problem?
Oh.
It's
school for this sort of thing? See how it goes.
Okay. I mean, we could go with the flow, and you can ask each other. So far this morning, it's been really interactive between, like, even the speakers piggybacking.
It was all very tame. It's all good. Does everyone know that my glasses run the cap? Well, no, that happened at Seminar 21 too. Hope that's not on.
That's fantastic. Pardon me now once. Yeah. Should we just let me know when? I'm ready to go. Oh, let's bring it back up. Okay. Fantastic. So we're getting ready to come back. And you're all chatting, which means that you're learning things, that you're connecting with each other, that you're asking each other the right questions. This is all good stuff. Just so you know, Disinfo Week is right now the #1 trending topic on Twitter, which is great. It's all due to all of you tweeting away. A reminder, it's #Disinfo Week, and you're going to get so sick of me saying that throughout the day. So we left the last session, we started with elections, right? We started thinking back at the past elections, what tactics were used, what was effective, what did we learn, if anything. We've moved from that to talking about what does the toolkit of influence actually look like, right? So that was Alina's talk, unpacking the toolkit, the different elements. Then we went to the actors, state and non-state actors that use this toolkit in order to influence the political discourse, not only around elections, but throughout the year. So now we left with the question, why are these techniques so effective? So now we're going to move on to the demand side. I'll leave you with this video with David Rand, the associate professor for MIT, and he'll give us our little teaser to begin.
Hi, I'm Dave Rand. I'm an associate professor of management science and brain and cognitive sciences at MIT. And I'm going to tell you today about some work I've been doing with my co-author, Gord Pennycook, who's at the University of Regina in Canada, about the problem of misinformation. Before I start, I want to get some definitions out of the way. When I say fake news or false news, I don't mean anything I disagree with. But I'm specifically talking about entirely fabricated stories that are presented as if they're legitimate factual news. And this kind of misinformation has gotten the lion's share of the attention in recent years, but it's not the only kind of misinformation, and you might argue that it's not even necessarily the most important. Another class of misinformation that we've been thinking a lot about is hyperpartisan news, which is biased or misleading interpretation or coverage of events that did actually happen. And I think that this is probably more widespread and perhaps more pernicious than fake news, but both of them are problems. And what we want to try and understand is, first of all, a basic question in terms of basic science of why is it that people fall for misinformation? And then the more applied question of what can we do to actually prevent the spread of misinformation? So starting with the basic science question, there's a sort of dominant narrative in both the popular press and the academic literature, which is captured by headlines like this, the real story about fake news is partisanship, the partisan brain, things like that. And this line of argument says, for these headlines that it seems like people should be able to figure out aren't true or aren't reliable, the reason they fail to do so is because your reasoning abilities get hijacked by your partisan identity. And instead of using reasoning to uncover the truth, you just use it to entrench your beliefs and protect your identity. And that could be the case, but it's not the only possibility. It might also be the case that reasoning does actually usually help us uncover the truth, and the problem is just that people don't bother to think, and they just go with their partisan defaults without stopping to think more carefully. we wanted to try and distinguish between these two different accounts of falling for misinformation. And so we ran a series of experiments looking at the relationship between how good people were at assessing the truth of the news that they're reading, what we'll call media truth discernment, and how much they engage in careful reasoning and analytic thinking versus just going with their gut. And that's because this relationship, you get different predictions by the two accounts. By the motivated reasoning account, there should be a negative relationship, because people who are better at engaging in reasoning are better able to trick themselves. They're better able to convince themselves to believe false stories that align with their ideology and to discredit true stories that don't. On the other hand, if reasoning does actually just help you uncover the truth and the problem is people failing to reason, then you'd expect a positive relationship. People that engage in more reasoning are just better at understanding what's true and what's not true. So in order to tell these two accounts apart, we had people rate the veracity of a series of stories presented in Facebook format like this: a picture, a title, a lead sentence, and then we say, do you think this headline describes an event that actually happened in an accurate and unbiased way? And based on those responses, we can see how good they are at telling what's true and credible from what's hyperpartisan or false. And then we measure how inclined they are to engage in reasoning by having them complete the cognitive reflection test, which is this series of questions with intuitively compelling but wrong answers. For example, consider this one. When you're running a race and you pass the person in second place, what place are you in? First comes naturally to mind, and you might just write that down, or you might introspect for a minute and realize, oh no, wait, when you pass the person in second place, then you're in second place. And the key experimental question for us then is, what's the relationship between how well people do on this test, which I'll show on the x-axis, and how accurate they rate the different kinds of headlines, which I'll show on the y-axis. This data, this particular data set is from 485 Americans, but we've replicated this many times, although mostly with Americans. And so, okay, what do we find? You see this very clear, striking relationship where people that do better on the cognitive reflection test, who engage in more reasoning, are better at differentiating real from false or hyperpartisan, driven mostly by them being less likely to believe the false stories or the hyperpartisan stories. Importantly, this is totally equivalent regardless of whether the headlines align with their ideology or not. So again, this is suggesting it's not about motivated reasoning and political motivations overcoming reasoning. It's also robust to controlling for age, gender, education, ideological conservatism, and raw numerical ability, which suggests it really is about this tendency to stop and think versus just going with your default. And we also find this isn't just true of what happens in our online studies, but if we look at people's actual Twitter IDs after we have them do the CRT, we similarly find that people that engage in more reasoning share news from higher quality news outlets. So when you take all of this together, it suggests that this story is actually wrong. And it's not that our reasoning abilities are held captive, it's just that we don't bother to think. So it's more about lack of reasoning than it is about motivated reasoning. Nonetheless, this still is a problem that people are believing false content and people are sharing false content. So it raises the question of what to do about it. I'll start with the sort of perhaps most obvious seeming thing, which is also the first thing that Facebook did in the wake of the 2016 presidential election, which is taking a false headline like this and putting a warning on it. This is disputed by third-party fact-checkers. But I think that there are reasons to believe that this approach is not going to be, in general, effective, which is essentially a problem of scalability. There's just no way that third-party fact-checkers are going to be able to keep up with the endless stream of false or misleading content being produced, because it's so much easier to produce false content than it is to fact-check it. What this means is that many, if not most, false stories will never wind up getting flagged in the first place. And even the ones that do, it takes time. So while they're in peak virality and spreading phase, they won't have a warning on them. Not only does this mean that the warning won't have a chance to be effective, but this thing that we've identified called the implied truth effect suggests there may actually be some negative perverse effects of this, because if you label some content as false, it makes people believe that all of the other content that's not labeled might be true and increases the perceived accuracy of the other content. So labeling some fake content will make the other content seem more believable. So if that's not the approach that I think is going to be a success, the question is, what should we be doing? And I'm going to briefly describe two different things that I think might be more promising. One of them is using crowdsourcing of lay people to identify reliable versus unreliable news outlets, and then increasing the visibility of content from trusted outlets, or actually more importantly, decreasing the visibility of content from outlets that everybody agrees are untrustworthy. Now, you might not think that this works because you might be worried that people are blinded by partisanship, again, and so they're going to say that the outlets they trust the most are the most partisan outlets rather than the most reliable outlets. And so to test this, we had 970 Americans indicate their familiarity with and trust in 60 different news outlets, 20 mainstream, which I'll show in green, 20 hyperpartisan, which I'll show in orange, and 20 fake news outlets, which I'll show in red. We're going to have 1 dot per outlet, with the average trust among Democrats on the x-axis and average trust among Republicans on the y-axis. What you see is there are some clear partisan differences, like the Republicans trust Fox way more than they trust everything else, including other right-leaning mainstream outlets like the Wall Street Journal, whereas the Democrats trust all of the mainstream outlets a bit more than the Republicans. But the key thing is everyone agrees that the fake and hyper-partisan outlets, the orange and red ones in the lower left corner, are not trustworthy. Like Republicans, although they trust Fox the most, they still trust Washington Post, CNN, New York Times, MSNBC more than they trust Breitbart. And Democrats, although they trust Fox News the least, they still, amongst the mainstream outlets, they still trust it more than left-leaning hyper-partisan outlets like Daily Kos or Common Dreams. So this suggests that surveying lay people about how much they trust outlets could actually be a pretty successful approach for identifying low-quality outlets. And this is without having some centralized specific person or small set of people making censorship decisions. One important caveat of this, though, is that people tend to distrust anything they're not familiar with, any news sources. So this would punish reputable sources that were new or niche. So there would have to be some way of familiarizing people with content before they have them make judgments. The other thing that I want to talk about is doing some kind of nudges to get people into an accuracy mindset. Particularly on social media, people tend to be in a social mindset, not an accuracy mindset. But our research suggests if you can just get them to think a bit more about accuracy, they can actually figure out what's good content and take that into account in their sharing decisions. For example, in this particular study, we had 726 Americans look at a series of true and false headlines and indicate if they were to see it on Facebook, how likely they would be to share it. In the control condition, that's all that happens. And I'll show you the likelihood of sharing on the y-axis here. For the false headlines in red and the true headlines in blue, you see people who are only slightly more likely to say they would share true headlines than false headlines, and they would seem quite willing to share a lot of false headlines. And in the treatment, everything is exactly the same, but at the outset of the study, we asked them to judge the accuracy of a single politically neutral headline, ostensibly as part of a pretest for another study about accuracy. Then they go on to complete the same task as the people in the control condition, saying how likely they would be to share various headlines, but unlike the people in the control, these people are more likely to be thinking about accuracy and just have accuracy top of mind because they just answered that accuracy question. And we see that as a result, it makes them significantly less likely to share false headlines. And in fact, it doubles how discerning they are. That is, it doubles the difference in sharing likelihood between true and false. And this is the sort of thing that social media platforms could easily implement by, for example, having little dialog boxes pop up every so often saying, help us inform our algorithms. How accurate do you think this random headline is? They could even just throw away the answers, but just by asking those questions, it gets people into an accuracy mindset. And the reason that this works is because people in general are not purposely sharing false information. In our study, if we ask people, how important is it to you that you only share accurate articles? basically everyone in both conditions agrees it's very important to not be sharing misinformation. Even the people in the control who immediately beforehand indicated that they would be likely to share all this false content. So it's not that they don't care, it's just that they're not in a mindset where that is what they're thinking about. So putting these things together, I think that professional fact checkers alone are not going to be able to solve the problem of misinformation. And our research suggests that lay people are actually substantially better at assessing the quality of information and sources than you might expect, particularly if you can get them to think a little bit about it and not just go with their gut. And so I think that this provides some hope that we might be able to reduce the spread of misinformation without relying on centralized censorship institutions by taking advantage of and sort of activating people's tendency to think and consider the accuracy of the content they're consuming. And it suggests these scalable and behavioral rather than purely algorithmic solutions, which I think can be a promising part of the anti-misinformation toolkit, with the one really major caveat that all of the research that we've done so far has been using Americans and a little bit people in the UK. And we haven't looked yet beyond that. And so it's really important to assess the extent to which our findings generalize to other cultures before things like this get rolled out as interventions around the globe. So thanks very much. This is my team, and I hope this has been of interest. Please feel to reach out. Please feel free to reach out if you have any questions or anything else you want to discuss. Thanks.
You can still clap, he'll hear it, I promise. I'd like to welcome our panel up. And David really regrets that he couldn't be here, but I really do hate making you watch a video in a conference where we're here live, but I think it's a really great scene setter for the discussion that we're gonna have. Because the question is, why are these information operations so effective, right? Why do they stick? And I think David brought up some interesting points, and I wanna kick it over to Jed first. So Jed Willard is the director of the FDR Center for Global Engagement at Harvard University. Are we lazy and that's why we fall for misinformation, disinformation? Or does it just affirm our beliefs? Do you agree with what David says in his video?
We're pretty lazy.
Yeah, we're pretty lazy.
Definitely lazy. Thank you, Geisha.
Of course.
I have some very brief remarks on disinformation consumption and resistance. And first, I'm going to speak at the individual level, the individual's point of view, and then I'm briefly going to talk about disinformation and countering disinformation at the societal level. So to answer your question, at the individual level, I personally tend to agree with David and Gord that laziness is a more challenging factor than rationalization in terms of disinformation, though with two important notes, and that's in addition to David's caveat about the need to empirically replicate these findings for different cultures. So first, much of the research in this area is new and ongoing, and scholars still disagree about the details, especially in terms of what makes for effective corrections. There is great new research out there, and it's happening all the time. There's some fascinating ongoing discussions, including about this very paper, going on all the time. But there's still the need for more empirical evidence. For instance, Pache David, don't underestimate the power of motivated reasoning. Okay, laziness. Laziness is really hard to correct for a few key reasons. Very briefly, salience, that is, who cares? And I'll tell you a brief story to illustrate the importance of salience. And if you're in the Norwegian military, you've already heard the story, so I apologize. Let's say that France and Germany are in the finals of the Euro Cup. And for some reason, I want to check the score. So what I do is I pull up my phone and I type into Google, France, Germany. The first link that pops up, it gives me the current score. I go, huh, I put my phone away. I don't check my source. I don't double check my source. I don't do anything. Even though I'm reasonably well educated, I think I can think somewhat critically, I'm fairly media literate, I don't do any of that stuff. Even though I know in the back of my mind that there are people out there who are betting on this game, perhaps, And so someone might have a stake in putting out false information about the current score. And the reason why I don't do that, the reason why I don't activate any of those parts of my brain that I might otherwise activate, is that I care as much about the Euro Cup final, no offense, as the average German working class guy cares about Nord Stream 2. It just doesn't matter to me. So that's salience. The next one is volume. The sheer noise level of disinformation, the barrage of content, both from foreign actors and from domestic actors, and also malign and biased state broadcasters or semi-state broadcasters. There's a lot, we call it drinking from the fire hose. The information flow these days is incredible, and if you fill it with a particular point of view, it's really hard to ignore that. Next, speed, which is to say, no one really reads the article. People just forward the headline. There's a lot of information out there, and no one has the time to digest it all unless it falls under our personal definition of intelligence. We need intelligence. That's the factual information we need to get started with our day. I need to know if it's going to rain today so I know whether or not to bring an umbrella. But if I'm not engaged in anything involving foreign policy, do I really care about the elections in a country halfway around the world? That's the difference between intelligence and the other information. Finally, on the laziness front, belief affirmation. People really like to have their own personal beliefs backed up, and they don't like cognitive dissonance. So another big one. Okay, so moving on to the societal level. First, we need to always remember what disinformation is supposed to do. It is supposed to divide and dismay. It is supposed to leave us divided and without hope. Usually, the disinformation takes advantage of pre-existing lines of division within our societies. Sometimes it tries to make new ones. It's more effective at the former. Next, when we think about disinformation and societal vulnerabilities, we should separate out second-order vulnerabilities from first-order vulnerabilities. Now, by second-order vulnerabilities, I'm thinking of things like societal divisions caused by racism, misogyny, anti-EU sentiment, distrust of America, homophobia, those sorts of things. Those are different from those are usually different, put a caveat there, from first-order vulnerabilities, which are the underlying processes that generate the fear that leads to the demonization of the other, that is, those first groups. And these underlying processes that generate fear, sometimes existential fear, are processes such as globalization, the automation of jobs, growing or at least more obvious inequality, looming or actual conflicts, and climate change. Now, the caveat was some people really are just motivated by racism and misogyny, and there have, in fact, been political movements built on just those things, so don't discount them. And then I know we're going to talk a lot about solutions because you're our moderator and it's all about the solutions. Very briefly about solutions at the societal level. We should discuss solutions along the lines of reframing, positive narratives, and leadership. And it is those solutions at the societal level and at the individual level, that I'm sure we're going to cover in the discussion. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so very much, Jed. Kelly Greenhill, who's affiliated with both Tufts University and Harvard Kennedy School. Jed did a really good job of starting to think about how we consume information, right? Sometimes we're lazy, but, it's just about how we want to access the information at that moment. But what about if we go a little bit beyond that and we think about, is it everybody? Do we all fall for disinformation, or is it a specific group of people that is most prone to fall for it? Because I think particularly in 2016 and after 2016, we've been thinking, well, there's no way this person would fall or would click on something like that or would believe something so sensational. So is there any truth to that?
Alas, no. We are all susceptible. So I'm going to say, we're not all susceptible to all disinformation, or I would back up for a second and say that I actually think the most interesting area to look at is not necessarily the hyper-partisanship. I agree with what David and Gordon have done, but it's not really the Breitbart arena that we need to be concerned about. It's more the kernels of truth that are upon which are superimposed unverified or unverifiable information, and that happens in news outlets that are considered quite trustworthy by consumers. And so we're not simply talking about demonstrably false or hyperpartisan articles. We're talking about the influence of information I like to call extrafactual information, so unverified or unverifiable at the time of transmission, that nevertheless serves as a source of knowledge about the world for those who believe it, and for those who would exploit the fact that others believe it to be true. So we could talk about rumors, conspiracy theories, myths, propaganda, things that are spread in mainstream media outlets as well as in more hyperpartisan arenas. Now, to go back to the question, why am I saying everybody is potentially vulnerable? Despite, even those who are blessed with advanced reasoning skills, we all suffer from a combination of natural human tendencies, and they are a combination of cognitive demands, information limitations, some psychological predispositions, and evolutionary biology plays a role, and I'll say very briefly say a little bit about each of these. So cognitive demands, even the smartest, well-educated among us, no one can be expert on everything, or deeply cogitate on every stimulus one encounters on a daily basis. So in such cases, we have to rely on what others write and say and do. And those who we rely upon are those we trust. And those who we trust are not necessarily conveying accurate, fact-based information at all times. And they, if those who are in the news business, also convey a wide array of unverified and unverifiable information. Sort of paradoxically, maybe in its kind of added importance, fact-based verifiable information is often needed when it's least available. So in situations, times of stress, war, societal discord, verifiable facts might be inconvenient or few, and then folks are forced to rely on sources of information of, say, woollier provenance, such as rumors, conspiracy theories, myths, and half-truth, news-ish items that are being conveyed by actors that they trust. In terms of psychological predispositions, we know that people learn from extrafactual information, even though you're shaking your heads, right? We all think other people might do this, but we don't, right? So other people might learn from non-factual sources, but not me. I am wise to this. And this situation is exacerbated by the fact that over time, we lose track of where we learn things. So even something that we understood was untrue or unverified or even demonstrably false at the time we first heard it can, over time, in our minds, grow more credible. And if we hear it more often, this goes back to Jed's comment about volume, repetition is also an issue. So the more we hear something, as a consequence of, I can say more about this, but the so-called illusory truth effect, we'll tend to believe it's more true. Made worse by the fact that when we convey information to others, we tend to convey our underlying belief in the information itself. We don't convey our confidence level in the information. So a kind of credibility creep can come in. So if I tell something to Jed, I may think it's kind of specious at the time and not necessarily believe it, but I generally don't tell him exactly how much faith I put in this information. And if he tells two friends, there can be an additional kind of credibility creep that comes into play. And then finally, evolutionary biology, Jed's already tapped into when disinformation is spread, or EFI, it's extrafactual information is spread. It's often spread because it speaks to issues that are salient, things that we care about, things that we are fearful of. And historically, or since way back when we were on the veldt, there was reasons to favor false positives or assuming the worst over taking chances. It's better to, if you will, and think in evolutionary terms, to mistake a garden hose for a snake than to mistake a snake for a garden hose. And so if we're uncertain, if it's unclear whether or not the information on offer is true, it might be safer for us to, if we're really uncertain, to take it at face value. So this encourages more false positives than false negatives. So that being said, come back to it, but for any given piece of EFI, nobody's going to be open to everything. There are receptives, those who immediately take it on board. Seems like it's true to them, it speaks to their worldview, it's salient to them. They've probably heard it before. There are those who are neutral. Those are the folks that those who are spreading disinformation care about most because they can be persuaded. And then there are the skeptics. They're probably unmovable. So again, for nobody's vulnerable to everything, but everybody's vulnerable to something.
This is becoming scarier as we go along. Peter Greco, Executive Director for Political Capital. Talk to us a little bit. So we've gone on the consumption side, on the individual societal. We talked about how we are all vulnerable, but not to the same kind of messaging. What about our communities and our echo chambers? Can we talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, thank you very much. And I try to put away my academic hat, because the usual response of academics to this kind of questions, that what causes, for example, what makes people think in disinformation, is that there are a lot of factors, and there are many, and all of them matter. And yeah, I think it's pretty much right, and I agree with all what has been said on cognitive laziness and the role of cognitive laziness. On the other hand, I don't think it's necessarily the most important factor. We replicate at my university in Budapest the research of David Rand and others, and I do think these are important research. Why I don't think, for example, that the cognitive reflection test is the best tool to measure motivated reasoning, because it's not motivated in any sense. But based on the researches we have done so far, my sense is much more that the more important reason behind belief of disinformation is group identity and what we call tribalism. And the thing is that I do think that if we just downplay to cognitive laziness, it's unfortunately too optimistic belief. Because what would it mean? That, okay, we just tell to people that you are cognitively lazy, and you just believe in fake news and conspiracy theories, so think a bit more. And then the problem is solved. Okay, I'm caricaturing it a bit, but still, it's this. I think there is let's say, this optimism of cognitive psychology, that you can just easily solve problems via more mental effort, which is sometimes true, sometimes not. And if we take a look at some of the some researches on the role of partisanship, just quoting some few very simple data. For example, there was a research that showed before the US presidential election that 49% of Republican voters believed the so-called Pizzagate theory, which everyone is aware of here in the room. I mean, are these people all cognitively lazy, or they are more, let's say, fueled by a sense of hatred that make them believe even the most ridiculous statements about Hillary Clinton is running a pedophile ring beside doing the electoral campaign? Or in Hungary, 2/3 of the voters of the governing Fidesz party are really deeply believing that George Soros has a secret plot to bring refugees to Hungary and to Europe. Are these people or just cognitively lazy and stupid? And the third thing is that we did a research at my university. This is under publication right now, where we found that so-called pipe dream fake news serving some political sides were the most important factor behind the belief on this fake news was partisanship. It was much more important than need for structure, need for closure, than education level, and a lot of other things. So in short, I would say that while laziness definitely matters, but we are, I think, living in a tribalist era, which is, I think, understated as populist or polarized. In the tribalist political era, the most important goal of the tribal wars is just rally around our own leader of the tribe and defeat the other tribe. And if we think in this pattern, then information, weaponized information, can be a very important tool in a tribal war. And I don't really share the optimism that people are really, or everyone is really motivated to perceive the world in a fair and accurate manner. I do think that, for example, if you tell people in Hungary, after an election where two-thirds, where Fidesz, the governing party, received two-thirds of the mandates with half of the votes after a fake news campaign pushing on this George Soros plot, then if you say to the voters of Fidesz that, do you know that this is a kind of fake news? I don't think they will just throw this view apart, because in this political war, this tribal war, this was a winning idea. And in the evolution of political ideas, I don't think factual accuracy is necessarily the most important factor. So I'm a bit more pessimistic. What can be the cure if this is the problem? It's much more, I think, much more difficult than dealing with cognitive laziness, which I think is important. But trying to deal with this tribal nature of the political conflicts that is becoming, I think, more and more dominant in the whole Western world. Because if politicians feel that they are interested in accepting, let's say, buying weapons from a malevolent superpower because they think that with these weapons, these information weapons, will help them to win the information war and win the campaign, then I don't think that we can only deal with the cognitive shortcomings and the laziness of the people.
And this also has the undertone of the emotional attachment to the information that we consume, right? If you're emotionally attached, I think it's a little bit harder to think about solutions because some of it has to be fact-based, right? Some of it is, proving something that you believe to be true, that you're attached to emotionally, and feeding it facts. So I really liked when David is talking about the labeling component, right? If we label false information, one, we can't keep up on a technical level because we can't have enough fact-checkers to catch up with the information, but that it affirms the information that may be false to be true and that we attach ourselves to it. So let's start moving a little bit to the solution discussion. I think, in addition to the emotional challenge, there's also the challenge of virality. There are the pieces of news that you're most likely to share, and we saw that the proponent of that is bigger than the ones that you believe are more accurate. So what do you think are some of the things that we can start pulling apart in that? That could be solutions.
Solutions.
We like.
The thing is, I promised everyone in the invitation that we would solve that today, and that tomorrow we were just going to have a wine reception.
So knowledge is power, and self-awareness matters. And recognizing, what I didn't say before is, while everybody is potentially vulnerable, vulnerability is, mediated by or determined by three factors. And one is worldview, one is salience, and one is repetition. And they all are tied to this issue of emotional content and emotional attachment. So to the extent that one can decouple emotional import from the message on offer, that can be helpful. It's not an easy thing. It's not a technical solution that can be implemented by Facebook tomorrow, but information and influence operations work in terms of pushing people apart. They can also work in the context of strategic debunking when killer facts are on offer, and when it becomes clear that there are that there are real costs associated with embracing some of these views. And we should also be careful when we're thinking about who actually is buying into tribalism. It's quite important, but sometimes people say they believe things because it is a sign of their tribe. And some research has shown when push comes to shove and people actually have to pay costs for buying into some of these ideas, they seem to not embrace them any longer. So if there is a piece of good news in there, which is to say some of what appears to be belief in some of these ideas may simply be a marker of this is my tribe, and so I'm going to say I buy this. That isn't to say that these bits of information don't have real influence, but we need to disentangle them and pick apart and try to push back. And there are costs to buying this information.
Jed, would you like to add anything to that?
Yeah, sure. I want to tackle the tribalism thing too, because it scares me, especially historically, in terms of historical parallels. So on the neuroscience front, I mean, we're really dealing with appeals that are either going to our amygdala, you know, we've got our lizard brain appeals, and then we have our frontal cortex appeals. So reason is not a really good tool to influence strong emotions. Reason won't work. It doesn't. It might work over time with a lot of repetition, but it's not going to work in the short term, and it may not work over the long term, especially if the appeals to the emotions are continuing in this constant drip drip, as it was called this morning. And in-group, out-group. The in-group, out-group gut instinct is incredibly powerful. It's just like the snake. Is it a snake or is it a fire hose? Well, is that other hominid over there a friend or an enemy? Well, if I don't know them, I should probably beat them with a stick because, they're probably an enemy. And that's how we evolved. Yes, and I'm teaching my children, if you don't understand it, hit it with a stick. No, not really. So in-group, out-group is incredibly strong, and it can be manipulated. I mean, in-group, out-group can be very powerful. Humans are amazing critters. We cooperate to an extent that no other creature on Earth is capable, no other animal on Earth is capable of. And that's a real power. And there are many ways that we can form these bonds beyond our immediate family group, which as we were evolving in these very small family groups. We can operate as a tribe, which is an extension of families that claim to be related. So they have a sort of mythical ancestor, for instance. We can operate as nations, which is a 19th century invention. We can cooperate as states, a 17th, and going back a little further, an invention. We can operate as monarchies, where we all worship the same sort of semi-divine person. We can cooperate on the basis of religion, which is going straight to the divine. All of these are tools to help us to cooperate. Unfortunately, because of the beat with a stick thing, the in-group always has an out-group. And if a leader, a populist leader, is relying solely on this in-group, out-group formulation and emphasizing the out-group, which is very easy to do in terms of ethnicity, especially because of the evolution of ethnic nationalism, which is a different story, that's incredibly dangerous because you very quickly get into a zero-sum thing where my tribe only benefits if the other tribe loses. And then very briefly about Soros. Everyone blames the Jews. It's like the thing you do. Oh, we're being invaded by the Moors, blame the Jews. Oh, there's heresy, blame the Jews. Oh, the feudal system is emerging and we're losing our communal privileges, blame the Jews. It's the Depression, blame the Jews. So unfortunately, a lot of the people that we turn to blame are our go-to gut enemies. Women, Jews, migrants, actors, prostitutes. It changes over time slightly, but not as much as I would like.
Kelly?
Well, so I'm a natural pessimist. I agree with everything you said, but let me now play devil's advocate and try to be more positive. Yeah. So we also know that, even though you're right, frontal cortex versus amygdala, there's a counter strategy with fear conditioning. Right? We can actually retrain the amygdala not to respond to the garden hose as a snake. It does take time. It doesn't happen overnight. And you're right, for every in-group, there has to be an out-group by definition. But as you yourself pointed out, the size of the in-group and the out-group changes over time, and we can strategically manipulate that. So EFI can be used to change the size of the out-group and help us re-embrace the idea of nationhood over subnational groupings. I'm not saying it's going to happen tomorrow. Populism is quite powerful. We didn't get here overnight. It's not going to disappear overnight, but we've been here before and we've come out the other side. And so with studious, I hesitate to say it, but strategic manipulation on the side of the good, things can be done. Influence operations have offensive and defensive components, and the way to combat effective influence operations designed to divide us are effective influence operations designed to unite us and to point out the costs of division. And they're real.
And whose role is that?
Ooh.
Would you like to take that?
That wasn't for me.
No, I mean, yeah. Whose role is it? And whose role is it? What are the incentives, right? Because there's some effort that needs to happen for you to want to change the way that you consume information or that you believe things. Yeah, I would start with that.
I do think there is, of course, responsibility on the demand side, and no question about it. I think, if a lot of people would just follow some very simple rules of checking the veracity of the information, then I think, fake news could spread a bit less. So there is, of course, and that's why I don't really like this kind of narrative of brainwashing and so on, because finally, of course, the demand side has its responsibility. But on the other hand, I think the supply side is extremely important, and we shouldn't ignore the elephant in the room in the sense that, yes, we can talk about the nice policy solutions in terms of how to fight disinformation, but if the politicians themselves, so on the politics side, there is a big motivation to do disinformation. And I mean, if someone talks to spin doctors these days, not just from the populist right, everyone says practically that without disinformation, without a post-truth campaign, you cannot win an election. So if this is the general mindset, then of course there will be a huge driver of misinformation from the political side. And I'm not sure that if politicians themselves are spreading fake news, then policy people will be able in every time to debunk them.
I mean, I will add here, so of course, in our very first panel, Clayton Watts mentioned that, yes, Russia, China, but political parties and political campaigns are the next, or well, already are the propagators of a lot of this because it is effective for their purposes. But again, we put too much responsibility on the demand side when we know, based on this discussion, that disinformation feels good. Consuming this feels good. Right, because it affirms our beliefs. You're looking at you're searching for well, I always say it's like junk food, right? But it feels so good. It's so juicy. So how do we?
It makes us feel better. Right?
It makes us feel better.
Have anxiety, right?
Yeah, so
there's an answer. There's someone to blame.
Exactly. So if we're thinking about solutions and it's we're thinking it's a better story or a strategic communications campaign, because the title of the panel, after all, is like, can we fight against our own impulses? Which I think even when I was thinking about it, it was like, if I like it and it makes me feel smarter and like I feel like I'm on the right side and this is great, why would I ever question it? What would ever be the condition for me to question the information?
All right, let's run with this.
Let's run with it.
All right. Let's assume that propaganda isn't bad. That propaganda wasn't always bad. Propaganda was invented as propagation of the faith. I mean, I don't want to particularly praise the 16th century church, but they thought they were doing the right thing.
And the tools.
With the Inquisition, etc. But they thought they were doing the right thing. They were really trying to save souls. They honestly did believe that. So they're propagation of the faith. So who's out there propagating the faith in liberal democracy that is the counterweight to these disinformation campaigns? Now, I'm not saying that propaganda, I know the word is loaded, but I'm not saying that our propaganda has to use disinformation at all. It can be transparent and truthful, and at the same time, be extremely strategic. So, you know how it's so annoying when politicians, I'm sure there are a lot of journalists here, you ask a politician a question, and they answer the question they wish you had asked. So you ask them another question, they answer yet another question they wish you had asked. They do that because it works. Because staying on message works. Because repetition, repetition, and repetition, as you were saying, really does work. So we, the good propagandists of liberal democracy, can fight this fight with the same strategic tools, not the negative disinformation or the hate-filled or the tribalist tools, but we can take our point of view, our vision for society, and then run it through. Strategic public diplomacy is done like this. You start with a goal, and then you find your audience, and then you pick your channel and your messenger, and then you devise your content based on all of that, and you repeat it. We know how to do this. The West has done this for a very long time. And we did win the Cold War. That's one thing. Thank you. So yeah, I think that there's a plus side of giving us candy, just healthier candy.
But whose role is it to give us better candy? And again, so because I think this is where we get stuck on the conversation of human nature, right? We think folks need to consume better information. We ought to create the conditions by which people want to facts, not falsehoods. We want to make sure that we're double checking ourselves, and that is on the demand side. But on the supply side, we do get so much information thrown at us. It is, even if you do Alina's presentation, you do a search, the sources that you get, the algorithms push, and you're not necessarily double checking yourself because you have no reason to doubt unless you know. So for the general population, so not us here that are aware of the issue, but for the general population, whose role is it to launch a positive strategic communications campaign and get in the offense? And then second, what are the incentives for Joe Schmo to verify himself when he's looking up a search? Yeah, I know. I know.
I think.
Go ahead.
Okay, just very briefly. It won't be a very surprising institution that I will mention, education, in terms of what can help. But I think to bring some optimism into the discussion, first of all, the topic of fake news and disinformation is something sexy, interesting for the students themselves. So you can involve them into conversations. You can involve them into practices, into good group work and so on, and deal with this whole issue. My intuition, it's more an intuition than based on let's say, robust research, but that, let's say, the harm is quite easily to do via the internet, via the social media. While it's how to fight against disinformation, I think offline tools are sometimes more important. So it's much more easy to do it personally. It's much more easy to get involved because you need real personal discussions for that. And also, I think in terms of trying to counter a bit these tribal tendencies, you also need personal conversations. You need to come up with hot topics, but at the same time create a space where you can debate these issues. And so I do think that teachers can do a lot, and education and many fields of the society can be the probably the cure in an environment, as I'm saying, that geopolitical actors and domestic political actors will be strongly interested for a long time to push through disinformation.
So the answer, depends if we're thinking normatively or objectively. And so, as Peter points out, one might imagine that there are, in theory, some obvious actors who could be playing a role here, but they are not. It's not in their self-interest not to continue to sell snake oil. That being said, each of us as individuals, we can vote with our feet. We don't have to continue to consume this stuff, whatever it is, if it matters enough to us to have the facts. Governments can play a role, but they have to want to. All of that being said, I also think it's not that people are choosing falsehoods over facts. They're choosing something that's truthy because it fits their worldview. It's salient to them. They've heard it before. It's not, I just like this better, and even though I know it's, my heart of hearts that it's not true, it's, like junk food. I know junk food's bad for me. I may eat potato chips anyway. We're talking about something different here. So if we're talking about the really cockamamie, flat earthers, like flat Earth, right? A lot of people who say they're flat earthers, we know they're not. It's a signal. I'm a member of this tribe. What really matters are those issues where there is uncertainty, and let's immigration. There are real costs associated with assimilation of migrants, and that doesn't mean it's not a good thing to have open immigration policies, but we need to be careful and very truthful about the fact that these are complicated issues, and not pretend that there are easy answers and we just have to get the truth out there and intelligent people will know better. Mm-hmm. So in the work that we've done, education doesn't actually matter. So level of education, age, gender, rural versus urban divide, controlling for all of those factors and socioeconomic status, a variety of others, if it fits someone's worldview, if it's salient to them, and if they've heard it before, they're much, much more likely to believe it. Junk food or otherwise, it gives them answers. It gives them psychic relief. And so I agree with Jed completely, but our proactive campaigns need to be, these stories need to have a few hard truths mixed in with them, because it's not all good news. And one of the reasons we're in the situation we are now is that the liberal democratic story was not working for everyone. It was a good narrative, but it was working better for some people than for others. And so there's a reason why populism has taken off like gangbusters, because there's a broad swath of people out there who have not been well served by what the narrative has to offer to them.
Yeah, in the absence of actual solutions, in the absence of brave, forward-looking political leadership that's willing to address the underlying problems, people are going to go to the first order vulnerabilities. People are going to go to the snake oil. It's really easy in times of desperation to blame the other. It's what we do. It's what we're really good at. It's really hard to provide the level of thoughtful leadership that will actually get us through the crisis. If you look at a period like the 1920s and 30s, virtually, well, not virtually every, but almost all democracies in Europe collapsed. It was tough, and in very few places was there a rooted enough tradition and visionary leaders that could actually get us through that time period. We're in a situation right now, which I would just not the depression, but the threats that are on the horizon from AI and automation and climate change, and the threats that are with us now, the unequal distributions of the gains and they're gains across the board, really, from globalization. Those are scary, and they need to be addressed. And if the mainstream political parties don't address them, then people are going to start looking for simple solutions, blaming the other, and snake oil becomes very inviting. Leadership solves the real problems. And who is it? Just to answer your question, it's not just political leadership. It's also educators. As Peter was saying, it's civil society, it's religious leaders. International organizations, we're blessed with so many since not just the end of World War II, but also the expansion of them in the 1990s. And I really want to emphasize the role of journalists and media. Good journalism is an excellent, especially good investigative journalism, and especially good local investigative journalism is quite a powerful tool.
For better and for worse.
All of these things you said, yeah. But we need to understand our strategic goals. Where do we really want society to go next? And then message to the audience and know the audience and understand their preconceptions. And then tailor our narratives, because we have to have the grand narratives. We have to tailor our narratives to those audiences, because that's what our adversaries are doing, internal and external. And they're good at it, and they do it patiently and slowly over time, and they develop nexuses of support. We should do the same thing. Locuses, not nexuses.
Peter? One point to this journalism thing, because I also think it's very important. There was a research that was published in March or last year probably in Science, which was the title of which was lies spread faster than the truth. And the study was practically claiming, based on this Twitter cascades, then fake news are spreading faster and more extensively than real news. And looking for the responses, or why is it, the researchers found two main things. One is that fake news are new, obviously, because they have been just invented, and of course they provide new information because it's not in the world, and you haven't heard them before. And the other thing is that it raised emotions. And I know it's quite a tricky issue because our classical understanding, I think, of quality journalism is something that is objective, something that is showing things from different perspectives and leaves it to the audience to decide how they feel about it. While I think if journalists want to take up the competition with fake news, probably they should go more for the emotions. And yeah, I know it sounds very tabloistic, it sounds very, simplificating, but this is probably one, so there should be some ways in trying to look at fake news or counter fake news with better real news, in the sense that keeping up with the level of entertainment, because this is, I think, the big thing, that most of the people doesn't necessarily want objective information from the news, they more want entertainment.
I think, and Kelly, remind me, were you not?
So this isn't the first fake news crisis we've had, right? Yeah. So we had a very significant, at least in the United States, a very significant fake news crisis at the turn between the 19th and 20th century. And in fact, the quality journalism that we set such faith in, or view as so important today, came out as from the hangover of the sort of overflow of fake news around the 19th century. And at some point, the market just said, people said enough, and the mastheads. All the news that's fit to print. That's a response to the last fake news crisis. So I would hate to imagine things have to get much worse before they get better, but that may be the case. But that gives me actually some sliver of optimism, because we have been here before and we've come out the other side.
Wonderful. And this is starting to set us up for the next panel, which I love. So let's, as we were thinking about, so we've landed at this place where, things are pretty bad, but not that bad yet. We like bad information because it's sensational. We want to click on it. And this is really hard to curb. We do need to push out some more strategic communication strategies that are focused on the positive, on the good narratives. So why don't I think it'd be good if we could end with, what are the positives? What can we take away? What questions should we be asking ourselves when we're still discussing beyond this discussion?
Peter, you want to go first?
Peter, if you want to go.
Thank you very much. I just have something among my notes that I haven't said, so I just take the opportunity to say this. And this is also something that gives us some room for optimism. In a research we did, in an experimental research that was focusing on the non-true believers of conspiracy theories, but the ones who had some, let's say, soft opinions. And we created the belief of some conspiracy theories among the participants, and then checked different kind of counter strategies. And what we found, surprisingly to us as well, is that beside ridiculing, which we expected as that will be a successful tool against conspiracy theories and disinformation, it proved to be a highly successful tool, ridiculing the narrative, not the person who spreads it. The other one was rational argumentation. So rational argumentation made some impact. Of course, probably the format matters more than the content. I mean, if you argue in a rationally looking manner that conspiracy theories do as well, it might have an impact on the audience. But what I want to say is that we don't have to jump to the conclusion that everything is always about emotions. So there is still some kind of demand for this rational argumentation that gives some hope. And also I think this kind of ridiculing, especially when it comes to youngsters, it can be a good tool for debunking.
Wonderful. Thank you, Peter. Kelly?
Yeah, so humor can be a very powerful tool and evokes a different set of emotions. So both fear, like fear, humor can be quite effective. Building on what Peter was saying, I guess a piece of good news is, if we're thinking about the extreme bad stories, number of people who believe in really wacky conspiracy theories and fake news, the percentages are quite small. So again, that's also why I think, what we ought to be concerned about are not the fringe, the truly fringe ideas, but the news-ish ideas, because that's where there's tremendous political impact, and the news that maybe there is not so good. In the context of rational reasoning and engaging the other side, I think we should all every day be asking ourselves, and when we encounter people who have views that are different than ours, what evidence would change your mind? What would you need to see to change your mind about your belief? And we should, again, we should be asking ourselves this question every day and asking others. And I think we go a long way. Yeah, thank you.
Very briefly on the subject of conspiracy theories, a colleague of ours did an experiment where he asked people a battery of questions about different conspiracy theories and found that very, very, very few people believed in more than 4. They would discount most of them. But a lot of people, something like 30%, believed in 1. And in fact, the biggest follow-up question he would get, people would see all these crazy conspiracy theories pop up, and they'd say, I get why you have those 5 in there, but that 6th one, everyone knows that's true. And it would be a different 6 depending on where you are. And one of the nice things about debunking conspiracy theories is to talk about other conspiracy theories. Because there are conspiracy theories like there's a Mossad CIA flood machine that causes flooding in Pakistan. That sounds stupid if you're not from there. That for Eastern Europeans who join the EU, it's going to turn you all gay. That sounds really silly unless you're someone who actually believes that. That there are caravans full of bloodthirsty migrants coming up from the deep south to invade America. That sounds kind of silly unless, you're living in my country. So conspiracy theories, ridicule, especially when you sort of multiply it out, can actually be kind of neat. But if it's okay, I want to go off the reservation right now and go back to something that you hinted at, which is this: who is there to fight for liberal democracy, and how come we're not winning now? And we really should, because this is who we want to be as societies. This is not, as you said, the first time this has happened, and as Kelly said as well. In fact, it happens all the time. This, from the 1700s until 1848. This notion of liberal democracy was on the rise. The Enlightenment, rational thinking, we overthrew millennia of religious and monarchical and aristocratic control in country after country. That idea was moving, and it was championed by all kinds of people, intellectuals, students, the middle class. 1848, didn't go so well. And from 1848 till 1945, this idea of liberal democracy in most places, not all, was on the decline. And it was on the defensive. But you know what? It was good at being on the defensive, and in the end, we won at horrible, horrible, unspeakable cost. And from 1945 until, say, the 2000s, we were at least at stasis and then winning again. And it was moving forward with leadership from, again, across the board, multinational, countries emerging and popping up democracies everywhere. Sometime in the 2000s, that shifted. Maybe 2003 is a nice date, just off the top of my head. And it became at least contested. I don't know if we're losing now, but liberal democracy became contested. And in many countries, alternative visions for the future popped up. And in some countries, those were broadcasted out to the rest of the world. But I think, and here I'm actually going to be optimistic, I think that sometime in the past year or two, we've turned the tide. And that maybe not even consciously, we've gone on the offensive again. And by we, I'm talking about liberal democracy, the Enlightenment tradition. And that we're realizing, we're coming to events like this. And we're talking about this as a problem that has solutions. And we're being more hopeful and not confused as we were during that contested period. Mm-hmm. We've been through this before. And this time, let's do it without violence. Please.
Well, thank you so much, Jed, and thank you for this wonderful discussion. I think if you don't mind joining me in giving a hand to our speakers. Of course. No, I'm left with so many questions still, so I think for those discussions, please do continue to use the hashtag DisinfoWeek, and for our next coffee break, we ought to continue the debate. It's my pleasure to introduce the next panel as we transition a bit quickly. Which is going to look at propaganda, advertising, and journalism, which is something that Peter started hinting at. Like, what do we do? What do we do to make things more attractive, more effective in terms of how they enter the information space? And I have Noora, who's going to be chairing this for us, who is the Executive Director for Media Industry Research Foundation of Finland. Noora, take it away.
Thank you. I'll wait for things to be set up. And in the meantime, good afternoon, everyone. Just to make sure everyone feels comfortable sitting an hour more before the coffee break, if you have room and don't have a laptop and everything piled up in your lap, stand up. Do so, most of you at least. You'll feel grateful later on. If you have room, just actually stretch a little bit. Great. You'll feel your legs again. Perfect. Now you can sit. Thank you so much. Panelists, you're welcome to join me, and I'll start presenting you once you've sat down. Perfect. So I'll be repeating a few things that we've been saying earlier already. So as especially Geisha has been saying, please remember to silence your phone. This panel will be lasting for an hour, and unfortunately, there won't be a Q&A, but do follow the hashtag and have questions there, and we'll be coming back to those later on. So I'll be presenting you our panelists for this topic today. So next to me, I've got Maxim Eristavi. Hopefully I'm saying your name right. He's a research fellow at the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center. He's also a Ukrainian writer, media entrepreneur, and civil rights advocate. He's one of the most well-known English-speaking journalists stationed in Eastern Europe and serves as a founding consultant for the Russian Language News Exchange, which is the biggest support network for independent newsrooms in Eastern Europe. He's also co-founded an independent news startup, and he's been a contributor for various news outlets. Welcome. Then next to him, we've got Nigel Gwilliam. He's a consultant head of media and works at this emerging tech-focused company at the Institute of Practitioners in Advertising, so the IPA. His position, he's charged with understanding the implications of emerging technologies in advertising and agencies, so kind of bringing a different perspective into the discussions today. He's got 20-plus experience in media and digital media, working both for media agencies and media companies. He's currently responsible for representing the media and digital communities within IPA membership, and in addition to that, he's running the IPA Media Futures Group and oversees the IPA's digital and technology groups. That's a long list of things you're working on. And finally, we've got another person from Finland, Anneli Ahonen. She's the eStratCom task force editor of Disinformation Review. And if you've heard of the site EU versus disinfo.eu, she works for that too. Before joining the eStratCom task force, Anneli Ahonen was working as a foreign reporter for the Finnish national broadcasting company Yleisradio. For 8 years, she's been reporting for the biggest Finnish newspaper, Helsingin Sanomat, from Russia, St. Petersburg, and covered, among other topics, Russia's disinformation campaigns. So we've got journalism very much covered here. We understand the situation in Russia, hopefully pretty well. So we'll be able to cover propaganda and disinformation, but also what is advertising and how it affects us. So I'm going to be laying the ground for the discussion, and then one by one, you'll be giving your presentation and your point of view to this. So we'll be repeating a few things that we've been hearing today, which is about what I'll be calling content confusion. And whilst Jed Willer just said in his presentation, or by concluding it, that we are not confused anymore, I'm going to claim that most of us are. And that's because when you think of the internet era and social media platforms, but other kind of platforms you have for communication, content creators, whether they're professionals or bloggers, you name it, so many other ways of sharing content online, that has made it more challenging than ever for people to identify the purposes or methods of and for content creation. Ads can resemble journalistic pieces. A news story about politics can end up being propaganda. A story shared as a scientific study can be pseudoscience, or content can actually be forged without any real truth basis. So Professor Mara Einstein called this phenomenon content confusion. And that is when traditional genres and the way content is portrayed gets mixed up and melted into one another. When content confusion occurs, it may be challenging for online users and society at large to differentiate what is editorial content, what is advertising, and what is made up or really truly fake news. So in this panel, we will discuss about various aspects of this kind of content confusion, how it is created, by who, and more importantly, how should this issue be tackled and who should be responsible. We've been talking about regulation and having a strategic approach to understanding things that happen, but we're going to focus on these 3 words today and how content confusion can be tackled. So please, Maxim, do start.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you for coming. I will start to say that it's great company to be here, but also I'm not kind of academics smart type of person. I'm street smart. That's what I'm going to talk about my experiences with Frontlines and how we deal with disinformation on Frontlines. Personally and professionally, I come before you today as a someone who has been terribly bruised by disinformation, both on personal and professional level. As professionally, as a journalist, I come from the region that has been scorched by disinformation in terms of press freedoms, in terms of independent journalism, where it's very hard to do your job as a journalist being attacked by barrage of disinformation every day, every minute, I would say. As a person on a personal level, coming as before you as Georgian Ukrainian, I also know and observe how disinformation kills people every day in terms of front lines that those countries like Ukraine or Georgia fight against Russian invasion. As a queer person, I also come and stand before you as someone who sees his community being attacked by disinformation and disinformation being utilized in fueling violence against many minorities, including queer community. And, as just on extremely personal level, I come from a family that is horribly divided by disinformation, where brothers and sisters and siblings and mothers and fathers don't talk to their kids or their family members or just have troubles connecting because of the effect of disinformation. But I'm not going to roll with all this drama and tragedy because I come here for you to tell you good news that we actually know a lot more about disinformation these days, just enough to start tackling it successfully. And the second good news that we've been doing a lot of great work on the front lines, and that work has been quite a success addressing disinformation. So the lesson that we learned in recent years is obviously that we heard a lot of these days, and now it's this mainstream idea is how disinformation works. That actually does not create anything new, that it does not, has a purpose of convince people, rather is just there to already thrive on the fault lines within our own democracies. The other important thing about the lessons that we learn is actually comes from the fact that we shouldn't overestimate the power of disinformation. Because in recent days, a lot of people come at me and say, it's very hard to work on this issue because we have adversaries that are so well-funded, they have so many great tools. And it is true indeed, because fun fact, I was working for Russian state media at some point during the period when disinformation was just emerging. And it is horrible, but also exciting startup culture happening over there. And there is a lot of creativity, a lot of ideas flowing, but at the same time, when we talk about those gigantic funds that everybody likes to cite, most of those money go to corruption. Most of those money are being stolen, so it doesn't mean that those great budgets are being appropriated within that startup culture. But the most important lesson for me as a journalist is there is no coincidence that the areas that the most affected by disinformation, organized disinformation these days, are those that suffer from crisis in the media sector of the different sorts, and most importantly, crisis when it comes to absence or complete absence of local media, whether it's in the US, whether it's in the EU, or whether it's in Ukraine or Georgia. The places that are affected and the societies that are affected by disinformation the most are those that do not have or have very weak local media or media environment. And, to end on a positive note, what we can actually do now, what we can do and what we're doing. Well, first of all, we're pushing the debate. That's great that we have such events and they're well attended because, again, coming from Ukraine and doing this information topic for 6 years, almost 6 years, I'm glad that you're finally all woke and you actually talk about and pushing this discussion further. It's important to have such statements as President Macron did the other day about creating those task forces that will help to expose disinformation influence of our democracies and actually protect them. It's important that we have such a great visionaries who would push this idea, such as Atlantic Council and the Disinfo initiatives and people like Geisha Gonzalez and Alina Polyakova. But the most important thing that we can do is also focus on case studies, because case studies are everything. Because it's a startup culture, because we don't have any single golden rule about how disinformation works effectively, initiatives like we have now, Ukraine Election Task Force, that looks at specific countries, at specific point of history, and learning lessons from there, because whatever is deployed there, it will come back to other democracies as we learn. And also supporting independent journalism, the initiative that I'm part of, which is Russian Language News Exchange, which was daring idea, nobody believed it. We came together, we set up this exchange and support network for independent newsrooms in the most affected by disinformation areas in Eastern Europe. Now we reach 40 million people every month, and this is some kind of a scheme that we believe can be replicated in any region, because it's important at the end of the day to talk to those audiences that are affected by disinformation. As my family, when I come to my family at the end of the day, I want to have some bricks for building a bridge to them, because they're not uneducated, they're not stupid, and they choose disinformation just because they're scared, they feel alienated, the topics that they care are not covered, and the issues that they care are dismissed. So that's where it's important for us to go and try to reach them, and the best tool is obviously still a good journalism.
Thank you. Moving on to Nigel.
Yeah, I think, thank you very much for that. That was a really interesting introduction. Just conscious that the picture of me is so old it's approaching fake advertising. So apologies for that. I'm a little bit older, longer in the tooth than when that picture was taken. I'm obviously, as hopefully you'll guess from my accent, English, and so I'm obviously very glad that this event is taking place before March 29th, when a little decision or not possibly may be happening. So my country's basically been turned into a global scale car crash, thanks in part, certainly at least, to our friends in the east, the further east, in Ukraine, obviously. So for my own personal interests, I know that isolating Britain is a key geopolitical goal of the Kremlin. However, I'm here in a professional capacity. Unusually for this room, I'm an ad man. So you can point your finger at me and blame me for most things. Although I've met some very interesting people here that, like arms dealers and things, that seem to think that advertising is a source of all ills as well. But I will try and take some of the flack. But I'm going to try and talk to you about some constructive and positive things from an advertising perspective. So the organisation I work for is called the IPA, the Institute of Practitioners in Advertising. It's very grand sounding. It's over 100 years old. But it's actually incorporated by Royal Charter. So what that means is, as well as representing the advertising agency community in the UK, so our members handle something like 85% of UK advertising, we also have a responsibility to look out for the theory and the practice of advertising to best benefit the general public. That's actually written into our Royal Charter. And that really is the foundation of some of the initiatives that we've been involved in that are particularly pertinent to this space. And I was very conscious, very much agree with Clint Watt's comments earlier on about the tremendous danger of domestic actors in a political sphere learning from the Russian playbook. And I think that progression from kind of Russian influence to the lessons learned from the Russians is a big concern. So we did something pretty unusual. We actually called for a ban on online political micro-targeting back in April of last year. Frankly, when an advertising trade association is calling for a ban of any kind of advertising, things are pretty serious. And that really is the case with regard to this. So politics in a democracy requires discussion in the public square. Dark social posts hidden in almost all and existing only ephemerally threaten this. We don't believe that it's intrinsic to have public square debate about sports cars or luxury holidays, which are the kinds of things my members kind of advertise. It also helps. I don't represent the businesses that are involved in political micro-targeting. They aren't run by mainstream agencies that you would have heard of. We know the names of them now, some of them at least, the Cambridge Analytica, the SELs, the AIQs, etc. But we don't represent them. The second thing we called for was actually a public, searchable registry of every political ad message that runs. And the reason why we did that was, it may come as a surprise to you, but every kind of advertising, certainly in the UK, is covered by regulation and self-regulation, except for political advertising. So you can't make a health claim about a breakfast cereal unless you can back it up factually. That's not true for making a political statement. So when you combine the fact that there is no regulatory or self-regulatory oversight with the fact that you can then target very, very small numbers of people with a hidden message that only you and they see, that's a very toxic combination open to abuse. I think fundamentally we can't expect regulation in the UK, I would guess elsewhere anytime soon, because guess what? Politicians like regulating other people. They don't like regulating themselves so much. They're not willing to relinquish any control to someone else to what they can say, because they think it'll always be biased against them. But listening also to Rachel Levine, sorry I didn't catch how to pronounce your surname earlier, from talking about the Irish abortion referendum, and indeed micro-targeting and how they explored that. Transparency is the next best option in the absence of regulation. So sunlight is the best antiseptic. That is the firm belief that we have. And it's why we've actually renewed our call for an independently hosted, publicly searchable registry of all political messages that run in the UK on a paid-for basis. So it would have the targeting information, it would have who paid for it, and it would obviously have a listing of the imagery and the messaging. Because if you can't regulate, the next best thing you can have is make that available to other political parties and to investigative journalists, which is something like a macro-scale version of the exercise in Ireland. And on an ongoing basis, we made a submission to the DCMS Select Committee on Fake News. I believe you've got Damien Collins on the stage tomorrow, who's a former ad man as well, so he's obviously he's a political guy now. But they, amongst many other things, have made a similar call. So they've said that that kind of transparency needs to be delivered by a central point. Crucially, it can't be managed solely by any one platform. Facebook's done some good work on this, but it shouldn't be down to them. It should be independently hosted, and it should be platform neutral. So that's fundamentally what we're calling for. I'll just make a couple of final points. One thing that we want to do to try and limit the micro-targeting piece is you pay for every kind of creative you use, not how much money you spend, every kind of creative you use. You need to have some metric that carries the volume of work to be reviewable and hosted to the money that you're making. So I think the Trump campaign used something like 5.9 million different ad formats. In the way that we would recommend setting this up, you would have to pay, a fraction of a pound or a dollar for every single one of those that you used to then be hosted. So that's the kind of technical expertise we can provide to the government. Fundamentally, it needs regulation. It needs the involvement of the political class and community in that. Just one final point on transparency. There is an interesting case at the moment. I don't know if any of you have heard of the Mainstream Network. Has anyone heard of the Mainstream Network? So no one knows what the Mainstream Network is. No one knows. Someone knows at the back. So broadly speaking, no one knows who's behind the Mainstream Network. We have one person in the room who knows it. So they've spent £250,000 on a very hard, specific version of the pro-Brexit message. No one knows who they are. There's no transparency. Facebook is believed to know, but they're currently not sharing that information. So there's still some work to do with that transparency. I'll leave it there. I hope that's useful. I'm just an ad man, so I'm not going to talk a great deal about journalism or propaganda, although, to be honest, a lot of the advertising industry in the UK emerged from the propaganda business during the war, so there is a bit of an overlap. Anyway, sorry.
Thank you. Go ahead, Anneli.
Thank you. So maybe I'll just start with a bit of an introduction of my perspective, how I joined this discussion, and maybe try to relate a bit with the other speakers as well. So I was especially happy to hear you, Maxim, sharing your experience, because it's in a way the origin of our team, how our team started its work. And just to give a brief update on what is happening in Brussels and on the institutional level. So when the first time when the EU member states recognized Russian disinformation as a threat was in 2015, and as a first step, the East Stratcom Task Force was set up to address and raise awareness about Russia's ongoing disinformation campaign. At that point in Brussels, the level of awareness of Russia's actions was really low, and now through 3 years, we have come to the point when last December, an EU action plan against disinformation was published, and it also recognizes clearly Russia as the main threat of disinformation in Europe. So in a way, that is one indicator to clearly say that the level of awareness of Russia's actions has grown in Brussels. When our part of the EU institutional work against disinformation, where the action plan outlines 4 different strands, improving detection capacity, joining up efforts with the member states and institutions, the Commission's wider work with code of practice and social media companies, and then the long-term media literacy work. Then our team's part of that is to focus on Russia and do public communication work, raising awareness about disinformation. So we, in a way, do the dirty work, and we have found from the beginning our supporters and the greatest knowledge on the front lines in Ukraine, in Georgia, in the Baltics, and so on. And we can clearly, until now, say that, for example, if we look at the European elections, it makes definitely sense to look at the Ukraine elections now. What is happening in Ukraine will the next day happen, or is already happening in Europe. What our team has struggled from the beginning has been the resources, but now there is some positive light even on that side. We haven't had any budget until today, but now the European Parliament has given through their financials instrument us 1.1 million euros, and we will direct that to comprehensive professional media monitoring of Russia Today and Sputnik, further disinformation analysis and data analysis. So this is clearly a step further for us as a team. And then maybe just one point on the content confusion, and then about the funding, because I also always like to quote the funds that Russia's disinformation machine has behind them. From the state budget, they do give 1 billion euros, every year to global media outlets like Russia Today and Sputnik, official state TV channels and news agencies, then maybe just I think that the risk for the Western countries is that Russia Today as a media company is doing professional output, and while it's at the same time used as a channel for disinformation and a propaganda tool, then that exactly creates this confusion in the audiences when they cannot differ that this is actually not media. This is a propaganda channel, but it's so professionally made that, and it's entertaining, that people buy into it and are ready to get the messages from there.
Okay, thank you. So many interesting points that I want to go back to, but I'm thinking of going a little bit back to the advertising space. In America, an average American sees an average number of ads per day. Who thinks it's 2,000? Raise your hand. Who thinks it's more than 4,000? Raise your hand. Right. Because you're getting closer. It's between 4,000 and 10,000 ads per day that an average person sees online per day. So when you think of that constant overload, whether it's political ads or actually journalistic ads or whichever they are, they, based on research, cause irritation. They lead to actually people skipping those ads, especially young people don't even see them when they go through the web, but that kind of behavior has led especially news agencies, media companies thinking about ways of doing ads that are not that pervasive, that are actually more of a storytelling, and brands and, I guess, advertising agencies are kind of finding new ways of also bringing ads that do not look like ads or do not feel like ads. We call them sponsored content or native advertising or whichever you want to call it. But that has kind of led, again, to this confusion when you've got all those different kind of formats that are not always marked or named in the similar kind of way, and people don't know what kind of ad is actually an ad and what is not. And someone was mentioning in an earlier panel that it's possible in those kind of situations that if you don't recognize that brand in which you have that ad, you will not trust it. And based on research, actually, if you see that it is marked as an ad, you will believe that story less than you would if it would not be named as an ad. So ads have a kind of a negative influence, and that can cause confusion. Well, in the EU, we're working strongly in terms of making sure that there's not confusion, that those what our ads are actually called as they are marked. In Finland, this is how it also relates to journalism. We have a strong code of ethics for journalists that any journalist in any media company, most of them apply to these guidelines of journalists. They have to make sure that all that is an ad that is paid by someone else is clearly marked this is an ad. This doesn't happen all in countries in Europe, especially if we go further. There might be more challenges in terms of having these kind of guidelines ruling how journalists do their work. So how do you think, how could we get a similar system to other countries, or do you think that would actually help? Especially if you're not limiting this kind of making things clear that there are ads, if it's not just media, but when you think of advertising companies or tech companies, what could be done so that it is clearer what kind of content they perceive? And you were already mentioning some things in relation to political advertisements and so on. But when you think of the bigger picture, what are the things that can be done to start with?
Yeah, I mean, so there's a very good example of that. There's a growing trend for something called influencer marketing. So the most obvious examples being just like show my age here, so I hope I get it right, Kim Kardashian's and Caitlyn Jenner's. Caitlyn Jenner, is that right? You know the ones, the social influencer personalities. So there's a very big top-tier version of those, and they're actually hundreds of thousands of them throughout the world in different subject areas. And there's been a real pushback around the relationship that they have on their Instagram feeds, YouTube channels, etc., where they're promoting products and not making it clear that they've actually been paid to do so. So, strictly speaking, certainly in the UK, you absolutely have to say, this is an advert, this is sponsored. You have to have some kind of recognition around that. To me, frankly, the question of disinformation and the threats to Western society, I think, are most acute with regard to political messaging, and therefore I think, given especially that that's where the regulation is absent, that's where we have to really focus our attention. So what's happening in the UK is the nearest body with responsibility for it, someone called the Electoral Commission, and they're pushing for further rules and powers such that all messages that are paid for on a political message basis have to carry an imprint of who's paying for them. And together with that, you really need all of the full metadata. So that's giving you transparency of where it's coming from. The problem with that is how many layers within organizations can you go? So if you say this message is by the mainstream network, but no one knows who the mainstream network is, how transparent is that? So you really need to have some metadata around the targeting, the content of the message itself, the amount of money being spent, and the true source of the revenue. So on a broader scale, on that basis, Aaron Banks is responsible for the single largest political donation in British history, over 8 million. He still failed to convince the DCMS Select Committee where that money came from. So, and everyone knows that it's probably likely to be somewhere east of Ukraine, but no one's entirely sure where.
All right, comment.
If I can
Yes.
add, and when I say we in the media, we love ads and we utilize them a lot, and especially it's important for independent journalism or small niche projects. We survive on pushing our content and pushing our stories in paying through social media platforms, and probably we now read much more advertising books that we read about journalism per se. The great thing about media using ads that we push our content, but we also add ethics to it, and we should be just completely honest that we're all in the market for attention. Like even in this audience, I think maybe a third of people are looking into their phones now. So it's important to know the tools how you can grab that attention. Not necessarily that your content is boring, although maybe I say something boring, that's also true, but because we're so overloaded with different stories and different content altogether that I don't understand when people say that, it's somehow unethical to put extra effort to push your stories and push your journalism or content out there until that it's transparent. And also in terms of journalism, it's ethical. So you don't push disinformation, you don't push lies out there.
It's very true. And I mean, and there are challenges in platforms that, their algorithms are designed to highlight and champion and promote anything that captures attention, the attention economy. And so having that sense of attention is the only metric unless you introduce additional ethical metrics on top. And it creates, potentially real problems where if all you care about is engagement, then a polarizing message that's what you learn from advertising is things like make your message simple, emotions are powerful. Fear and anger don't work so well in advertising. There's not, but they're very powerful emotions, the most powerful emotion. So the problem is you get this polarization and people vanishing down rabbit holes of content that can be very extreme. And I mean, we're seeing things, kind of apolitical examples like the anti-vaxxing stuff and even the flat Earth. I mean, I find fascinating. Things that are unquestionably factually provable are coming back into fashion.
Right, and then I do want to comment from a perspective of journalism. Do you think having more clear guidelines and rules, at least on that side, could help make things more transparent and maybe less challenging in terms of confusion to see what is fact-based journalistic content, what is ad or advertising, and what is propaganda, and like in all that sphere.
Well, I guess one of the questions is that is it enough that the platforms, for example, would be self-regulated? That is a relevant question here? Is if the measures that we see now are enough, or do we need some further steps to actually ensure that we gain the needed transparency and the needed level of transparency that we want to see.
Right. Okay. Before moving on to another topic, since you mentioned especially platforms and regulating them and what their role is, and you mentioned Facebook being cooperative. I don't know if you've heard that yesterday Facebook announced that they want to reorientate the company around private, encrypted, and ephemeral messages, pushing, those posts more into the private zone. And I guess in terms of users, that might be a nice thing, that it's more of the private communication. But when you think of regulation, that will get a little harder, I would presume. So what do you think? Would this be an issue? And how can we tackle, again, regulating them if everything in those platforms goes more into the private zone? Do you want to try?
Yeah. Yeah, so it remains to be seen how it plays out. Right. I think as I understand it, the focus is around the messaging apps, so the alignment of WhatsApp, Instant Messenger, and another, all owned by Facebook. So I think we have to wait and see. It's one thing to hear a vision. It's another thing to see how it fundamentally plays out. I'm an avid user of WhatsApp. I love WhatsApp. There's obviously no advertising on WhatsApp. There's no data collection on it. It's end-to-end encrypted by default. There are actually moves to introduce advertising to WhatsApp, although it doesn't really affect us in the West because the ads will run on your profile page, which you probably don't even necessarily know what that is. I had to be told what my profile page on WhatsApp was before I realized it. Right. But they're actually... in different markets, particularly in the developing world, I think in India most acutely, that space is quite often used by individuals or very small sized businesses as almost like a mini website to showcase their wares. So there is a kind of an advertising piece around that. But broadly speaking, if the intent is followed by actions where there is privacy baked in, I think there is absolutely a role for privacy, and I like it in WhatsApp. I would be surprised if it would extend throughout their whole ecosystem, because driving data and engagement that delivers more people more of the time is the raw material that they turn into advertising revenue. So I think it remains to be seen, but we'll certainly watch with interest. But I think the statement's a positive one, but it's walking the walk versus talking the talk is what we'll have to wait for.
I think we should probably differentiate when we talk about regulation. So as a person who's coming from places that were, and still struggle with democracy, I have natural allergy to any regulation because, I know how it ends up. And very often in places, and the majority of our world are not, very consolidated democracies. So in places where we work, regulation always means bad. And even now, we unfortunately see it within the EU. Like, let's take example of Slovakia in the case of murder journalism. And the response that the government had, and now pushing for a special law to kind of address the issues with privacy information, that will stifle the journalism. And a lot of journalists are scared that that kind of regulation that is now kind of sold as disinformation regulation has its goal to suppress freedom of speech. For me personally, working with very aggressive environments, to have as much freedom on social media platform as possible is a good thing, because all our platforms are being attacked very regularly. So the government shut down Twitter, or they shut down YouTube, and you're going to survive only if you are present and on as much platform as possible, including on a privacy end-to-end encryption like WhatsApp, we work there, or Telegram, or elsewhere. So for us, it's important to make a distinction between regulating platforms and the countries where they work under a very healthy, regulation, transparent regulation, but not encourage other agents in other countries take that idea, run with them, and suppress free speech or press freedoms, as if campaign against disinformation, what is happening all over the place, all over front lines globally at the moment.
I think what is also interesting is that the role of Kontaktse, which is like completely, of course, like out of this whole regulation discussion, and it has been considered as an irrelevant and marginal platform in the Western countries. But then, yeah, exactly. But then when you look at the audiences, they have the second biggest audience comes from Germany, according to their own figures. It's around 5%, if Russian one is 48. And it's also 9th most used website in Germany from all the websites. So it has a significant role among the audiences in the West as well. And what has been also a trend in the marginals is that different radical far-right groups that get kicked out from Facebook then move to Kontaktse. And now we just saw in Germany a call to for the audiences to join Kontaktse as a haven of freedom of speech when all the other platforms like Facebook are censoring, and Kontaktse will offer an opportunity before the European elections to express your freedom of speech there. So this is like a small thing, a weak signal, but I think it's interesting that this is happening, and clearly they are pretty actively also developing their audiences on Kontaktse.
I'll tell you more, that not only VK and Kontaktse and OK, which is Odnoklassniki, another Russian social media network, for projects that when we target Russian language audience and audience in Russia, we get more audience for our content from OK than we get from Facebook. Because the audiences that do care about, corruption, and both of our audiences, both affected by the disinformation and not affected, they care about simple but shared things like corruption, injustice, inequality in terms of economic inequality. And we get more audience from there. And we're not one of those people who just very patronizing about, VK or OK, those are crazy people, marginalized there. We shouldn't, even address them, or we shouldn't go there because of A, B, C. And we actually wrote out that strategy, and then it's now extremely successful in bringing more attention to what we do, or our partners or journalists on the ground do. So it's absolutely terrific point.
Where do the servers for those? I don't know the sites very well, but I'm guessing they're Russian-based. Are the servers all in Russia?
Yeah, that's a security thing that you do have, because VK and OK, they perform under Russian legislation that now, for example, other international social media networks struggle, that you must store all your information on servers based in Russia. It means that, Secret Service or FSB must full access to whatever. But at the same time, again, it doesn't mean we don't base our communication on VK or OK, but we use it as a delivery platforms because it would be stupid not to do it because of millions of people who sit there.
But it raises the kind of the spectre of something called the splinternet. So the idea of maybe everyone in the audience knows this better than advertising people. So I'm used to speaking to advertising people who don't know as much about technology as me. So I'm suddenly very conscious. Is this a well-known term? So there's obviously a domestic Russian internet. There's a domestic Chinese internet behind the Great Firewall. But by all accounts, there are anecdotes of particularly the Chinese making a pitch for how their internet, the more kind of regulated authoritarian oversight, is quite an attractive proposition as they go out to offer their services and work in partnership with developing world nations.
Because they have an ecosystem.
Yeah,
they have their own Twitter, they own
yeah.
Facebook, they own Google. It's everything.
Yeah, and it's like, so you get all the good bits without any of that difficult freedom of speech stuff.
Yeah.
With our version.
They're trying to build the same in Russia as well, because
Yeah.
you know that's how you get. But still, millions of people are there.
So yeah,
hundreds of millions of Chinese are there.
So they, so I guess their home turf is. If you wanted to, it would be very difficult to instigate a kind of a reverse campaign to what was has been and continues to be attempted by the Russians in Western democracies of infiltrating the open web and social media that we have here. It's very difficult if we were, imagine this room said, well, let's undertake a disinformation campaign based on inventing, false Russian accounts on their platforms. That really wouldn't work, would it?
I'm going to hijack this conversation and move on a little bit, pretty close to what you were talking about, leading more into propaganda and then repeating something that has been said already, the topic of media literacy. So when thinking of propaganda, we know how it used to be during World War with fires, different kind of leaflets and even newspapers that were used. But when you think of today, we've got all these fake accounts, we've got trolls, we've got what you can name it. It can be infiltrated by being something that represents a media company, but it's not really. We all know how these can affect and even manipulate election results. But when you think of different forms of propaganda, what do you see as the most dangerous source of propaganda? I'll make you think.
Well, I have a specific state actor in mind that I would maybe mention as the most dangerous source of propaganda. But do you mean channels or the?
You can go both ways, because I know some things will be repeated here, both country-wise, but also how it is used and through which channels they spread.
Well, definitely from our point of view, it is Russia, and it has been successfully conducting its disinformation campaigns and exporting them from Russia at least until from 2013 to the US already. So they have gained a lot of experience. They are, if Twitter has deleted 9 or 10 million accounts by Internet Research Agency from St. Petersburg, it means that they have actually created all of these tweets, and they have now gained this experience of how the tactics work, what to do next. So they are pretty capable of conducting even more developed operations in the future. But then what is so often, like a lot of the discussion focuses on social media and the amplification part of the spread of disinformation. But then again, I think that it's also important to simply remember these state channels like Russia Today and Sputnik that might in some countries not be that huge with their audiences, but then there is Russia Today in Spanish and in Arabic, where the audiences clearly do not consider them as propaganda, and many in the West also don't even understand that they originate in Russia. So maybe that point is something that is sometimes undermined from my point of view.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
May I
Please.
caution on Russia, although it is a very nasty threat. And, my region suffers from specifically Russian. But when I go around and I talk and I use the term organized disinformation first, I do not do geographic division for a specific reason. I use organized disinformation because, let's be honest, we all use kind of disinformation in everyday life. When I run late or when I argue on something, and that I know Rihanna is better than Beyonce, but then organized disinformation is a different kind of animal. It is a structure, well-financed, organized, that has targets and goals and basically institution. And those institutions are being replicated in so many places now. It's not only Russia. Moreover, Ukraine, for example, suffers from multiple organized disinformation attacks from different geographical places, from Hungary, for example. Even within Europe, everybody replicates those disinformation tactics now all over the place. The Polish government, or in Poland, or in other places, in other regions as well. So I think that when we focus too much on geography, we forget about that all these disinformation campaigns, organized disinformation campaigns, target the fault lines within our democracy, which we all share. And when we do address those issues, whether it's absence of media or whether it's absence of discussions and debates within our societies, it's no different whether it's Hungarian or Russian or Chinese disinformation campaign. They're all going to be constantly successful and just being, multiplying all over the place, even within the United States, with a lot of, very great examples of disinformation campaigns that are originated and being based in the United States and run by American citizens as well. That's just, not the question of geography so much.
Maybe just to add, why I focus so much on Russia is of course one thing, that it's within our mandate to address Russia's disinformation, but then also simply because it's the only state actor that needs coordinated EU response, and where the goal is also targeting the EU as a whole to weaken the EU. So there to, I think that it's good to call out the actors behind disinformation, so that then you can actually talk what we are talking about. We are talking about Hungary, Poland, China, Russia, so that we understand that it's just, organized disinformation campaign, but who is the organizer? What is the actor behind? So that was maybe more what I'm after with highlighting Russia.
I don't think that you'll probably be able to answer that question, but the attacks, disinformation attacks on the EU are happening within the EU as well, and within the member states of the EU as well. And again, like the attack on the EU institutions in many countries, starting from Romania, Hungary, and Poland, which also kind of have the same damaging effect, especially in terms of the European elections, that Russian information attacks.
Yeah, I think as a principle, I think the propaganda that you don't realize is propaganda is the most dangerous. The most infuriating propaganda is the one that isn't true, but is getting massive traction. But I think that moving into kind of a broader piece, there's something about the genie being out of the bottle. So there's a Peter Pomerantsev book. I think I get this right. It's Nothing is True and Everything is Possible. And he talks about his experiences in Russia, but how it happened there first, but it's not always their actions. It's the playbook that domestic actors have learnt from. So in an advertising context, some of the dangerous things that are emerging are test and trial of the traction of different kinds of political messaging, and how messages that you think aren't relevant to a subject are used. So, for example, the Vote Leave campaign was actually interviewed by Peter Pomerantsev on the BBC radio. And they said, yeah, we micro-targeted, and what we did is we ran all sorts of different ads, and what we found was that animal welfare got a real emotive hook. So they started running ads with pictures of polar bears on melting glaciers, saying the EU is stopping us from saving our polar bears. Right? So that was the kind of messaging you see. So, is that propaganda? I mean, it's political advertising and it's ridiculous. Is that propaganda? Kind of. It's certainly very scary.
Right. This builds a nice bridge to media literacy. The previous panel was more about human nature and what can be and can't be done. And they were saying that while we can be trained, we're not always paying attention and not really focusing on critically thinking, and therefore we might be more susceptible. But according to research, we do need media literacy now more than ever, especially when thinking about differentiating between advertising, propaganda, and journalism. According to a research group from Aalto University and the University of Tampere in Finland, they divided media literacy actually into 4 areas, and they were saying that you have to be more critical about information, you have to be more critical about various meanings attached to content, you have to be critical of various interactions that you have online and offline, and also one layer is the self-perceived criticality. And what they were saying is really to focus on that, and you have way more information about that. But I'm interested in your opinions about how important you find media literacy and whose responsibility media education is. Because in the context, for example, again, using my own country, in Finland, we start media education when kids are in kindergarten. And you have that sort of program about media literacy throughout schooling. And that's built in the school programs. But I know it's not like that everywhere. So what do you think? How important is it? Whose responsibility is it? And how useful can it be in terms of differentiating content?
To be honest, I don't know what media literacy is.
Right.
I don't understand this at all, because I do think that it's part of good quality education to teach our kids how to, read, where to read, that there must be sources for information. It doesn't have to be invention of a new wheel or of media literacy or funds being spent, which I think is probably part of the reason why this thing is out there, because it's very easy to fundraise on that. But dealing with the disinformation and effects and fallouts of disinformation every day, professionally and personally, when I come to my family member that has 2 degrees, and that family member is severely affected by disinformation, it's not because they're stupid, it's not because they're being tricked into believing a lie. In 90% of cases, those victims of disinformation, believing a lie is not an accident, it's a choice. And it's a choice because it addresses their fears and their anxieties, because they feel alienated or because they feel frustrated or not heard. And tackling those issues first, making sure that those people feel like they're heard, that the society hears them and addresses their concerns, I think it would work magic in terms of pushing the issue of addressing disinformation, rather any media literacy anywhere else. But that's just my opinion, so I would love to hear if you think it's the case as well.
So there's a couple of really difficult things. I think media literacy is a slightly amorphous kind of phrase, so you have to be careful with it. But I think, to me, the backdrop to it is the rate of change of kind of communications technology and personal devices, right? You used to use words like that a few years ago. Everyone now knows you mean your smartphone, right? If you've ever watched a family interacting around screen usage, you're very clear that the kind of the Western world in particular, the human race, particularly in the Western world, we're in a gigantic experiment. We're in a gigantic social experiment. We're all guinea pigs, because there was never anything, a set out plan for how those technologies and those devices were going to work, and then how the different apps and kind of services on those were designed with people in mind, other than to keep you there, particularly for attention economy businesses. So there's a backdrop of a changing kind of landscape that's changed incredibly quickly, and I really understand what you're saying about kind of illiteracy by media illiteracy by someone with 2 degrees is still a possibility that they want to vote into it. And in some respects, children, young adults, are very understanding of the technology, know how to use the technology. They understand the dynamics of communications and messaging. But they're also strangely vulnerable to the effects of influencer marketing. So this idea that someone's living a perfect life, right, and all we ever see is the 2% of everyone's life that's the best orchestrated parts of it, and the people who get the most followers and can make a living out of that just feed that all the time. So there are fundamental challenges. What do you do about that? I mean, I honestly don't know.
Anneli, do you want to comment?
Yeah, I just love the comment. I think this is the first time ever when I hear someone saying I don't support media literacy, because it's like a mantra for media literacy.
I don't say I don't support. I don't understand
yes,
what it
exactly.
is.
But yeah, in a way, I think like of course, like these long-term education, like putting a lot of effort into that is necessary, but that doesn't help if we don't have media, like reliable, independent media that will talk about issues, and we will have a fact-based public debate. And that doesn't work if we don't have the social platforms on board, and that doesn't work if still someone is not doing fact-checking. So in a way, we just need all the pieces together, and then we can build on that. And media literacy, I think, is like one part of the solution.
That was well put. You were kind of condensing what we've been talking about here so far. My last question, I'll give maximum 1 minute, so we'll be quick enough to wrap up. So anything that you find that is very relevant to this question about whether we talk about advertising, propaganda, or journalism, that something that is relevant to this phenomenon that we haven't discussed yet and you want to finish up with?
Can I finish last then? You gotta think about it.
I'll give you time to think.
Yeah, something that I'm concerned about in the spaces, and you began talking about it, which is the idea of the blurring of lines between them. And actually the one that concerns me very much is the rise of kind of personality cult, or personalities who are kind of journalists, but they're not really journalists. They're kind of, propagandists, but they pretend to be something they're not. And it feeds into strangely into that whole influencer thing, but in a very dark, politically motivated way. So you get, characters like, Tommy Robinson, his kind of pretend name, Stephen Laxley, I can't remember what his proper name is, but he has a huge following that he crowdfunds from, that he, does kind of gonzo YouTube clips around that, and that kind of like he's a freedom fighter come activist journalist come something, it's like that whole thing is very dangerous because of the absence of ethics that go with it, and because of the lack of delineation of things. So it's not my world, but just looking at it, I think that those blurring lines really concern me.
Anneli, last words.
Yeah, maybe just so before coming here, I was working as a journalist, and now I have been here for 2 years. I can see people who are really doing the dirty work, and they are doing it every day, and I can feel that quite many people are getting frustrated about this topic. It's very stressful. It's very, just psychologically demanding. And then sometimes I just feel that we have to understand that this is really, really a long-term thing, that we have to, this is how it will be. It will be frustrating every day. It will be stressful. We don't have quick solutions. All the solutions, it's a process and just like a slow process, but still we are heading somewhere, and we have to try. And I don't know, maybe just to motivate myself and the others to keep on trying. At least our team is trying to get the strongest possible EU response against Russia's disinformation, and that's what is needed.
Right.
You know where it starts for me personally, this whole mess, is that when I have a conversation, I don't know why and how it happened that somehow we think that journalism is very cheap and it's very easy to do. But it's not. It's very expensive. It should be very expensive. And it starts with conversation that I regularly have with some journalists that ask me, for example, should we hire for this project a fact checker? And I'm always, and journalists that do ask those things are not usually from Moldova or Ukraine, from United States or UK. And I'm shocked by it because fact checking is a core of your function as a journalist. That shouldn't be a separate job. And I think it's a fallout and legacy of those 2-3 decades that we let our journalism institution to just go waste in terms of defunding them, denying them much opportunity. The market is also responsible for that. But then once we fix this, once we make sure that journalism, again, is a high-paying job that you invested a lot in terms of resources and money as well, I think we'll get to the bottom of a problem and start fixing it. Until then, until the journalist doesn't know what fact-checking and thinks is a separate job, I think we're all in massive problem, and we will never be able to address this information.
Right. I totally agree that we need more transparency in terms of how journalism works and what kind of work is behind every piece of fact-checked news. Perfect. Thank you so much for your attention. We're wrapping up now. So following this session, you'll have a brief coffee break, and the next session will begin promptly at 3:45. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
Her skin was soft and sweet. She wore sandals on her feet. Side by side, we fell asleep in her mother's bed. She stepped inside of me, said, "Don't never lie to me. This heart of mine can be yours." Yeah, that's what she said. But I just played the role, broke the heart I stole. 'Cause I was young and dumb, up in the head. Do you wanna be?
all of the different elements that we've been discussing throughout the day. We've been talking about malicious state and non-state actors. We've been talking about the divisions and how half-truths get seeped into the cracks. We've been talking about human nature and emotions, advertising, propaganda, journalism, and all of this is all in play in the Western Balkans. I can think of no better person to lead the discussion than Molly Montgomery, who's the Vice President for Europe for Albright Stonebridge Group. So Molly, take it away.
Great, and can we get a round of applause for Geisha and the entire Atlantic Council team who have done a tremendous job organizing this and the events in Madrid and in Athens. So thank you so much. And I'll invite the panel up. So joining me here today are Jelena Milic, who is the director for the Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies in Belgrade, Adnan Huskic, who is the president for the Center for Election Studies in Sarajevo, and Laura Brown, who is the public affairs officer and spokesperson at the U.S. Embassy in Skopje, North Macedonia. So I think, as Geisha said, we've done a really good job today of exploring in the other sessions the modalities of disinformation and talking a little bit about solutions. And so as we get to the end of the day, it's a really good time to take a deep dive and look at a region where disinformation has really taken hold over the last couple of years, but that doesn't get enough attention, certainly in my book, and I think many others would agree. And that is the Western Balkans. And if you know anything about the Western Balkans, you know that this promises to be a lively discussion. So I think it's well-timed at the end of the day, and we want to just get started by talking a little bit about how disinformation has taken hold in each of the three countries where our panelists come from, and then we'll get a little bit deeper into what the obstacles are to confronting this and what we can all do to work together to try to find solutions. So I want to turn first to Jelena to talk a little bit about the situation in Serbia.
Thank you. It's really an honor to be here today and to discuss Western Balkans. And, we are smeared and bad-mouthed by Churchill ages ago, that we produce more history that we can absorb. Funny thing is, we also have been producing a lot of decent artists and, scientists, but we somehow don't talk and don't cherish their achievements. We rather bicker about who are they, are they ours or theirs now? Because, we had Serbs living in Croatia, we had, Serbs writing in Bosnia and the other way around. So Ivo Andrić, I suppose all of you know about him, the Nobel Prize awarded author who wrote a book, The Bridge over River Drina. And when this book became, worldly popular, the joke, came around. And we are good at producing jokes as well, luckily, not only words. When one guy from the city of Visegrad, where the actual bridge is, asks his friend, "Have you read the book already?" And he said, "Why should I? I cross that bridge like twice a day, So Jelena Milic is sitting here at this big disinfo event, and do I have a structured, well-prepared presentation? No, I have my own, real lifetime presentation based on a true story, more or less. Jokes aside, or a little bit more jokes, Geisha, I have some complaints. I'm kind of used to the fact that, tabloids and Russians are spreading disinformation about me. But you, in your selection on my bio, on your website, have failed, to feature the most important things. So my dear audience, in the last year only, if you would believe Belgrade tabloids and mainstream TV stations, I was personally dismissed by Secretary General of NATO, cover page, because I apparently have been doing such a lousy job of promoting NATO in Serbia. I'm almost the only one, by the way, so you can imagine, whether it's easy or not, even without Russians. Then, because of sudden turn of events, I was reinstated and became his spokesman for Serbia. Then when the SEAS put a small announcement and bragged that we became part of Geisha's disinfo team, I had another, spreadsheet. Jelena Milic is West Mitchell spread, sledgehammer, to counter Putin's influence. But, the picture was very good, and me being an expert in Serbian tabloids, I call it now tabloidology, whatever, I said to myself, hold on, this is actually a sign that things are moving in a good direction. Photo is good. Who am I to complain about it? Well, you know, and then like a month ago, I had another cover page. Jelena Milic works for MI6. And so thank you, Anonymous, for leaking Integrity Initiative, you know, documents and being reckless just like WikiLeaks, you know, and not thinking, you know, about us, you know, working in a countries where the rule of law is still not very well established. And finally, of course, it has to be about Mr. Trump as well. According to another cover page, he owns me 2 salaries because of the shutdown. I apparently also work for the United States government. So believe me, I'm kind of tired. I wake up in the morning and I have to think where I'm supposed, you know, to check in. Where am I going to work today? It's not easy. But we really come from the region which doesn't have a long experience of living in a society with a democracy, rule of law, independent media. Never experienced that genuinely. Serbia had only one small gap between 2000 and 2003 maybe. But don't forget that Adnan and I come from a region where the war was instigated in Serbia by Serbian media, state-owned media, Večernje Novosti, which had a cover page story that allegedly Croatian soldiers in Vukovar were making necklaces, you know, out of eye bulbs of Serbian babies, you know. So what our dear colleagues from Ukraine have been debunking coming from the fringe media, you know, we had back then, you know, when you didn't have other sources of information from the mainstream media. And there are still, I think, valid debates whether these kind of actions should be considered some kind of war crimes or crimes against humanity anyway. So we are progressing slightly, but the point is that we have been hit by this new wave of disinformation, being much less prepared and resilient, you know, than Western societies. And then we also have been conquered by the tools developed, you know, to counter these new circumstances based on what is needed and what exists in the much more developed societies, you know. And this is one of these gaps that we should consider how to bridge along the road. The quality of media in Serbia has been decaying for several years now, and at one point media became actually very self-absorbed because there was a looming pressure to regulate the state ownership in media, to impose new media legislation. It was EU and other organizations, OSCE expectations, etc., etc. And, you know, media has this comparative advantage that other people and other structures don't have. They have this place to present their problems and cases, so they became actually the key topic in Serbia. And while they were dealing with themselves and relationship with owners and state, etc., they have failed to recognize, to see, to report that Russian elephant marched in. Not only in terms of media, on the contrary, full spectrum, from legitimate, you know, soft power, all the way to very dangerous, you know, active measures. And they haven't recovered from it, you know. Yeah, that's the problem. Even those who are considering themselves to be still kind of maintaining some kind of quality, they should also have some kind of self-reflection sessions. So now, yes, of course, we have a bunch of disinfo, debunking, truth meters, projects going around. But to my horror, I have to express my resentment. Their top 10 lists for last year were about, for example, Serbian MP who claims that Serbian president never lies. Like, that is #1 fake news in Serbia. I mean, Dr. House, you know, debunked that back, you know, years ago. And they are talking about, you know, really, you know, paparazzo, tabloids, affairs, sex affairs of show business people and things like that. You know, in a country where you have actual ongoing epidemic of measles, you know, caused by anti-vaccine, you know, promoters. But these promoters are the same people who are for 2 years recklessly running this info campaign about causes and consequences of the NATO 1999 bombing of Federal Republic of Yugoslavia at the time. And the links and ties toward the Kremlin are so obvious. So I have decided, to give you a little bit more of information and insight about this particular operation. But, we are sitting here in Atlantic Council, And more importantly, why I've decided to pick up this particular topic is that we are facing the 20th anniversary of NATO bombing, and it's overlapping with very demanding and tough, challenging period in which Kosovo has imposed tariffs against goods from Serbia and Bosnia. So the dialogue that was EU-sponsored and US-backed is now on a halt, and pressure is piling from many sides. So it's really a moment when you can get a deal maybe tomorrow, or, many actors can continue to abuse, a lack of knowledge and understanding about, historical circumstances of bombing for their own purposes. So Kremlin in the last 2 years, and Sputnik, of course, conducted a campaign with, of course, their Serbian minions, that usage of the depleted uranium ammunition actually caused a cancer epidemic in Serbia. No one single public health institution in Serbia has declared any kind of a cancer epidemic, to be honest with the state on that one. But they've got a huge media space in a daily called Večernje Novosti, which is known for its pro-Kremlin, pro-government attitudes, and of course in Sputnik. Sputnik in Serbia is very devious. Their editor-in-chief presents Sputnik in Serbia as a Serbian media. It's not a Serbian media. It's not media at all in the first place, but she's very, canny about it. And she has only the other day actually exposed the fact that it has always been Kremlin-run operation. She was mocking me in a TV show, me sitting next to you, saying, okay, so what is your point? The point is that uranium is good for health, and that NATO did not kill anybody. Because this is what they are trying to, instigate and present as our talking points and lines, although we have never ever said it, But the effect of these ongoing smearing campaigns actually work, and I see it in my, day-to-day job. So, like 2 months ago, we had a cover page that the Americans actually, and NATO, dropped on Serbia equivalent of 170 Hiroshima-kind bombs. So we all shouldn't be, it's impossible that we are all here, actually, And I'm so, and the same person who made this campaign forced the government to set up 2 commissions, one parliamentary and one intergovernmental commission, which should kind of assess and evaluate the real impact on health of population and environment. I have nothing against it, on the contrary. But the point is that key leaders of these initiatives with close Kremlin ties are actually already stating that NATO had genocidal intentions and that ecocide has been committed. So why that these commissions actually just have to prove what they already know and claim that it is a fact? My problem is that almost nobody in the Serbian society stood up to it. Many reasons for it. We can discuss them, in several other panels. But again, the same key person, she's actually a lecturer at the Faculty of Medical Sciences in Serbia. I got her red-handed talking in extremely right-wing organization panel when she said and linked the quality of MMR vaccines used in Serbia, and they come, certified by the World Health Organization, and said that they are probably tainted and poisoned, because they maybe come from NATO country like Germany, and, they press Serbia to recognize Kosovo, and because we do not, they are sending us, tainting vaccines. So she pulled off herself from the direct anti-vaccine campaign, but actually to me is much more accountable for it because she's a doctor, and people tend to listen to doctors on TV stations more than some other public figures who also have taken a role in this shameful campaign. But she is not held accountable, some others are. The problem is that now Serbian government is facing this very as I have mentioned, the inconvenient moment where it has to balance many balls, to keep in air many balls, Russians and Russian influence as well, because they are choking us because of 1244. They have now their own interests, and they are going a lot behind, governments back to prevent any kind of comprehensive multidimensional agreement which would keep Serbia on the EU track. So the situation is actually very dire and tense. And I hope that the Western international community at this point, and more civic society and allegedly free media actors, will jump on the wagon and to counter this really vicious disinformation campaign. Kremlin is a culprit. Lavrov is the one who claims that NATO killed 10,000 people. In reality, the figures are 750 civilians, army personnel, and police personnel. So Serbs are speculating with approximately Serbian officials with 2,000. And it is a shame that we haven't made a breakdown yet, And of course that we have a huge ecological, problems, but they are not by no means related to NATO bombing only. I mean, we have the issue of historical waste, of current, poor waste management and storage problems, etc., etc. And nobody objects, any kind of fact-finding or assistance to Serbia in that regard. And the fact is that assistance is actually coming in many aspects, through NATO, trust funds, etc., etc. But public doesn't want to know about it, and Russians don't let us know about it. And to wrap up, as I have said, the short-term strategy should be to help Serbia to overcome this anniversary, because Russians are going to go with their own campaign. Documentaries are going to be filmed. I'm aware of it, Russian independent documentaries. But don't forget that the Chinese also have stakes in this story, because several of their diplomats were killed when NATO bombs hit the Chinese embassy. And according to my center information, publicly available information, Chinese are also producing some documentaries. And it's not going, Serbia on its own will not be capable of countering all of that forthcoming wave. So to wrap up, for more information about Russian active measures, in Serbia, go check, CEA's website. I hope that my staff has just now, under this disinfo week hashtag, posted a PowerPoint presentation where you can see Serbian media cover pages, in particular Sputnik and Večernje Novosti cover pages from last 2 years. They are really vicious, and they are really working. Public sentiment in Serbia, the overall atmosphere in Serbia is not easy. At the long run, helps Serbia to somehow stay on the process of slow and painful consolidation of democracy. And the EU part, I suppose one way to help Serbia do that is to support the idea of having multidimensional comprehensive agreement with Kosovo that would be backed by the EU and United States and NATO, of course.
Great. Well, thank you. And I think that does a great job of pulling out some of the themes that we're likely to hear that are cross-cutting, as well as some that are very specific to Serbia in terms of its particular cultural, linguistic, religious heritage, and hopefully we can get a little bit more into that. But she also did a great job, I think, of identifying, specific pressure points. And one of the things I think that we've talked about today is that you can't just say there's an election in a couple of months and then now we're going to solve it. So looking forward to the anniversary, looking at this ongoing Serbia-Kosovo dialogue, those are really important things to keep in mind as we look at disinformation in Serbia. In Bosnia, it's a little bit of a different story, Bosnia-Herzegovina. And, we've got both Russian activity, but some other actors as well. So I'm really looking forward to hearing from Adnan about what's happening there.
Thank you, Molly. This morning there was one panelist who mentioned balkanization at the first event, and I always react to this, basically saying, what did we do now to make things worse than they usually are? And there is one thing that perhaps is not the best way to begin with this presentation, but I think that in terms of understanding mapping and understanding properly not only the influences per se, but the consequences of such influences, you need not look further than Bosnia or the Western Balkans to understand how a combination of different factors can actually result in a situation that many would dub today as relatively politically unstable. Some even say explosive, invoking the images of the early 90s. And the reason I'm saying this is because unless this problem is tackled properly, and despite numerous attempts and excellent panelists so far, and very interesting discussions and debates, I was not able to see whether we are still fully understanding and grasping the problem at hand, not to mention the fact that we are not coming up with anything meaningful in terms of the reaction to the problem that we're facing as a societies. I believe that in this sense, the Bosnian case, because we are actually ahead of the curve there, unfortunately, we could be your dystopia. Bosnia could very well be what the EU might become unless this problem is properly tackled. And when I say this, I mean the following thing. I actually subscribe to a strand of thought which considers Russia a spoiler in the Balkans, so not explicitly interested in the region per se, but definitely seeing it as an asset in the broader relations with the West. And Bosnia is an excellent example of that, an interplay of different factors. The first one is that Bosnia is right now, the way it was set up, is not so much of interest for Russia, particularly because the country itself is deadlocked in terms of decision making. There is a significant veto-wielding part of population which doesn't accept or doesn't support NATO integration of the country, which means that we are effectively dead in the water there when it comes to this. This is increasingly becoming an issue with the EU integrations as well, something that was normally considered to be something that political elites in Bosnia actually do agree on, that this is a strategic goal, but this is now openly being questioned, though no alternatives are being offered to it, by the Russian representatives on the ground, speaking about potential alternatives even to EU integrations. And the way the decision-making process works in Bosnia, I think this is exactly why Russia is not so much interested in Bosnia per se, because this is exactly what needs to be achieved. Inability to make any meaningful decision, to take any strategic course, and to act in any decisive manner. Now, when I say that this was an interplay of factors, I know that a lot of people at the previous panels have mentioned that this doesn't happen in isolation, nor should we consider the Russian influence to be, something that is the only determinant of the outcome in this process. But I need to also tell you the reason why some of the issues which are perpetuated, the narratives which are perpetuated through a cluster of media in the Western Balkans serves to preserve the situation as is. And now, first, we need to understand that most of the societies in Bosnia is no different there, and there is only an added layer of ethnic complexity, if I can call it that, are actually countries which suffer from wide state capture. Wide to the extent that it is also, it is almost beyond imaginable. What we're dealing with in terms of this captured societies is the oligopoly of political parties which effectively control all the processes in the country. Now, Bosnia has, as I said, an added layer of this inter-ethnic complexity. But if you turn to any other country in the region, you will see that we're also dealing with no longer semi-authoritarian, really, but authoritarian proper tendencies. And what we need to understand about these societies is that the fact that international actors accept that the stability is paramount, that this is the most important issue for the Western Balkans, and this is definitely something that is placed very high on the agenda of most international actors, in particular the EU. And then that you have, as a result of this widespread state capture, that you have an emerging set of individual actors who are there to provide stability. Then we have a very peculiar situation developing where you're basically deciding to turn a blind eye to everything else that is happening on the ground in order to preserve the stability that these people supposedly are delivering. Now, I can give you numerous examples, and Jelena knows them as well, where we were faced with the situations in the region that smelled like war, literally smelled like war, only to disappear from front pages tomorrow morning. And we have seen so many of them, and I still don't understand why some diplomats from some certain Western embassies are getting upset about some of these things that are obvious fabrication and being used to create a situation of permanent instability where these people then step in as sort of saviors, someone who will provide stability, someone who is going to deliver, and someone who is obviously the only possible interlocutor. So this is the situation which allows really for this information to have the effect that they are having today. The other thing is that, by the very fact that we live in the societies which are democratically underdeveloped, unconsolidated, and that we have this authoritarian tendencies in each of these countries, that we have a relatively weak institutional setup. All of this is or provides a very fertile ground for disseminating the information which then serve certain purposes. So among these information, for instance, when you say today that what would you say is the main problem in Balkans, I would say the majority of people will say that it's actually the ethnic tensions or inter-ethnic situations or unfinished national projects from the early 90s, general instability generated out of the fact that we simply don't have and haven't had for 100 and something years really these defined borders where we could finally resolve the question, and people fall into the trap of wanting to deal with it once and for all, time and again. But then, underneath all that, even when you find, and you will definitely find in the region, you can find it in Bosnia, Republika Srpska is a relatively ethnically homogeneous region, where not one party, but one person has been in power for more than 10 years, unchecked. And then you look at the performance, the governmental performance, you look at how these societies actually function. You realize that actually what we're seeing is something that doesn't, or in a way defies the logic. Somehow having an ethnically clean or homogeneous area is not guarantee for anything in terms of development, not only of democracy, but also, in particular, the Western type of liberal democracy. So those things that we all, I believe, here in the audience and at the panel hold dear. You realize that the focus on the issue has been in a way maintained permanently by this talk about an immediate war. And it serves a particular purpose, and it serves it well. It serves the purpose of keeping the attention away from what is essentially a governance failure, widespread governance failure, what is actually the inability to deal, inability to address the declining or deteriorating socioeconomic issues, and then put everything again back on the track of this. It's a security issue, and we are going to deliver on the promise of resolving this issue. And then, of course, you have international actors who are willing to see that as the main problem and then basically play along with these people. So that's what the media, especially if we look at those medias that are clustered, and there's going to be a research published mid-April, I think, but one of the fact checkers in Bosnia, which has notoriously difficult to pronounce name, raskrinkavanje.ba, that they will publish a report where they will basically look at the information and the way they are spread among or where they originate from, and to see whether we can cluster those. And it seems that the report right now has shown that there is a very strong cluster around, not only in terms of generating information, but also spreading information around Sputnik and all the other smaller satellite media there. But one of the things that is going to be definitely a problem, and this is also something that Jelena mentioned, is the fact that among those who are not only spreading but generating fake news and disinformation, we have public broadcasting services. We have a problem of, when you say an underdeveloped or unconsolidated democracy, I guess all these things come naturally. When you don't have, and nowadays we obviously don't have properly developed media systems in our country, and not even those that are supposed to provide non-biased and professional, ethical journalism, something that resides in the public state services and public media companies, then we have a huge problem. Also, another thing, and I will finish with this, is the fact that this is not an issue, unfortunately, in my country. Nobody talks about this. We don't consider this to be a problem. This information is not an issue, right? And there is a dominance of other things, obviously, something that in a way makes this less relevant. But we are obviously unaware that this is an issue, and it's only becoming gradually something that we are discussing in public. But I guess that we can talk about the global developments, which certainly do not contribute in any positive way to this, but also the specifics of the region. So I have plenty of things I would like to go through, but I think I'm going to stop here.
Great. Well, thanks, Adnan. I mean, I think you've both pulled out this insight that, the Western Balkans has plenty of disinformation and fake news that is homegrown, as well as then these external actors. But as well, talking about instead of just the supply side, also the demand side, and how institutional weakness creates those vulnerabilities. The Open Society Institute, in their 2018 Media Literacy Index, actually rated the countries of the Western Balkans the most vulnerable of all the countries in Europe to disinformation. So I think that's a really sort of important benchmark for us to keep in mind as we continue to have this conversation, and we can talk a little bit more about why later. But I want to turn it over to Laura, and maybe she can inject a little bit of a bright spot into the conversation, because she is coming from Skopje, where there have been some exciting developments despite the best efforts of the Kremlin and others in terms of disinformation. So take it away.
Great. Well, thank you. So I have had the pleasure to serve as the head of public affairs at the U.S. Embassy in Skopje for almost 3 years now. So I am not even remotely an expert on the Balkans, which is an incredibly complicated place. But I've been able to be there during some really exciting and interesting times, and challenging as a communicator to work in that environment. So I arrived in the summer of 2016, and a couple months later, Veles, then Macedonia, was declared the center of world fake news for their role in the U.S. elections. And, we have a after-school English language program that we sponsor in Veles, and I have not asked any of the kids there if they have other after-school activities they're involved in. But we think for certain it is really interesting to see so many young people organized and working as producers of fake news in the country. That was soon followed by parliamentary elections in the country, where you saw a party that had been in power for over 10 years and was responsible, according to EU reports and US reports, for a significant amount of state capture of the country lose significantly, where you had record amounts of turnout in an election and what was widely called a free and fair elections. That led, however, to a really complicated 6-month period of government formation where none of the major political parties could form a majority coalition. And in that space, during those 6 months, you saw several different waves of disinformation campaigns that were really focused on delegitimizing the elections, on claiming foreign interference in those elections. For example, they claimed that our ambassador was present at the State Election Commission when the results were coming in, telling them exactly what the results should be. One of many times that our ambassador was in many, many different places that he has never been before in his entire life. And they also claimed that U.S. and European assistance programs were geared towards, biased towards one political party and really aimed with the goal of overthrowing a political party. So that was a super fun time for me as running U.S. communications from the embassy. And then more recently, we had the Prespa agreement between Greece and North Macedonia, which resolves the use of the name by changing the name of then Macedonia to now North Macedonia. And in return, Greece removes its block of North Macedonia's NATO and EU accession processes. This really culminated in terms of disinformation campaigns in the September 30th popular referendum on the name change. And in the run-up to that, we saw an extraordinarily complex, organized, and toxic amount of disinformation that really dominated about 99% of the social media conversation in the 6 weeks leading up to the referendum. So throughout all of this, I think there's a few observations about North Macedonia that are interesting. So you have, as my colleagues mentioned, a very strong lack of trust in institutions in the country. They're young institutions, but about 25% of the population doesn't believe that any of these institutions are working for their benefit. That's political parties, parliament, government, NATO, EU, US, anybody. And a lot of the disinformation that we see plays on those narratives and tries to erode trust further in the country and really block progress on North Macedonia's Western and Euro-Atlantic path because of that. For instance, right now, the current disinformation narrative is that there have been a rash of kidnappings throughout the country, and over 100 people have gone missing, and this is because the organ trade is picking up in the country. And these are things that people really believe. My staff have their parents are telling them not to take the kids to the park because of the kidnappings. And it increases the level of anxiety in the society as a whole, and it makes people just feel very like their government isn't doing anything to help them. They feel very distrustful in general. We also saw the measles outbreak in the MMR.
It actually claimed 20 lives in Serbia.
Exactly, yes, we had the same thing. It was also blamed on the vaccines. You also have, they also attack the agency of citizens to make a difference and to change. So what was really galling when we saw the disinformation campaigns after the parliamentary elections was that this was a success story where people were not happy with their government. And they really came out in large numbers and voted for a new party to be in power. They voted for a change. And the disinformation campaigns that were blaming US and EU and other foreign people of manipulating and interfering in that election takes away from the fact that this was a citizen-led demonstration of citizen power, of a desire for change. And so attacks like this gradually over time try to make people feel like they don't have any power to change this situation. Also in North Macedonia, so we have a young, tech-savvy, English-speaking generation without a lot of job prospects. And they are very tied into global trends. And so a lot of the narratives that we see are coming from other places throughout Europe, from the United States. And it's very, very tied into the latest developments. And so the tactics that people use to get disinformation into the public sphere are very up to date, they're very current, and they're constantly changing. I've also, one other observation is that governments, especially my own, are extraordinarily slow and clumsy in responding to this. And our opponents are really fast. So they are constantly changing, they're constantly adapting, they're adapting their narratives, their stories, their delivery methods, they're picking up on how we like to receive information, what's the best way to present information. And a lot of times our reaction as a government is to be even more slow and more cautious. So instead of just having one approval for a tweet, now there's 2 approvals for a tweet before we could even respond to these things. We second guess ourselves, we second guess our stories that we have to tell in favor of Euro-Atlantic values, in favor of Western integration in the region. We also waste a lot of resources and a lot of time on monitoring and response. So I think Yelena said that, you know, Western embassies want to keep pinging and responding to all of this. And it distracts us from our core message and our core focus and trying to get our message out there in a better and more effective way. But like Molly said, I, in the end, remain really optimistic. I think we saw with the PRESPA agreement and with the recent name change a really historical achievement in North Macedonia, and it is one that gives a lot of hope to a lot of people that if leaders really focus and decide to make something happen, that change can occur. And that happens partially because of public support and because of citizen agency to make that happen and to create the environment for that. Also, after all these disinformation campaigns, after the just really toxic level of conversation that occurred before and after the September 30th referendum, the January 2019 polling on support for North Macedonia's joining NATO and the EU is the exact same as it was before. So it is still at 75% of the population. And so I think ultimately there's so much value in the idea of the West, of what a Euro-Atlantic future means for North Macedonia, and that it is a really powerful message that we have. And at the end of the day, that message can be more powerful than all the ugly attacks that we see on the day-to-day basis.
Great. Well, thank you. I think that there are a lot of really good things to pull out of there. One of which is that, you know, a positive message, you know, is sometimes tough to get out there, but if it's an idea that is sticky, you know, that can really be the most effective way to combat, you know, the forces that just seek to sow discord and chaos. So values matter, as I think Ambassador Freed would say. You know, I want to go to the portion of our discussion, you know, about really solutions. And we've spent a lot of time, both of the ladies on the panel have raised this idea, or this, the vaccination issue. And so at the risk of overextending the medical metaphor, you know, I want to sort of go from talking about how we fight the narrative, how we get out there and do, you know, fact-checking, et cetera, how we fight the symptoms, and really talk about, you know, what's the prophylactic. And so how do we address these issues of institutional weakness, of, you know, deficiencies in terms of media environments, media literacy, sorry, Maxim, if you're still here, and really get at this problem. And I would love to hear from all of you sort of what you think can be homegrown in that respect, whether there are ways to push governments, but also, we're sitting in Brussels, we have a great audience of, European and US officials. How can we all work together to help to inoculate the publics in the Western Balkans from these threats?
Actually, I can make one plea. Before we come with the long-term solutions, hopefully durable and sustainable, the Western international community should do the service of people of Western Balkans and not jumping on the wagon of spreading this info, not intentionally like Kremlin is doing, but nevertheless, I can give you also a few examples, or at least it can be equally objective or not objective to all countries of the region. Serbia can't be seen anymore through the lenses of 90s. I come from this tribe of people who were countering that, were against the war, nationalism, everything, never. And even I am tired anymore. I feel a need to live in a society which is recognized at least for its small achievements. If I will tell the audience here that in the last 6 months, we have a visit from Ukrainian President Poroshenko, and Serbian governmental leadership and president acknowledge full territorial integrity of Ukraine, Crimea included. Then we had Vice President of the Moldovan government, Serbian Minister of Foreign Affairs said, we fully recognize your territorial integrity and we know who is attacking it. Then only like 2 weeks ago, we had the Georgian Minister for EU Integration who met with the Serbian Minister of EU Integration. And again, the same messages were sent out, So I doubt that many of you who are following the region know these kind of things. And I can, say that only 3 months ago, we had the biggest ever civilian exercise with NATO, 1,000 Serbs, 1,000 NATO and other agency people. It's not a small thing for Serbia. Mm-hmm. And yet, if you just mention something which is out of box of narrative of 90s, you are exposed to avalanche of, frankly, fake news and fake narratives coming from the political West, pundits, political decision makers who are still also looking at Serbia through the lenses of 90s. And not only Serbia, I can understand that. I can understand that because of the horrible legacy that we still care. But they are actually undermining 20 years of good political and financial investments of the political West in the entire region. Back in the 90s, when we were falling apart in a bloody war, nobody around us was in NATO. But back in 2000, when my Prime Minister Zoran Đinđić tried to resolve Kosovo, at that time, we didn't even have Romania and Bulgaria in NATO. They entered NATO after he was killed. But it is 2019, and I would like to remind you about the obvious. We have Macedonia on a track. We have Albania and Montenegro in NATO. We have EUFOR in Bosnia, for Christ's sake. We have Croatia in NATO. We have Serbia and Hungary, who are best friends. Serbia is cooperating in quadrilateral form with Romania, Bulgaria, and Greece for several years now. To me, it is a great, good trend. And I really wonder how many of you and other people who have taken stakes in how the hopefully soon agreement between Belgrade and Pristina should look like, they don't take these things into consideration. And there is also one strange thing. They are the ones actually who are promoting this self-fulfilling narrative about Serbs and Russians being best friends forever throughout the history. CEAS commissioned a very prominent and acclaimed historian several years ago in our report, West Side Story, it's translated in English, in which I think we made a compelling case that this is not the thing. I understand why Russians are doing it. I even understand why Serbian government, who is pretty much squeezed, and between rock and a hard place, has to play along. I can't even imagine what kind of things are at stake in this negotiation, what's behind it, beyond my comprehension. But why are the others, spreading this fake narrative? That really beats me. We have, some really nasty experience with Russians.
Yeah. Well, and I think it's a good lesson that, context is important for all of us. We have to know the traps that are out there and make sure that we don't fall into them. How about just quickly, and I know, we don't have a lot of time, and so I want to really dig down into kind of concrete things that governments in the region can do, that civil society can do, that, that the U.S. government and the EU and member states can do. Any suggestions, Adnan?
Well, I think that, you mentioned at the very beginning, strengthening the institutional setup and working basically along those lines, which we haven't been working on for quite some time now, because, let's accept the fact we're no longer as interesting as a region. There is a fatigue on both sides, and we've been, in a way, not neglected really, but a certain absence of normative directions obviously been present there. So that definitely is one part of the problem. So on one hand side, shifting focus away from simply considering the region as a security issue, and restoring what I think was a good approach of conditionality, in particular when it comes to certain fundamental aspects of democracy, and not basically making trade-offs there. Which also means that you have to redress completely the approach that we're seeing right now, and I don't know if there is a capacity or willingness to do that. The second thing is the perception battle has already been lost. Let's face it. I've seen the report from last year where the people in Bosnia were asked who is the biggest ally, even though this is but it's broken down into ethnic groups as well, which is the International Republican, done by the International Republican Institute. And there was a question, who do you think is the biggest ally of Bosnia of all the foreign powers? And, needless to say that Russia figures very prominently as a second. Turkey is the first, Turkey among the Bosniaks and Russia among the Serbs. But here is the thing. While there is this widespread perception, which Jelena also mentioned, that there is this very strong friendship and friendly relations of Serbia, of Russia towards both Serbia and Republika Srpska and Bosnia. At the same time, and this is where this is something that the psychologists need to, or neuroscientists need to look into this particular dissonance. While this is the case, while everybody perceives these countries to be the biggest friends, and at the same time, we are currently hemorrhaging, demographically speaking, people to the west. Mm-hmm. There is, the number of people leaving Bosnia, and we have no idea actually how many people are leaving, but we're trying to look into registrations from Western countries, and we're speculating between 75 and possibly even more people leaving the country annually for the West, while at the same time holding on to this perception that the friends are elsewhere, that the future of the world is elsewhere. Now, this is at the same time puzzling for me, but also a glimmer of hope, if I may say, because it seems to me that this is something similar to some of my friends who I consider to be fairly rational people who believe in crazy conspiracy theories, yet they drive, for instance, Skoda Octavia, which is considered in Bosnia to be kind of the best buy thing, which means they're rational on one hand side, but completely irrational when it comes to something else. So at least what I can do right now is that we can at least identify that on the rational level there is an acceptance of what is better for me. How do we translate this into something that is more systemic? Is, of course, a different issue. I also believe that we are lagging behind in terms of addressing the issue at hand, that while we are dealing with trying to extinguish the fire right now, we're losing generations that come after us, because I have 3 kids, and even though you might say that I'm a horrible father because I give iPads and iPhones to my children because, but I'm very restrictive when it comes to time they spend on these gadgets. I can tell you one thing, and this is just my personal observation from this, you know, the younger they are, less time they have or less time they devote to certain things, right? For instance, my youngest, when he opens the YouTube, he doesn't put it on full screen, right? He's got this small window there so that he can actually browse at the same time through this. What I'm trying to say is this. I'm not sure that we are equipped at the time to even understand what kind of information overload the younger generations. And we are dealing with, you know, there was a research done in Bosnia which says that people from 18 to 35, their main source of information are social networks and internet portals. I don't think that we are fully equipped or aware of identifying the problem at hand, right? Not to say devising perhaps a tool to tackle this problem. I'm just gonna end here. Being a horrible father.
No, not at all. Well, I am getting the evil eye from Geisha, and I know we need to wrap up, but I just want to give Laura 1 minute to for the final word, if you would like it.
Oh. Well, I would just say, from the U.S. perspective, we think a lot of what needs to be done is to find and to strengthen partners and to really work more across the board. So events like today, where you have researchers and practitioners and experts from a lot of different fields sharing knowledge and information are really important, as well as just building those relationships and knowing who else is working on this issue so that we can keep sharing information and our efforts can be as informed as is possible. And that also is something that we're doing in the Balkans. So one thing that's been really successful is a program we have for government communicators in the Balkans to get to know each other and to learn how to get messages out more effectively. And that has not only given them peers that they can call on to help when things are difficult or to share these experiences, which are really somewhat similar but a little different in each country. And that's been a really effective way to help bolster confidence and to help improve skill sets throughout the region so that at least our partners who also are looking at the same kind of a future that the US and the EU would like to see in the Western Balkans are communicating that more effectively.
Uh-oh, have we just been cut off? No. Okay, great. Well,
that's it.
I think that's a great way to end it. Clearly, we could spend hours and hours more talking about this, and I think what is clear today is that there is really a great need for more attention to the region and for people like all of you who are experts to put your minds on how we can work together to solve this. So please join me in thanking our great group of panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's totally
You see, they cut. Oh, hello. It's not like the Oscars, though, we have plenty of entertainment. Really quick reminder, housekeeping. If you have your name tags and you're not coming back tomorrow, please leave it at the front desk. If you are coming back tomorrow, please bring them back. You will have to check in again. I want to thank you because it's been a long day and you've been really great. And I will see you tomorrow. Be ready to learn more, okay? Thank you.
Cry me a river, 'cause I cry.